cities like Mariupol, which are so much devastated. It's basically like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, and the Ukrainians still not stop to fight and will not stop to fight. And so this is why it doesn't make any sense to use something like this, because it worked with the Japanese. You could break their will to fight, but it doesn't work with the Ukrainians. So yeah, surely if something like this happens, would be really devastating and everything. But it's I don't see any possibilities this would change anything on the side how this war will end with the total defeat of Russia. So the other point I wanted to mention, yeah, looks like Ladas are out of order. So in there's an island, a Russian island over Japan, over Hokkaido. Um, geographically speaking, it's called
Sakhalin.
Sakhalin, yeah, Sakhalin. Just wanted to speak it so typical German, but in this kind of would be right. So in Sakhalin, the people will get 5 kilograms of fish for the people or for the families of mobilized soldiers. 5 kilograms of fish. Yeah, you wonder 5 kilograms of fish. Maybe why is this? Yeah, but these people are really poor, and meat and fish are really luxury items in this area. So yeah, you can bribe them with 5 kilograms fish to give up their sons into the meat grinder.
Bernardo, you're looking at this all wrong.
Okay.
No. The way to look at this is to say, you know how those cubic watermelons in Japan are really expensive, or the cubic grapes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, see, it's like this. These are now cubic fish. They've been frozen into literal ice cubes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Genau.
so you know how, because of reasons, economics, the ladas in Russia, the new ones, they cost $50,000, 50, not 15. Well, think of it like this: these fish are so fancy, the cubic frozen fish, that they're worth $10,000 per kilogram. It's all economics, Bernardo.
I mean, if enough families come together and take these fish bricks, maybe they could build some kind of house out of it, or some kind of sculpture. Maybe this will, or they build a car out of it. It would be really special. But yeah, we will see how far they come.
Smelly house. Children. That's what children do. What children do on their plates when they're delivered fish fingers. They build little brick houses out of them.
Now, this is the time for Gunny to explain to us the proper council bread and how you can fit exactly 5 fish fingers onto a slice and make a sandwich, right?
Well, yeah, obviously you double stack them, don't you? So it's like a fish finger sandwich is like Jenga, you know, two lengthways, 2 widthways, and then if you cram another one on top, then your tartar sauce and ketchup, posh fried onions. If you're ketchup, you always have ketchup, and I don't ignore it. It's ketchup in a fish finger sandwich, and then squash it down. And there you are. That's your fish finger sandwich, isn't it?
It's well done, mate. Well done, mate.
Yeah, actually, it's like this bread and oils thing. You know, bread and oils. What is it? It's chip pan fat and Hovis. Isn't it? That's it. Hovis and crisp and dry.
If you're not using sweet chili sauce, you're doing it wrong.
I know. Right. Words of wisdom from the Pharaoh of knowledge there. Yeah, absolutely. Chili. Nina, right? You know me. How often have we known each other on here? And I'm always a bit of a straight shooter, aren't I? So, look, I and everyone who's been in the military, okay, looks at what takes a marching pace back and looks at everything that goes on and sees an increased threat. There are not tens of thousands of NATO service personnel right now in Eastern Europe, looking across borders, on an alert state, flying intelligence aircraft. There's an RAF RC-135 flying around Kaliningrad at the moment. There are not submarines at sea at an increased tempo. There are not warships in Norwegian oil and gas fields for no reason. All right. There is an increased threat. You've been under threat since you were born, mate, because that's why we have the continuous at-sea deterrent in certain countries. America, France, UK, we have submarines at sea 24/7, 365 days a year to provide a nuclear umbrella in case a country, non-specific, or an organization carries out or is about to carry out an act of mass murder and there is no other way to prevent the danger, to use the JSP card. So you've always been under threat. If it wasn't this, it was terrorism. It was Daesh, wasn't it? It was Al-Qaeda. For us, it was the IRA. Our lives are lived under constant threat. The thing is that we get used to it and we accept it. In the 1980s, you're under threat of nuclear Armageddon. The Russians come across the border. In 1984, everyone who was alive then nearly met their end because there was a screw up in the Russian air defense system. And it indicated to the Russians that they were under nuclear attack. And it took one bloke, a colonel in PVO, to stop the process of launch and say, I think this is a computer glitch, which it proved to be. So, you've been there all the time. Now, look, Biden wouldn't threaten Russia with the severest repercussions if there was not a possibility of him doing something. All right, world leaders don't do that. The Ukrainian government wouldn't be handing out iodine tablets if there was no danger, all right? Because all that would do would be to panic people unnecessarily. We're not stacked up on the borders for no reason. Of course, there's an increased possibility.
Better than the other ones. The other ones were plain.
Well, but you've got to you've got to look at this. You've got to look at this and assess it. So if he drops a tactical nuclear weapon in or around Kherson to try and stabilize the front, NATO will stomp what's left of his military's guts out. And it won't just be in Ukraine. You will see Russian naval bases from Murmansk to Vladivostok absolutely trashed. There will be
absolutely chock full of submarines.
Yeah. You will see vessels at sea disappear. Some vessels will be left alone because you don't go after another country's strategic nuclear deterrent unless it really is game over, because those are strategic assets, and that tends to trigger people. But it will be 72 hours of extreme violence, and a lot of people will die on both sides, but he will lose that. So his options there are, well, I tried it, it didn't work, now I've got to escalate. But as Tom very frequently and very professionally points out, he's bonkers, but he's not that bonkers. Now, he could just go for broke and go for a high altitude test and say the next one backs the fuck off and lets me have my 4 oblasts. And that won't wash. We know it won't wash. He'll have his bluff called, but he might think it's worth it for a go. Or he might do something like a test. Now, a test would be a breach of the International Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. But, oh no, Russia's going to lose reputation. I think they're a little bit past worrying about that. But it could be a statement of intent. So he carries out some kind of nuclear test, not with the 200 megaton tidal wave creating weapon of doom, right, that everyone's seen advertised, but some kind of weapon test, as if to say, I've got it, it works, and I will use it if I have to. And his bluff will be called on that. We know it will. It will have no odds, but it's a dice he's got to roll, and he's got to roll every single dice because this is going very badly. He's going to lose. His life is forfeit unless he can bring some kind of rabbit out the hat, and the hat is empty. This is Hitler, February, March 1945. The cards have been played, and now he's just going to have to sit there and watch things fall apart. Apart from these final nuclear options, there are going to be processes in place. Remember, 1984, the Russian colonel stopping the engagement process. There will be processes in place around him that will probably stop some kind of lunacy happening anyway. And I honestly think if he goes down that road, it will trigger the Russian higher echelons of command to take action anyway, because he may be bonkers, but everyone else around him has got families and do realize that a strategic exchange is just going to be a nightmare. But the thing is, all of you are going to have to get used to this and knuckle down for a few days or weeks. This isn't going to go away. If you want to shut yourselves away from it and say, yeah, everything's great, there is no problem, he'll never do it, that's fine, deal with it that way. Personally, I deal with it with absolute trust in NATO. Bizarrely, absolute trust in Western leaders on this, because the stakes are too high. A degree of certainty that in the Kremlin, there are people who don't have a death wish. And knowledge that if he does go for the small option, 1 or 2.5 kilotons, something like that, we will turn him upside down and feed him his testicles over a few days. It will just be monstrous. But we went through this last weekend. What happened last weekend? Everyone in the UK military went on leave, weekend leave. That's not the actions of a military about to fight the Third World War. Ships are going into refit in the UK. You don't send a frigate into refit to de-store and go into a 2-year refit if you're about to fight the Third World War. All right, people are still going on courses in the military. You don't do that. No ships have sorted. We haven't seen all 3 Trident boats sail. We've not seen reports of the French sending all theirs to sea. We're not seeing a massive sortie of B-52s to dispersed airfields. We're seeing 1 or 2 things knocking up, which are prudent countermeasures given the increased international stability. But I guarantee everyone here, you're not going to wake up in the morning and find yourself part of the atmosphere. There will be a process of escalation, as people like M have said. It won't all happen at once. And if he does, he'll go small and he'll test the waters, because that's what he's done before. He did it with Salisbury. He did it with a polonium attack in London. He did it with Crimea. He pokes and pokes and pokes, and he sees just how far he can get, and then he backs away when he hits a brick wall. And that's what you're going to see. All right. So I wouldn't freak out. Don't go cracking the 100-year-old whiskey at the moment. All right. There is going to be no mega tidal wave with laser beam shooting Sharknadoes and monstrous 200-foot Russian robots stomping around the sea. But you are living in a fundamentally unstable world at the moment, probably Cuba kind of level, and you're just going to have to deal with it, folks.
And let's stress the one thing you said. You said one really important key thing there. You said,
nobody's stupid on our side. There are really good men and women who are absolutely dedicated to deterring him and giving him pause for thought, and who will, if he goes that step too far, tan his ass. And that's all.
Exactly.
That's all that we can do. All right. So just sit back and enjoy it. You're living through a moment of history. It's fabulous. COVID. Now this. You're lucky. Some people live through life and it's really boring in history. You're getting the triple whammy here. So, and we've got Liz Truss in charge as well. So
may you never live in interesting times. But let's stress one really important thing you said. You said he's not that stupid, and even if he is, there's a long chain of people. Each of them are not that stupid. There's a dozen odd people that it needs to pass through. And it only takes one of them to not be that stupid, right? But none of them are that stupid. And it only takes one of them to not be that stupid. So that's why it's not going to happen. That's why we keep saying it's not going to happen. And they know that the US is going to turn their entire set of ships into submarines within minutes, well, maybe hours, of them doing anything that stupid. But so they're not that stupid not to know that. This has been made abundantly clear. All of their military inside Ukraine will be no more. Much of their military not inside Ukraine would be no more. We've had former generals go in public and say, yeah, that's what's going to happen. We know exactly what's going to happen. We have detailed plans set up and exactly what's going to be done. So the Russians know exactly what would have been done, and they're not stupid enough to try it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I tell you what, worry when you wake up and you hear that 5 US carrier battle groups sailed at 2:00 in the morning, and everything sailed from Portsmouth and Plymouth and Toulon and Kiel. And people are on Facebook complaining about the low-flying aircraft because there's supposed to be a flight ban on, and 60 aircraft took up from the airfield at 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, not being funny. Then you shit your pants. All right, then is the time to worry. Until then, you know, yeah, I'm mildly concerned, but I see nothing yet to indicate instant oblivion, apart from that bottle of rum tomorrow, which might square it away.
I feel for it. M.
Well, the usual conventional wisdom. There's nothing right now to doubt the Russian nuclear threat. But there's also nothing right now to think or consider that they would go ahead with deploying a low-yield tactical device or engage in a strategic nuclear exchange. However, it remains one of the options on the table of the political leadership of the Russian Federation. Now, whether or not the military leadership will follow suit or suite and go down with the political leadership of the Russian Federation in nuclear glory is yet to be seen. I doubt it. Everyone doubts it. However, there is no reason to 100% disregard it. There is always the 1% chance that they would be that stupid and their military leadership would be that stupid or that indoctrinated or that threatened to go ahead with it. However, we know for a fact, 100%, that the response will send the Russian Federation and Russia to the Stone Age. So Gunny is right. There's no need to panic. And there's also no need to 100% remove this option off the table. So far, they are incapable of doing anything. Absolutely anything. And on the cheap, NATO hasn't even gotten into the fight yet. At this point in time and space, we're looking at a sovereign country that pursued all channels of international law to request help from countries and governments willing to supply this help. Granted, there's a narrative that NATO countries and the United States government are engaged in overt help to the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces to win against an illegal and a brutal and a criminal invasion of their sovereign territory after 8 years of waging hybrid warfare. This is the only true narrative that is out there. Forget about misinformation. Forget about disinformation. What really happened is that Russia chose to wage hybrid warfare against Ukraine for 8 years. And then when their options failed and they ran out of options, they thought that an overt invasion will result in a favorable outcome for them. And they were wrong. And right now they are being treated and degraded on the cheap to make sure that they cannot wage another war or invasion of aggression against a sovereign nation to achieve whatever they perceive as a valid objective within their national security threat matrix. This is the only true narrative out there. The media is not going to report on it. Government analysts will not report on it. Even elected politicians will not report on it because simply they have to engage in political leadership. They have to engage in diplomacy. They have to engage in military leadership. And all those actions are valid and expected within the current norms that we as people submitting to certain political frameworks and certain military frameworks operate within. And as Gunny said, this is a moment in history where we might see those norms and those frameworks change to get better, to get stronger, to get safer for people who actually stand behind their elected officials and their elected governments and their democracies and force them to reform and do better. So your listening in has a value to it. Your voice has a value to it. Writing to your elected officials has a value to it. Expressing your concerns has a value to it, right? It is no longer limited to politicians or military leaders or grassroots movements or opinion leaders on social media or anyone else. Now is the time for you to listen, to read, to make up your own mind, make your own decisions as a human being living in any part of the world and make a difference. And that difference, added to other differences made by other human beings, can result in a complete paradigm shift that can lead humanity to a better tomorrow, despite the failures of the past and despite of whatever grievances whoever is feeling. And that is not to take away from the risks we all face today. And that is not to take a risk, and that is not to take away from the madness, the absolute madness, the sheer madness that the aggressor has expressed thus far. Make up your mind. Do the right thing. And believe in your power as a human being. And make a difference.
Yeah, could I also just add to that? Look, everyone, in the past 48 hours, you've all been subjected to a uptick in concerted fear-mongering. And it became very apparent about yesterday afternoon when I started picking stuff up on Twitter. So what did you see yesterday? First of all, there was a report from a Polish bloke that nuclear weapons were being moved through Russia. And to support this claim, there was a picture of a train in an urban area. And on this train, there were some vehicles. Okay, so this train was carrying trucks and a new light armored vehicle. I think it's called the BMP T7 or something like that. But it's a light armored vehicle, and it's got a weapon station on it for a 30mm gun and stuff like that. It was mildly interesting because we didn't think that they produced many of them. And there it was. There were no tactical markings on these vehicles to suggest they were part of the super secret Russian nuclear material moving organization. The trucks were trucks. There was nothing on there to suggest that there were nuclear weapons underneath the canvas. So you had a Polish bloke go, that's nuclear weapons, size. All right? And everyone jumped on it. In tandem with that, this report came up and it said, NATO command HQs have been sent a note, right, that's your first bit, that a submarine has disappeared. And it carries a weapon called the weapon of the apocalypse, right? Just think about that for a minute. The weapon of the apocalypse, capable of creating a tidal wave 11 meters high, which will swamp Europe, death, destruction, and everyone needs to buy armbands. So straight away, you dig into it, all right? So don't read it and go, oh, shit or bust. They've got a super secret nuclear torpedo, 200 megatons that can create tidal waves. The origin of it was a left-wing Italian paper called the Fantastic Republican or something like that. The author of it has no military credentials whatsoever, but it's left-leaning. If you Google it on media bias, you see that it is known for using loaded words. Loaded words. The weapon of the apocalypse. So what it have us believe is a note, obviously because we don't use encrypted comms in NATO, we use dispatch riders or even better, people on horses, and people rode around NATO.
Pigeons,
yeah, delivering notes and it, you know, in a sealed envelope with a wax seal on it, and each NATO country's MOD opened it and went, you know, good grief, mein Gott, Zutalur, the submarines disappeared. All right, so first, it didn't happen. The note didn't happen. if a signal is sent out about Russian submarine movements, it's encrypted, it's protectively marked, and it won't end up in the hands of an Italian hack. Right? Submarines don't disappear. Submarines go to sea, and Russian submarines are tracked by NATO submarines. It's been going on for decades. They leave a wall, we know about it. They submerge, we know about it. We follow them. It's a game that's been played for a long time. They're getting better. They used to be very bad. Now they're very good, but they ain't that good. So no submarine disappeared unless the Russians have built a Stargate. Pretty much beyond the realms of possibility that they put wheels on this thing, ran it up the ramp, and it appeared over the other side of the galaxy. So nothing's disappeared. The torpedo, there is a Poseidon project that the Russians have been following. It's a very long-range torpedo. It doesn't carry 200 megatons. The largest warhead ever detonated is 50 megatons, and it needed a stripped-down bomber to carry it. So the idea that a 60-meter wide torpedo is being trialed is a little bit fanciful. There are nuclear torpedoes. There have been for decades. First one went to sea with the Americans, I think, 60s, the Mark 37. They're designed to kill carriers. That's their primary role. You fire one of these things and then you detonate it within the inner screen of a carrier group, and you may kill or trash the carrier and a lot of their escorts. This is like an uprated version. It's very big. There are suggestions it might be nuclear powered. All right. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, but it is an R&D project that is many years from fruition. That said, they have a notice to mariners, in effect, in the White Sea, way up north, and they will probably conduct some kind of what we call a high seas firing that may involve this submarine. They will run this torpedo. All right. What happened from there was some idiot who should know better misread White Sea for Black Sea, because of course, you know, White Sea, Black Sea, there couldn't be more black and white, could they? And within 30 minutes, a Twitterati had decided that not only were the Russians moving nuclear weapons on trains and using a submarine that went through a Stargate with a tidal wave creating torpedo of 200 megatons that can swamp all of Europe or half America, but they're going to test a nuclear weapon in the Black Sea. Right. So from this little nugget and a few obliging accounts known for spreading disinformation, sleight of hand, and people panicking for no reason, what started as a frankly laughable story had grown arms and legs and was a fucking big octopus by 1800 hours last night. And then the Times in the UK that should know better picked up on it and then whacked it out. And it was only today we saw denials coming from the US State Department and from various NATO countries and from the more accomplished, sensible, informed Twitter experts, but it was a load of cobblers. Get used to this. There's going to be a lot more of it, all right? Because yesterday was a bit of a success. I had people DMing me, worried that they were going to wake up and need a Lilo. It didn't happen, did it? But it gained some kind of traction. So the Russians may well try to push this again. There may even be a high sea shoot up in the Kara Sea. And even if it's not a success, they may let off a nuke underwater, breach the test ban, and say, ta-da, our super secret tidal wave creating nuclear weapon is now ready for deployment. Kneel down before us, behold the Russian Federation, glory to the empire, etc., etc. It'll probably be bullshit. Just ignore it. But they'll try it because remember that dice. He's got to roll that last dice and he's got to play his last hand.
And yeah, that's where we're back to
kind
differ.
of thing. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly where we're back to differ. He does not have to roll the dice. There is no straight line from A to B. There is no destiny in this. There's one person with a crew of people around him who may believe so, but there's a significant amount of military also around him who may believe that, you know what, becoming the pariah forever is probably not good, whilst alongside being completely, utterly eviscerated and emasculated.
No. An underwater test, Axel, isn't the end of the world as far
even
as
for
I'm
the
concerned.
test. They know what the test means.
He won't.
They know what the test means.
he won't lose anything by it because the country's reputation is trashed
If
now
he-
for a long time.
Okay, this is where I'm back to differ, and I think this is also where a couple of people way above you and my pay grade have already, in that regard, indicated that one begs to differ there. And the thing is that the threat by NATO is so intense and so comprehensive that even that attempt will be punished so severely that they know that they won't do it. The threat matrix is significantly biased against them by now. That is the issue. What I take from what you've said, your analysis, I can agree with most of it. He is already, and that's why I posted a few minutes ago, he is already on the way to be in that bunker. A friend of mine posted this on February 26 in front on the main square in Tallinn on a chalkboard, that we should probably just, move forward to the point where he kills himself in a bunker. Maybe this guy doesn't do it by himself. I think his half-life, given what is happening in Kherson, has already approached, and it may have been shortened. That's what I think. He's moved himself into a strategic corner of complete and utter failure. Go through the list of things he has lost. Go through the opportunities he has missed up. Go through everything which he has done to the future of the country, which supposedly he is there to protect, which he doesn't, of course, because he doesn't care for it. Ultimately, he only cares for himself. He has carried out every single misstep and mistake he could have done as a leader of Russia, to sacrifice that nation into a vassal position to China, albeit that China is even equally weak, given its banking system, real estate bubble, and I shall not comment upon it, this strange communist party. He has done everything to ruin Russia's image for generations. But the best thing he has done, he has helped deliver the ultimate blow to eradicate authoritarian dictatorships with a threat to us in the West for a long time. That's perfect. The historical arc of Russian colonialism, imperialism, which started with the Duchy of Muscovy and then went into this death spiral to the rest of Europe since 1905 with Trotsky. Finally, this is coming to a close. The 21st century looks bright compared to what he was menacing us with. That's fantastic.
Yeah, but you do get free fish if you send a member of your family. So
yeah, exactly.
That's a smart move. You got to admit, there are
sheep.
reports of a fish and chip shop in Vladivostok. She's got 9 sons. They've all gone, and they're not going to have to restock.
You help me. Gunny, you just explain to me the last riddle which was there. Why did they exempt whales from that, with the Poseidon attack? Why did they exempt whales? They sheep.
Why.
They just hand sheep out. They were trying to attract the Welsh.
You're just going to offend every druid listening to this. Your DM box is just going to be full of messages.
One of my
only
best
from
friends is Welsh.
Yeah, but only from the ones who can read and write. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Did you just say that? Okay, thank you everyone for this moment of levity, which we brought you in order to resolve the nuclear threat matrix.
Thank you, Axel and Gunny. I'm sorry to jump in very quickly, but what Gunny has just said has actually materialized in the Arabic Twitter sphere and internet sphere for the last 24 hours. So not only did sock puppets and certain propaganda accounts that are working for certain governments for certain reasons, and all that is beyond the scope of this space right now, amplified. So they had literally amplified what Gunny has just explained. And in response to that, several security companies throughout Middle East and North Africa received requests for clarification for certain businessmen, whether they should be stocking, staffing, and sailing their yachts, and where they should go to, moving their wives and their children.
That's perfect.
It doesn't
It's
stop
perfect.
there. Yeah. Let me tell you what has been going on in Egypt for the last
This
24
shows you the
hours.
cultural difference as to
I
the
know.
gullibility and fallibility to conspiracy theory shit.
I know. And we're talking about guys who are worth millions and billions of dollars. Not just millions of dollars, but just billions of dollars, asking whether they should start hiring teachers in Monaco for their kids, right? So, number one, they asked whether they should be renting or making purchase orders for yachts on sale and whether they should sail
I'm
out.
sorry. I need to ask you something here. So, people who believe that there's going to be a 7 gazillion meter tall tsunami want to move to a tiny country of less than 2 square kilometers, sandwiched between the sea and very tall mountains, and thinking that is the perfect place to go. That is where we're going to be really
And
safe from the
without a
tsunami.
real vineyard. There's no
You're
real
not
vineyard.
factoring in the fact that those people actually care about their children and the education of their children. So the mindset is completely effed up. However, it's the reach of this information and their mind being unable to fathom that this is disinformation and worried about their offspring and worried about the continuity of their family and worried about the protection of the family wealth. This is real. It is funny as hell, right? But let's just say that over the last 24 hours, some risk management companies in the Middle East made a lot of money just by providing an opinion on whether they should do this or not. That's number one. Number two, actually, boats sailed out of Hurghada and sailed out of Guna on the Red Sea, heading to undisclosed destinations with the wives and the children of those men and hired security teams. So this has actually happened over the last 24 hours just because of what Gunny has just explained. And it is just ridiculous at this point because Russian disinformation is shit, but a lot of people are still falling for it. Whether they have money or not, whether they come from education or not, a lot of people are still falling for it.
But isn't this a perfect opportunity to make money?
Not if you're a good man.
Well, if you operate a gas station for yachts, if you sell them yachts, if you give them advice, this is a perfect opportunity. We should speculate against these guys and their real estate ownerships, and probably they have offloaded some stock already. That's perfect. It's ideal.
Yeah, look at what happened to the Cairo Stock Exchange over the last 72 hours. But regarding advice, the good guys didn't make any money. The bad guys made a lot of money. The yacht people made a lot of money, and a lot of boats had sailed.
Because when faced with tsunami creating weapons, the best place to be is on a boat. I mean, fuck that mountain.
No, look at how
mountain retreat.
Okay, no, stop.
Oh, no.
Everyone,
Danny,
stop.
We're not doing Noah's story here, but just look at how many boats arrived at Seychelles over the last 72 hours.
Oh,
She sells seashells by the.
Gunny, please save me.
No, I just want to note, if you're on a yacht, better to be out at sea than in port when a tsunami strikes. That's true. Can we now please get off this nuclear nonsense, pretty please? Because I think we must have spent. Actually, I'm sorry, we must have spent literally hundreds of hours at this point, going back and forth on this. And there's a bunch of people with their hands up who hopefully want to talk about something not to do with the psychological warfare that nuclear warfare is.
Can I then say something else? In view of an upcoming military update, which I hope we can still do before our friend goes to donate and pay homage and enjoy Yom Kippur. Let's just highlight the following. 3 different sources have told us that Route 66 between Troitske and Severodonetsk is completely pre-sighted and therefore impassable for any Russian force which wants to move more than a millimeter, respectively, remain on that road. Again, Route 66 from Troitske all the way down through Svatove, Kremina to Severodonetsk is completely, as the Ukrainians call it, under fire control or pre-sighted and therefore not passable for orc, armor, trucks, and personnel.
Well, now let's continue on that exact thought. Who was next? Beth was probably next.
Okay. Wow. I don't even know where to go after that. It was a great conversation. I know, Doman, you're tired of it, but really great and very good to have Gunny's voice back. Gunny, you know so much, but the way you share what you know is easily digestible, easily processed, and that's a really good quality you have. And Em, it's good to hear your voice again too.
Super, Beth.
Pardon me?
Strawberry daiquiri for me until you cannot drink them anymore at Lazoni Vareg at the beach barbecue when we all go there on Crimea. If you leave it right there and don't go nuclear.
I won't. Axel, I appreciate your analysis always as well. So strawberry daiquiri, back to you. I will refrain from winding around to anything nuclear. I'm going to zip that up. And I'll just say that some of the people who listen are so very talented with computer images and whatnot. And I think it would be fun to see a little JPEG or whatever we call them titled Putin's Misadventures and have him accidentally walking off of a 16-story building and just leave it there and just troll with somehow Putin falling off of a building. So I'll just leave it there. I've enjoyed the conversation a lot this morning. Thank you all so much for your expertise.
Beth, I hear.
Can I just say, Beth, thank you very much. Look, everyone is just trying to introduce a bit of calm and reason to this. And the thing was, I had 10 minutes because I'm busy building a shelter in the back garden. So I had nothing to do anyway. So I thought I'd jump in. No, I didn't really. Look, the other thing, sorry, Domin, just a quick 60-seconder because you've not had a naval update in a long time. What I would say to all of you is keep an eye on the North Sea oil gas fields. Gas is obviously a hot topic. With what's going on, exercise Joint Warrior, which was a big annual exercise off the UK, that's being stripped back a little bit and ships are being retasked to look after North Sea platforms. I think rather than the nuclear option, he may well go after a gas platform because he knows he could play plausible deniability without throw his hands up and say, well, you know, you've had an accident. And of course, the damage to gas prices for that would be pretty bad for Europe. It would have a substantial effect on the market. There are reports of UAVs being seen. The Norwegian government and the Danish government have publicly come out now to say there's a security concern. HMS Somerset has been retasked off Joint Warrior to go. SMG-1, the NATO minesweeping force, is currently coming up the Bay of Biscay, probably to be retasked for security. So I would just keep an eye on that. And again, if something does happen and a platform does get hit by a UAV, there's an explosion or something, just take a deep breath, one marching pace back, look at it and think, he's doing this to intimidate me. He's doing it because he knows it's going to hit gas prices. He's doing it because he thinks he can get us to back off. And so long as we're all steadfast and the centre must hold, he's wasting his time, isn't he? But just be a little bit prepared for that. We're watching it. There are some indications. There's a lot of activity in the Baltic as well. And keep an eye out for the Swedish MOD, who've come out today and essentially said they know who the culprit was for NS1 and 2. There'll be some more evidence coming, but all indications are they chased the culprit. We knew what was going on, and we let them do it because it was a colossal act of self-harm on their own infrastructure. I never bought the accident thing. I think what the Swedes have come out with today kind of backs up what we were saying, and certainly what Chuck was saying about how he'd have done this kind of operation. So, just chill, look out for it, and be prepared for something.
Gunny, just a little levity. Do you remember when I told you I found that gin and the big title on it, the label was Navy Strong? And I told you if I could get a screenshot or a snapshot of that label, I would send it to you. I couldn't find that bottle again, but it was funny, and I thought of you. Do you remember that?
And hold on, your house is so big you lose bottles of gin. What
No.
kind of house do you live in? Do you live in a house like Axel's?
I don't.
It's the same house.
But it's good to hear you today, Gunny. Take care.
Right. Where were we? Gunny's right.
I would like to highlight that Gunny is still between the front gate and the main estate.
Yeah. I've been walking for 4 months. Right. I've crossed the snowy mountain, and I went through the caves of Undur, and I still can't see your house, Axel. So I'm getting pretty bored. Can I call a cab?
It is like the Camino. It's a walk of faith.
Yeah, you can get stuffed. I'm calling a cab.
And you need to be greener, so no cabs. Get an electrical scooter or something.
Yeah, I'll turn up in a Tesla.
No Teslas. Scooter is fine.
Yeah, no Teslas, because I want to get there without burning to death, because it can't do more than 5 miles without exploding.
Let's not start talking about battery fires, honey.
Battery fires? That sounds like something the CJ does. Goodness, I had like 5 jokes with the people talked over, so tough you don't get to hear them. Let's go on to Princeton, Kristen Candy. Prince.
Oh my God, what a beautiful day. I'm sitting here busting my ass up laughing so hard. And Gunny, I just want a commitment from you and a promise from you that when it's time to shit your pants, you will definitely put out a tweet letting us know, hey y'all, it's time to shit your pants. Because that was, I think, the best line and the best thing I've heard all day. So I think you gave us a really good reminder and all of that. And that's why it came up, because I just was cracking up laughing and had to thank you for reminding us that it's not time to shit our pants yet, and we'll know when it is time.
I'm going to have
Excellent.
this entire space speaking common English by the end of this war, won't we?
I mean, as much as you may try, we shall see. Chris.
Hi all. I'm not sure I can add much to what Gunny and others have said, but it may help to know that there's an online guide that you can get from the 1980s in the UK called Protect and Survive. So you can download that free off the internet. It will tell you everything you need to know about what to do in a nuclear war. And obviously the biggest thing to do is smile. And Gunny must be reading it, because obviously one of the most important sections is dig yourself a big hole or hide underneath your kitchen table. So I don't know if that
What
helps.
did we say, Chris? What did we say about no more nuclear stuff?
Sorry about that. Yeah, but I mean, that is a really important guide, though. I'll leave it at that.
There's a song about it as well, if I remember. Scandi.
I think Nina was before me.
Nina.
Thank you, Scandi, for being a gentleman.
Always.
Some say fins are fungible.
Well, there are many gentlemen here, and I want to thank Gunny and all of you who spoke about this, very realistically and also in an honest way. That I really appreciate. And Axel also always having a very clear, even I can understand things, and also Gunny's things. But my question is to Gunny, what the heck happened to your face?
Before Gunny can answer that, can I
That's the
state
Navy
my
straight,
own
Jim.
leftist protest? No nukes, no nukes, no nukes, no nukes. There will be no nuclear warfare. Sorry, Domin. Sorry, Gunny. Sorry, Nina.
Gunny, I'm looking at your profile picture.
Nina?
I'm getting
Nina,
really worried.
Nina.
Now we
Nina,
know
did you
why
just
Beth
see?
couldn't find that bottle.
Exactly. And did you also see that our friend M, nevertheless, still moved himself into -3 daiquiri territory?
What is that?
It's a stupid drink, strawberry daiquiri. Everyone who comes up and talks about exactly that topic, which shall not be mentioned further because we've gone through it for hundreds of hours, for tonight, please recognize that you will owe us 1 daiquiri for each mention at the beach barbecue, the Crimea 500, as soon as we're there. We will count, we take lists. Domin is very good at tracking this stuff.
But what about the hat Gunny has?
I'm glad you asked that question, Nina. And this is where the host will probably flinch and the fingers are hovering over the mute button. She's a very famous adult movie star of limited stature. And she wears a green hat. Don't ask me how I know this. I've certainly never watched any of her movies apart from the first 4. So I just thought I'd change it around. It made a change from the pirate one. I'm still looking for a picture of her in a pirate outfit. But there's just nothing going, mate, to be honest.
Gunny, NAFO fella pirate fella.
No, I'm not going to join NAFO. I freelance. I sort of hover on the fringes and then abuse Vatnik. So, I'm a moving target. Although I have been asked, but I'd just like to freelance a little bit and shoot them down. And anyone who's against the women of Iran who are just showing immense courage at the minute. That's kind of passing us up by, unfortunately. But what they're doing, I think, is absolutely astounding. And I really do hope that this works out the way that we're all intending. But also, I like chasing after people who think the Great British Bake Off is acceptable evening TV viewing because, they're just beyond help. It's just disgusting. That and what's that thing you like? The mansion house thing? Downton Abbey. Yeah, what is that about? I mean, that's just wrong, isn't it? All of that.
Gunny had spoken. Scandi.
Yeah, hi, Domin. Good evening. Thanks for holding the fort. You're such a great host, and actually, a number of my favorite hosts are here tonight. And it's been a brilliant discourse. Hats off to Gunny with the brilliant, cool-headed analysis of the thing that we can't talk about anymore, which I'm not going to be talking about. Well, there is actually a connection to the N-word, but one thing which I just kind of wanted to poll you guys. I've had a huge laugh monitoring occasionally, the hardcore Telegram channels by Wagner and all the other assholes, and the I have to say that it's really quite refreshing when you hear from these channels that they are voicing concerns about the fact that everybody lies, which then gives me a flashback to my favorite TV show, which is the HBO Chernobyl, where the reactor didn't blow up because of errors of the operators, but because everybody lies. And it's a really kind of a Chernobyl moment, I think, where now even these really gung-ho, creatures on Telegram are sort of, really voicing concern about it, and it's going up in the food chain because Margarita, what's her name, Goebbels,
Close, Simonian.
Oh, right, that's it. Yeah. So she's making monologues about this, and maybe Tom would be the person to answer this. But there's this kind of a is there a kind of a breakup of the cognitive dissonance where now the first degree is that everybody's realizing that, oh my God, our army is shite and all the weapons are moored in fancy harbors. Not to mention that our soldiers are not trained and we have no NCOs. The officers up and down, they don't give the truth, they just lie or steal. And I'm wondering if there's like a second degree of then breaking out of this illusion, which is that how long will we wait that Simoyan actually opens up on the TV and goes, oh, we're actually not a first-rate power, we're not even an empire, but a sort of a Potemkin village with the economy of the size of Spain, or at least it used to be the size of Spain. So, I mean, I see that the cards are sort of, maybe this is wishful thinking, but there seems to be sort of lower in the food chain this realization that, hey, hang on, this whole thing that we believed in is actually not true, which is, the mechanics of waging war and being a great power where you could just, walk into your neighbor's country and start committing genocide. You actually don't have the capability to do that. And also that actually the whole system, the whole country, the whole pompousness is all fake. And now they're sort of becoming to kind of realizing that. I don't know. I mean, does anybody get the feeling as I do?
Scandi, I get the feeling that the Russians know that they're done for, and now they're grasping at straws, whatever straws they can figure out how to reach. That's pretty much it. That's all that's going on at this point. It is actually that simple. Nothing else is happening. They're just genuine.
Yeah.
And they're grasping at some really dumb straws, but that's about it. Craig, you've not had a chance to comment on recent developments for want of a phone.
No, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to just add something that Gunny was saying in regards to this pipeline situation. I think one thing that we have to also maintain perspective on is that Western countries, NATO, Norway, Sweden, other ones, have their own underwater vehicles that they can, I don't want to say stationed down there, but they can certainly patrol. Now, granted, gas lines are much longer, but sonar reaches much further than it used to. And so you'll be able to see these things as you move close. And so while we should be hearkening to the advice of, maintain calm and don't get over your skis on this, I would say don't forget we have our own surveillance techniques as well. When I say we, I mean the West. That now that Russia did this, our antennae are up, our sonars are active. They're probably planning more sonar buoys in and around these lines. I think that goes without saying. That's standard operating procedure. So if something does come near, we will know that it's there. And so I think the risk is relatively small to these pipelines because let's be honest about it. These are sovereign assets. These are a nation state's property, and they will protect them. Even though they're in international waters, it's like a 3,000-mile long ship that's in Norway and docks in Belgium that's flagged Norway, right? It is still very much theirs, and they have a right to protect it, as do any other nation that wants to be involved. So just wanted to kind of throw that in there in regards to our capabilities, not just the Russians, but ours.
Rusty, pipeline, docks, ship, really long and stuff. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had to spam my thumb there to get the word in. So I would just say, Craig, sorry. That's not true. I don't believe that at all. Every document I've seen from the Norwegian government that's been unclassified states that they haven't prepared anything. They're not prepared to defend the 9,000 kilometers of oil pipelines, undersea and gas pipelines. I can't say that I agree with your statement at all. We're completely unprepared. We've even taken down our coastal defense. So what I mean with coastal defense, it's not an active defense. It's Coast Guard, but it's not Coast Guard. It's we can mobilize. We last year we could mobilize guys in around harbors and make sea defenses to defend our refineries and guard them with a kind of coastal guard, but we just took that down as well. I can't say I agree with what you're saying here, Craig. I'm sorry, but we're completely unprepared for this because we've even let Russian fishing boats troll around the pipelines, and we know that they know where they are and they're ready to strike them. But I don't think they'll do it. But if they do, they have the possibility. And then we have NATO. So the funny thing is that the Communist Party in Norway right now is the one that's screaming the loudest, and they don't even want us to be in NATO. So they scream that we are unprepared to defend us, and we are. But the funny thing is that they've said that we should drop out of NATO, and now they're saying that they're the ones screaming the loudest. But yeah, if they strike it, we have Article 5. And I don't think people will doubt who strikes Norwegian oil facilities if that happens. And that's our safety. But we're really not well prepared there, Craig. I can't say we're even to scour for drones. We're flying FC-35 around our oil installations to guard them. So yeah, I would like to hear Ireland as well.
Rusty, say hi to the Royal Navy and the US Navy. Oh,
yeah, but
also say thank you.
So
and motivate your government to take some of the money from your sovereign wealth fund and put it into Ukraine, and take that money and buy 500 Leopards.
So yeah, if I had been the government officials, I had sponsored Ukraine way more than we're doing now. But the funny thing is that we have known this and we haven't done anything. That's the stupidity of our current governments. But Erlend, som han heter, the other guy from Norway here, would probably have a say. I would like to hear if he disagrees with me.
Can I? Okay,
You
I'll go ahead. Yeah.
on.
Okay. Well, I do not disagree that we are unprepared. I am though sure we don't get the full picture from outside. What is true though is that there has been a lot of bad investments in defense the last few years. The priorities I don't want to go into, but we spent enormous amounts of money on moving bases around for the big preparation of the hundreds of billion-dollar investments when it comes to the F-35s. And it has definitely impacted our naval capacity as we did not invest in it. And one of the frigates went down in an accident, and nothing is being done about that. So there's a lot of things that should be modernized and fixed when it comes to naval defense, for sure. What I wanted to point out though is, what can we do when we see these bullshit supposedly research vessels that are allowed to go as free as they want into Norwegian economical zones? Could we, as allies, as NATO, or Norway, for instance, and Britain, which the seas of most of these pipelines are actually in, say that we do not now during wartime and security issues in Europe, want any foreign vessels in our seas and police that? Is it possible? And why isn't it being done already? Because right now, these academic bullshit research vessels are all over the North Sea, and nothing is being done with it about it.
Is that pure fishing vessels, Ireland?
No,
Mostly.
no, they are not fishing vessels. They have a permit to travel in Norwegian seas because of the fishing agreement, and they pretend that they are doing research.
Yeah,
And
but
by
the point is they're allowed to travel there because there are so-called fishing vessels, aren't they?
no, they're not
Because
fishing vessels.
No,
They're
they're
research vessels.
oceanic research vessels.
Yeah, and
And you
there's
shouldn't simply have to take the same action as other nations have already done, and take a significant amount of effort by sending a nice corvette and going alongside them and blocking their way and telling them no, and then they will say, but we have the right to do so, and you just tell them to go fuck off and circle them. The Royal Navy has done things like this in the past, hasn't it, Gunny?
Yeah, so I wouldn't agree about the Norwegians' inability to protect its own oil and gas fields. Look, what's the threat matrix? Submarines. If it sails from Murmansk, it'll have a tail. There's a lot of NATO submarine activity in the Iceland Faroes Gap, through the Norwegian Sea, up through the Barents Sea. We know that because we see odd boats coming in and going out of Faslane, primarily to stock up on munchies for the boys and girls. And this includes French ship as well. French submarine Rubis was in not so long ago. She did a fast turnaround and she sailed. So if it's a Russian submarine, it's probably got a tail on it. Therefore, if a Russian submarine did a run, tried to covertly do a hover over a North Sea pipeline, or even worse, within swim distance of a oil and sea gas platform, it's going to have two problems. One, once it becomes apparent it's up to no good, she's going to be blasted by active sonar, which is essentially a tap on the tail, and you've either got a spearfish or a Mark 48 ad cap zeroed in on you. Don't do it. Fuck off. Two, if there's any swimmers in the water, a active sonar on a NATO submarine will make sure that they've got no sense of direction for the next 30 years. So is that a realistic threat? Yeah, it's possible they may try and do something stupid, but we know the Norwegians are also putting detachments on platforms to defend against that stuff as well. There's all sorts of things you can do against swimmers. You can actually put permanent buoys down and then whack them on transmit, and that will make your eyeballs pop. So, as Craig said, you can do stuff like that. They have not only a comprehensive submarine screen to get through, but there are going to be acoustic sensors, proper hunt for Red October stuff, Red Storm Rising, and they're going to be detected because they're good, but they ain't that good. The thing that's interesting is the drones, the UAVs that have been reported. We don't know what sort of type. We don't know the kind of size. Are we talking quadcopter drone? In which case, a Russian fishing trawler, as has been pointed out, you launch it off the back end and you control it with your phone, and you make sure everyone sees it, and you create consternation and concern. That drags in NATO assets to protect them. So you've created a bit of a fuckwittery thing there, haven't you? You've forced us to be reactive. Are they something bigger, something that could carry a charge? Yeah, not beyond the realms of possibility. Could they launch something like one of these Iranian, I think it's Shahab, isn't it, off the back end of a trawler? Yeah, I could see that. I could see an improvised ramp and maybe try and fly a charge in. But the thing is, these days, seaways, transit lanes, areas of economic interest are all heavily mapped and heavily under surveillance. So you wouldn't get away with it. There would be reasonable doubt, and there would be suspects who would be picked up within a few hours. So Is it a threat? Yeah. Do the Norwegians need a coastal defence force and F-35s to counter this? I think that's overkill, probably more show of force. This is definitely going to be an SF op, special forces. It's something that certainly the SBS in the UK have had under their beret for decades. They've specialised in hijack of oil and gas rigs and counter-terrorism operations. The Fishery Protection Squadron, Offshore Protection Squadron, which I spent a year with, we patrol it. And so if you throw all the NATO assets in there, I think I'm 50-50 whether they'll go for it, because, as I say...
You're not 50.
Shut up. We don't talk about that, Axel. I'm still in my late 40s. Would they go for it and hope that they could really cause some mayhem to primarily the gas market? I think there's easy ways of doing it. I would go for an oil refinery myself rather than that. It would certainly be easier to do. Is it a distraction and an attempt with nuclear convoys and tidal wave creating torpedoes to cause concern amongst the populace and spread worry about the capabilities of Russia? Yeah. Could it be both together? Yeah, possibly. We simply don't know. But I would say the retasking of HMS Somerset is an indicator. It's sufficiently concerning that we're going to take precautions. And Joint Warrior is a long-planned exercise. A lot of effort goes into these things. And to start pulling warships off, I think a Danish warship sailed from Falmouth early. Expect to see some other assets probably leave the sort of short order to go and have a look. I think we're taking this seriously. How serious a threat it is, God knows. But I would suggest it's more likely than the nuclear scenario, to be honest. But yeah, do Norway need to spend more on defence? Yeah, I mean, this is a wake-up call. But I don't think land-based exercise in this case would particularly help the situation. Show of force is always good. F-35s are always good. I think the focus for us now is less Black Sea, more North Sea, Baltic, and certainly the waters around Murmansk, because there's some interesting data coming out of there about a build-up of backfires and bears, bombers, maritime strike aircraft, and they're doing an awful lot of jamming up there. It's coming up as GPS jamming. There's a map out. It looks like they are saturating the airwaves up there. And I don't think that's a intent to mess about with people's GPS. I think that's a byproduct of them trying to mess with orbital surveillance. Not Jewish space rays, obviously, Yehuda, you're in the clear on this one. But NATO surveillance satellites, I think they're trying to mess with them. So, and that's the fear thing, isn't it? What's based in Murmansk? Russian ballistic missile submarines. Oh no, they carry nuclear missiles. Why are they trying to jam us? Why don't they want us to know what's going on? Why is there a submarine disappearing? So
okay,
you see how it all kind of
get a minus. You get another minus to carry just for the illusion.
Yeah, exactly. All roads lead to Rome, and all bullshit leads to the Kremlin. And so you're seeing how it all ties in. We jam the airspace because we don't want NATO looking at our submarine base. That's scary because they've got nuclear missiles. We're going to do a missile or a super torpedo test in the White Sea. That's scary because it will create a tidal wave. Norwegians and the British are putting up increased assets around oil fields because there's gas there. What are we short of at the moment? Gas. What are really high at the moment? Gas prices. What's everyone worried about? The prices of their energy bills. What's going on down Nord Stream? How did the Russians do it? How did they manage to blow it up? If they can do it once, they can do it again. And by the way, there's a nuclear convoy moving through a city in Russia. It's all an intricate little web to get you on edge and to maybe get populations round to the idea of taking Mr. Musk's suggestion of let's negotiate a peace. So you see, it's all part of the program, along with stuff that's happening, as Em said, in Egypt. it would be fantastic if it wasn't so blatant punch in the face disinformation. If it was more subtle, they might have got away with it. But it's, you know, it's a bit pathetic. But it is working on certain people. So just chill. And if you hear this kind of thing, just refer it up to the mods or people in the know, and we'll put you right on it.
So are we looking at anti-submarine warfare in the Baltics?
The problem with all of these things, is it's like when they appeared over the cable junction in the northern approaches. What do you do? So they've got a dedicated submarine, not submarine, a dedicated cable oceanographic vessel that's purpose built to mess about with data cables, oil and gas pipelines, stuff like that. Now, what do we do if she magically reappears over the approaches in the northern approaches? If she cuts cables, we lose internet, we lose all sorts of things, and the financial system crashes. So, do we put a spearfish in her? Can you see what I mean? It's the ROE, isn't it? What do we do if a kilo gets within half a mile of a Norwegian gas platform? And she's been getting blasted by active sonar by HMS Ambush, and she's just blatantly ignoring it. Do we kill her? If a Russian trawler launches a drone and Ambush and HMS Tyne see it, and they see this drone flying towards a Norwegian gas platform, we kill the drone. Do we kill the trawler as well? So it's ROE, and there is going to be, you and I know, there are going to be rules of engagement in place for it. Rest assured, if the Russians kick off tomorrow morning and say we've lost a submarine, fucking NATO did it, I bet you pound to a penny she was up to no good, and the decision was made to kill her at high level, and she was doing something that fundamentally was going to imperil NATO infrastructure or NATO financial stability. So this is what the military do, ladies and gents. There are going to be ROE in place. Commanders will have that ROE. They'll know what to do. And I think if a Russian asset does or acts in a way that makes us think we are going to be badly affected by the result, we'll kill it. And we'll do it quickly and probably quietly. And we'll do a bit of plausible deniability. Oh, no, you've lost another submarine. It'll be something like that. Or, well, maybe the chef was boiling his potatoes on too high heat, and that's why your ship randomly suddenly exploded, and there are no survivors, So, it is a tough one, things like this, but it's been like that for months, as we all know. And we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, this is pretty clear right now. This is a provocation pushing for ASW so that they can have something that they can build on.
Yeah, I think so. I think best case scenario, this may be some stupid nerds in flares and cardigans and long hair who hired a boat and think that flying UAVs around on their iPhone towards oil and gas platforms is really, really funny. Because there are people like that in all societies, aren't there? There are, I'd probably encounter 10 idiots a day who would do something like that. So that is a possibility. This may be just dickheads, or people who are being paid, look, take a boat out and fly a drone around, don't do anything stupid, and here's $10,000 in your bank account. So it could be that. It would be a bit of a logistical effort, I would suggest. Probably Chuck's a man to ask about this. It's not like any special ops that I've heard of where you advertise your intent to strike a platform by flying UAVs around it. Because now all that's happening is helicopters are flying in detachments of Norwegians who are going to be sat on the platforms with itchy trigger fingers. So if they were going to hit a platform, retrospectively, you could say, well, what a stupid way of doing it. Carry out an overt reconnaissance and then plan on carrying out a special ops to kill a platform. So you could say this is just bullshit, and it's just trying to wind us up and detract and instill fear in the population. The flip side of it is potatoes will potato. They're utterly inept at operations of the military kind. And maybe they are planning to hit a platform and they're just too stupid to do a covert reconnaissance. And this is all part of the plan, and we might see a strike on it. But ASW. Well, we're a little bit stuck for destroyers at the minute. We're having some problems with the 6 that we've got. So Somerset, a Type 23 was always going to be first choice. There'll be other ships out there. There'll be at least one Norwegian frigate, probably 2, and expect at least one attack boat from
we have 3 corvettes and a frigate out, I think, and Coast Guard.
Yeah, but then again,
there you go. Yeah, so that's good cover. They'll probably be pinging on active sonar. And as I say, when it sails, we've got a tail on it anyway. So I'm arguing myself more into this is an attempt to distract and dishearten and spread a little bit of disquiet amongst Western countries about the stability of the gas supply, which remains fundamentally important to us.
Exactly, it is fundamentally important, but then again, we know this already for quite some time. In the meantime, let me just recognize we finally managed to get over some technical hurdles here. James should be with us. Can you hear us, James?
I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic! How's the Corvette?
It's much better. Actually went to the shooting range today and let off about a couple thousand rounds and took some aggression out on some paper targets. So
sometimes the focus of a shooting range is a very relaxing environment, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So before we go back into corvettes and the likes, and we could talk about cars, I presume, for hours. Earlier today, you were already on and we had a little chit chat. I couldn't participate all the time, but Doman was here, and I thought it's a good idea that before you travel again from Kiev back to the US to raise funds and to make sure that everybody is aware, that we can talk a little bit more about what Ripley's Heroes are doing and what you're doing on the ground in order to support this.
Well, I just got back from obviously, I mean, it's no secret. A couple of weeks ago, I had to bury my very good friend Victor, and so finally that's all over, and it doesn't make it any easier at any given moment. But so right now I'm back in. I went back down range. Got the guys. A bunch of much needed stuff. Body armor, Kevlar. Communications, things that were sorely needed, and so I'm back in Kiev now. I'm preparing to pack up, head over to Lviv for a day because the traveling. I mean, I don't know if you guys, a lot of people, don't understand how big this country is. So the traveling is it's quite. From the front lines to Lviv, you're looking at about 18 plus hours. That's if everything works smoothly, and that's without checkpoints and things of that nature. So you gotta try to pace yourself. I'm gonna head to Lviv. Probably stay in Lviv for a day, and then from there I'm gonna hit the Polish border, and fly out of Warsaw. I'm gonna head back to the United States. I'm going to land in Houston. I'm going to stay in Houston for about a week. And then I am going to be heading to Stamford, Connecticut. After that, Stamford, Connecticut, Pittsburgh. After that, Washington, D.C. After that, it's going to be. Oh no, I missed something. I'm going to head to Vegas too. There's a big function over there. And this is all just a fundraising tour, for, Ripley's Heroes and for Ukraine. Obviously, every dollar and cent that we raise goes to Ukraine. So that goes without saying.
So these are meet and greets, and you're talking.
Yeah.
Great.
Just a lot of people have invited me to things, and then I just kind of put it out there on Twitter. I'm like, listen, if I'm going to be going to the States for a few weeks, well, let's make the best of this. And and I think after that, Pittsburgh is going to be a big one. Have this guy Stiz, who is who is just a who has kind of become a friend of mine via Twitter, but he's a gentleman that has he's had back surgery, so he's got a lot of time on his hands, and he put together a major event in Pittsburgh, which is amazing. And so I got to give him a shout on that. And from there, I'll be heading to DC, and between DC and Pittsburgh, which is going to be a week apart, I think Rip and I are going to be back at the Helsinki Commission, trying to get these ITAR laws, finalized. And from there, I may be going to Louisiana. It looks like I probably will be. And from Louisiana to Canada, and from Canada, I'm going to head to the UK, and I'm going to go meet up with Victor's wife, and we're going to jump on a helicopter and spread his ashes over the sea, per his request. I was supposed to do that before I left, but she's like tied up in so much paperwork that it takes for her to put this to rest, with the Ukrainian army and crossing the seas to the UK. It's become kind of like a bureaucracy nightmare for her. So I'll be doing that, and then right back to Ukraine and back to business. So it's going to be pretty aggressive. It's going to be a lot, and it's going to be tireless, but it's going to be worth it, and it's going to be for the greater good. So
solid tour. We have you order.
Thank you, James. Welcome back. Awesome sauce. I was just speaking to Rip after we spoke about your world tour and your MriyaReport Maria tour in Canada.
I wouldn't call it a world tour. I would just call it a a very aggressive United States tour / Canada.
There you go, or Canada / United States. We're on top technically.
Yes. By the way, I'll be meeting you guys in Canada, or some of you, anyways, according to what we've been talking about. So that'll be great to put a face to the voice.
100%. All right. So yeah, Axel, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Let's just sort, James. Let's just sort through whether our panel has questions for you right away, because we want to clear a few hands. Tom, Dan, John, Erland, if anyone has questions for James, please give your head a wobble and shake it, or send me a heart, because otherwise we'll just continue with James first.
And while we do that, James, I don't know if you saw the tweet I sent you. I have it on good authority that a lot of things are moving and grooving on the northern part of Kherson Oblast, and it looks like the Russians are not doing so well, which is good. So we're looking at, just for clarity, I didn't give timelines in my tweet because it takes a while to clear things and it takes a while to conduct certain types of operations, but definitely the momentum is on Ukraine's side. Have you heard any news in Ukraine about any of these good victories in Kherson, James?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I have more intelligence than probably most of you guys, but yeah, I mean, everything's going very well. Let's face it. It's from the first day we started to where we are now. It's we have the upper hand. It's no secret that the technology has now come to fruition. Technology on the Russian side has been non-existent. We're taking their vehicles, we're taking their weapons, we're overriding them in every way, out strategizing them. From a logistics point of view, this is it's like taking candy from a baby at this point.
An ugly baby. Hey, James, take a look at the map.
An ugly baby.
Someone's saying that I'm crazy. So they say you're optimistic. That map's not true. Can you just take a look at the map in the nest? Tell us what you think.
Okay, so how am I looking at this? Jeepers, I don't know.
Do you know what the nest is or no?
No, listen, you're talking to an old guy who, I barely was able to get on here to be able to talk to you guys. I have a good friend of mine that calls me a boomer. So
okay, boomer.
So okay, boomer.
I'll send you the picture if you want.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you guys are going to know more than me as far as, listen, I'm actually here. So, from a logistics standpoint, you guys are looking at the maps. You guys are looking at everything that's going on. I'm boots on the ground. So to me, I'm looking at, woods. I'm looking at trees. I'm looking at, what's in front of me. So, the maps, everybody's going to have more intel than me as far as, from a map standpoint. I'm going to have more intel than you from a ground standpoint. So
where do you want the map? I want you to take a look at it. Where do you want it? On Twitter or on your?
Yeah. You can tweet it. I mean, you guys don't have my phone number yet? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I haven't. Do you want it on your phone or do you want it on your on your DMs?
Just shoot it to me on my phone, directly on my phone.
All right.
I think you guys have my phone number.
All right. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah,
Got it. All right. Fair enough.
Which, by the way, it's probably still going to be, Chinese to me.
No, it won't. No. Take a look right now. It's there. You can see it. So,
okay. Give me a second. I just got it. All right.
There you go.
Un momento, por favor. Yes.
They think that this is pie in the sky. Not everyone, just some detractors. I want to hear it from someone on the ground.
Just at first glance, hold on a second. I'm looking at it. Yeah, at first glance, this looks pretty accurate. I'm not gonna lie. These guys are listen. These Ukrainians, I'm telling you, I'm looking at your map, and yes, it looks pretty. According to what I know, looks pretty accurate. And this is not far from the truth, if not probably better. Okay.
High praise. We have sources there, and we're doing, and I do the maps. Like this is, I knew one day I would use all these wonderful skills from staff college that I thought I'd never use, because who would put me in charge of a brigade?
Exactly.
But at least the map symbols, right?
Hey, don't toot your horn too much. This is a very crude map, but it looks good. It's pretty accurate.
It's an average map. But listen, it's the point is, it brings hope to the people listening, James. So that's why I'm asking, right? It's not about my average map skills, but it's important to come from you.
If you want people to have hope, I can tell you this. Not only is this pretty. Hold on, and I'm still kind of like running through it. Not only is this accurate, but it's probably better than what you even have on here. I mean, it is just the momentum that we have built up over here is stupefying. I mean, honestly, you would not believe. First of all, the morale over here, the high morale is bananas. I mean, you can't stop these men. These boys are in it to win it. And they're not going to stop for anybody. So it's listen, I'm telling you right now, it's a nail in the coffin of the Russians. It's just a matter of time. I think the winter is going to be beneficial to us. I think it's going to the Russians they're gonna falter during the winter. They're gonna be going through hell, whereas we are now embedded. I said this earlier when we spoke. I don't know if you're the same gentleman. I think you're not. I've spoken to you guys many times. And
who, me?
Well,
I was just talking to you on the phone when you're at the range. It's me. I'm not gonna say my real name, but don't worry.
Okay,
it's me.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, so
it sounds different on Twitter. I have
the fact is, winter is going to be beneficial to us. A lot of guys think, hey, look, winter's going to be hell, but no, it's not. It's going to be beneficial to us because now we are embedded. We have, places to stay. We have warm places to go to at the end of the day when we're not doing operations, whereas Russians don't have anything. They're going to be in trenches. They're going to be in, they don't have, like I said earlier, they don't have the fuel to sustain themselves, to even keep themselves warm, whether it's, via generator or just sitting in their truck or a deuce and a half or whatever they, kind of nonsense that they're sitting in. It's just going to be a rough time for them. And you own the winter, you own the night, you win the war. That's it. It's as simple as that. So as soon 100%. As, see, as soon as we get additional thermal vision, night vision, and all that stuff is coming, and all these guys are starting to be provided with it. They're becoming battle hardened soldiers. These guys are getting good at what they do. They have professional drone operators now, not just guys that can fly a drone. They have professionals now. These guys have become great at what they do. So it's just
And
a matter of time.
Just for the record, I purposely did pull back some of my positions for Ukrainians just to give them, not that they need me, but the 20-kilometer gap there. But they are further than even the map is. But I was just trying to, I didn't want to go too far because people don't even believe that map as it is, let alone what I was going to put. But anyway, hey, listen, I'm going to give it to Axel to go through some hands here, and then we're going to try to bring up John Spencer, Colonel Spencer. Go ahead, Axel. Who's next? Tom?
Yeah, we had question. Tom is actually next. He had his hand up for a question for James.
Go on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, James. You came and because you've been on here a lot. You've been and spoke to us a good few times now. I think you were on the space, I want to say 5 weeks ago. It was before the Kharkiv offensive happened, and you were in real high spirits, and you were saying, I wish I could tell you what's coming, but I can't tell you. And you were very disciplined. You didn't tell us anything, which was great at the time. But I'm really curious to know now what it was you knew was coming then. Like, how much did you know about that?
Have you been watching the news?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about, buddy.
Yeah.
These are things that I knew that was coming. We're coming down the pipeline. Obviously, you can't just put your cards on the table and just show everybody your hand. So exactly what I knew what was coming is exactly what happened. Listen, I mean, first of all, I just want to make you guys understand where I am now, or where, let's just say where my unit is now. And I've said this before. We used to have to drive down the road 2 minutes to be able to engage. Now we have to drive 45 minutes. Now we have to drive an hour and a half. We're pushing these guys so far back that we might be behind the Russian border soon, and behind them. It's just and listen. You see what happened in Lima. Is that the right way to say it? Lima. Correct me if I'm wrong. Liman. Okay, Liman. So I mean, these guys are becoming brilliant offensive technicians. Okay, they're not pikers anymore. These guys are not just a bunch of guys who don't know what they're doing anymore. I mean, this is I was on the phone with you guys last week, and I was in a command post, and like literally watching these guys hit airstrikes, I mean, not airstrikes, but artillery strikes. Literally you can put them on the dinner table of the man that you want to hit. I mean, these guys are becoming supermen of military strategists, and this is going to be historical when you really think about it. These are gentlemen that 6 months ago, 7 months ago, didn't even have helmets, and now they're becoming super military strategists, professional military men. Just it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable since the first day I got here to now to see what is going on. It's like, it's so profound, and it's so overwhelming, to see that how these guys have developed their skills, and so many men in so little time. These guys weren't trained before. They never went through formal training. These guys are getting trained on the fly. When I say on the fly, I mean literally on the fly. There was no boot camp. There was no basic training. There was no AIT training, nothing that we have in the United States military. These guys were just getting trained as they go. Literally, men that had a job the day before, put a uniform on, had sneakers on, didn't even have boots, and now they're formidable soldiers.
It's incredible.
It is incredible, and and listen, history will show you. You know, once this is all over, you know the you know, from start to finish, how these guys started and how they finished is going to be pretty remarkable. And listen, if you can't appreciate that, then you can't appreciate any type of military history, because this is a remarkable thing to be a part of.
100%.
All
All
right.
right, let's grab a couple other hands.
Craig, we have Craig, then we have Erland, Dan, John, Wintermute, Gunny, and then more. So, Craig, shoot.
Yeah, James, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. So my question, my question to you is short, but I'm sorry to say might be complex. When you say
Don't
that
make
this
it complex, because I'm not that bright.
No, that's okay. So I guess let me phrase it like this then. The turnaround that you're describing of a military force from a civilian population to a military force, right? Morale has to be a huge part of that, right? You have to be energized to go to train. You have to be energized to learn the lessons.
Well, that's 100% true. I mean, it's listen, it's very easy. It's very easy to not have morale and give up. It's the easiest thing to do is give up. The hardest thing to do is to not give up. So these are guys that, you know, never faltered, never said I can't. They always said I can. And I've seen that. Listen, that'll actually trip me up, because I've seen it day in and day out. These are guys that didn't have the skills, that didn't have the training, that didn't have anything. You know, really, they were, you know, when I first got here, it was hard to get a weapon, let alone, you know, get a guy that's highly trained. You know, the way they have adapted to this experience, this war, this combat experience, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they just never gave up, even when, you know, when they should have, when they said, hey, look, I don't even have gear, I don't have boots, I don't have a uniform, I'm wearing a t-shirt, you know, that says, you know, it's a fake Abercrombie and Fitch t-shirt. I mean, this is the type of guys that I went to battle with in the beginning. It's a true story, man. I'm talking about, they had old Reeboks and you know, a pair of fatigues, you know, on their legs, and maybe had, you know, combat, you know, colored gear atop. If you had an OD green shirt, you were ahead of the game. Now these guys are they're fully fitted out, man, and they're ready to go, and they have all the gear that they need in order to, and we're continually providing them with what they need.
We can't forget there is a core of 200,000 plus then another 400,000 or 500,000 who've been through the mill before, right? So you're not always seeing them. James is seeing a lot of people just rushing to the front lines when this first kicked off. But I mean, we can't forget the contribution that America and its allies, Canada, Great Britain, did.
Well,
with
there
their
was a
training
lot of
missions.
guys. There was a lot of guys from the Crimea era that you know, like, you know, listen, there are veterans over here, and you know,
lots of them.
These Crimea guys, you know, they still had their stuff, so you know, they were ready to go. But then you have a lot of you know, F and Gs, you know, as we call them, fucking new guys. Excuse my language. That didn't have anything, and but they everybody stepped up. You know, everybody just everybody pulled off their big boy pants, and they just went bananas. And these guys are now, they're no longer, you know, kids that did nothing and just came from the parents' house the day before, they are now warriors. So
100%. Yeah, no, and we're also got to remember there was also tens of thousands of Ukrainians for the last several months have been training elsewhere. They're obviously going to different areas, but bottom line is, even the ones that didn't have experience, they learned quick. That's your take-home message. The ones with no experience learned quick.
Super quick.
Amazing.
Super
All right,
quick.
awesome.
I mean, everybody over, you know, it's sink or swim over here. You know, you can't just be over here and just say, hey, look, you know, I have, you know, I'm going to go through 8 months of training. And no, you just got to sink or swim. So you have to be able to adapt very easily and very quickly. And if you don't, then, you know, there's sharks and there's fish.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's grab a question from Denjon. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Yoda. And yeah, thanks, James, for taking questions. And you should know you're a great inspiration. You probably heard it before today, but I honestly mean it. And also, I remember the first times you were here. I mean, you were what you said is that we don't have gear, we need this, we need that, we need this, and now completely different story. Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it's the contrast is you know, unbelievable. It's you know, there was one time that I went on a rant, you know, and I put it on Twitter. It's like, you know, listen, this is, you know, I got two magazines over here. You know, they expect me to go in there and fight with 2 magazines, and you know, once those magazines go, you know, where am I? You know, at this point, you know, that was a legitimate concern, and now it's like, hey, what do you need? What do you want? You know, now I can just go through a armory and just pick whatever I want. So so the difference is astronomical, you know, and we're talking about 5 months divided. You know, five months ago, I didn't know if I was going to survive, because if I ran out of ammunition, you know, then I have nothing left. You know, I only have 2 magazines. You know, it was so hard to even find 7.62 rounds because I was carrying an AK-47, and most people were carrying 74s. So the difference between that is the ammunition. So if I have a hard time finding 7.62 rounds, then, you know, once I'm out, then I'm out. You know, what am I going to do? Am I going to get captured? No, I'm going to pull my knife out and I'm going to run at somebody, because I know what they would do to me if they got a hold of me. So so now I have infinite ammunition, and I have infinite, you know, and this is a lot of stuff that we've taken from the Russians too, by the way. So we have no shortage of any of this stuff. You know, we have, you know, one thing that has never been, that I've never seen that we've had shortage of, is Javelin rockets, which was key in the beginning. You know, that's how we took out a lot of tanks. And and then, so, you know, then the Stingers started coming in, and Stinger rockets were, you know, definitely critical to, you know, what we needed to do. You know, we were taking out choppers and jets with Stingers. And then came the M777s, and then came the HIMARS. And so all the stuff that's coming in now, you know, from Western countries and other countries, I don't want to credit the United States for you know, providing everything for us, because there's a lot of other countries that have contributed. So, you know, I just want to, first of all, you know, thank every country who has contributed anything to the effort. It's so important, you know, and these guys are just getting better. So now these guys are now, you know, master drone operators, master airstrike. I mean, not airstrike. You know, artillery strike. You know, guys. You know, again, you just. I mean, the precision strikes that we're able to accomplish right now is just so unbelievable compared to when we first started. I mean, we were just literally just, you know, sitting ducks.
Yeah, and the big
James,
picture, James, is that the defense, the delay is a different battle, right? So the Ukrainians had to take a lot on the chin for a long time until they could get to the position where they could launch their counterattacks. That's more big picture stuff, but it's eye opening to hear what it must have felt like to be on the receiving end. And the amazing thing is when you're fighting that delay and a mobile defense and your defensive land operations, you take a lot of punishment. Yet, as you've said, the morale never wavered; it always was there, and that's probably why they were able to hold all those positions that they were meant to hold, right?
No, I mean you'll see a couple videos of me, taking airstrikes and me laughing at it, and we all did, we were just like, hey, listen, the morale has always been there. It's never wavered. That's one thing I can tell you about Ukrainians. These guys, their morale is like so ridiculous. It's even when they have no reason to have any morale, because we were so outmanned and out armed and out maneuvered. I mean, in every way. In the beginning, we had like zero chance, and these boys never ever said, I never had one guy look at me one day and just be like, I don't want to do this anymore. I can't do this. This is an unwinnable war. I never heard anything like that. It was always just like, let's just get better, and boy, I tell you, that creed have not faltered since day one.
So definitely don't get in a bar fight with a room full of Ukrainians. That's
shit, no, man. I wouldn't.
Anyway.
I would have to pull my phone out and be like, hey, look, I fought with you guys. Just please leave me alone.
James, I'm going to leave you in Axel's capable hands. I got to get ready for Yom Kippur. It's the Day of Atonement, and I really appreciate all our listeners and audience for listening. And please take care of James. Send him some love. Give him a follow. We're working together now. Ripley's Heroes, Maria Aid, MriyaReport, a bunch of others, Malcolm Nance, and the work they do. We'll explain more of that in the coming days and weeks. But we're definitely this is his second home. Whenever he can pop on, he's promised to do so.
This might be my first home soon.
It'll be your first and second.
I mean, America might be my second home.
100%, brother. So thanks so very much, everyone. And I'm going to pop off for a bit to get ready for Yom Kippur. Be well, some pal. Bye.
All right. Good luck to you.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Good. We have lots of questions in the DMs and the likes. Dan John, you had your hand up before. Shoot.
Yeah, I only made a comment just now, and now I have a question. So, James, now we see all the success, both up north and south. What do you think about the Crimea later on? What's your thought on that?
Oh, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that Crimea is just going to go back to Ukraine. I mean, I mean, that's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah, it is. I wanted to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, Crimea is not only is it going back to Ukraine, it's probably belongs to Ukraine already. Everything that Russia has claimed that they own now is not theirs. Nobody's acknowledging that. The referendums that they've been putting out there is null and void. I mean, everything is it's absurd. What they did was they just gave this country back their country by trying to invade it. And I mean, Crimea is going to be back part of Ukraine. The referendums are ridiculous. I mean, it's, lest anybody believe that that's happening. You can't, if you think that you're going to have a bunch of guys with AK-47s come up to somebody's door and say, hey, vote. That's not happening either. Yeah, maybe people did that. Yep. But what would you do if you had a bunch of soldiers sitting at your door and saying, hey, vote the way we want you to vote or else, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone had doubts.
Yeah. So nobody's acknowledging that nonsense.
No, I got it. But I only have one concern, that the archers from Sweden will not be there in time. They will not be needed when we finally release them. because the way things are going now. I mean, it's fantastic to see. Okay, thank you for taking questions.
Well,
Stay
thank
safe.
you for asking.
James, we're currently always making fun of the archers, and we're asking Dan John when they are coming, so this is why it goes. And we would love to see them in theater, of course, no question about it. I think James and his compatriots could make great hay of the fact when the archers are preparing the crowd. All right, gentle people. So the next one I'm going to pick is Erland, and then I need to cycle up other people.
Thank you very much for being here with us, James. It's always very interesting to listen to you. I have a question about something that John, the Major, was talking about the other day, and it's about the role of the mentoring in this very special mobilization that you also went through, because you came there as a volunteer when the whole thing started, with lots of people that didn't know how to fight, as you mentioned, and how the NCO Corps and the whole structure, and having the possibility to lean on a number 2 or a first sergeant, or someone with experience as an NCO, as you probably yourself worked as a mentor for many unexperienced soldiers. How has that been impacting the Ukrainian army as a whole, in your experience?
I mean, listen, it's slow going. I mean, there's no doubt that there's definitely still a lack of experience over here. They just get better and better every day. The structure, as far as the military structure over here, is still a little squirrely. It's gotten 10 times better since the first day I got here. Like, for instance, when I first got here, there was no rank. Okay, there was no one who there. It was just basically the oldest guy was the guy that ran the roost. Okay, so that is, a really weird way of operating, as far as a military unit, right? So so I'm just gonna say his name, because who cares? Nobody's gonna know his name. His name is Sergey, and he was just the oldest guy in the group, so he was the commander. All right, there was no rank structure, so maybe Sergey has some experience as far as being older than everyone else, and by the way, not much older than me. But operating that way is ridiculous. Now, while Sergey was the elder, he was not the most experienced soldier, right? There were some guys that were Crimea guys, but they were, maybe 30 or 26, or and that's just not the way to operate. So now they actually have a command system, whereas they have guys that they're appointing to be commanders. They're looking at the best and the brightest, and they're able to put them in place, and and utilize them in a way that you should in a command system. So Victor, for instance, became a high commander very quickly because he was a UK soldier, and he was a rifleman in the UK, and people respected him, and they respected his leadership. So now they're actually putting people into place that you can have a formidable military with a hierarchy. If that makes any sense. I don't even know if I'm answering your question correctly, but
Well, it was more leaning towards the mentoring part of the people that have experience. Of if the command structure is changing, obviously, but more about the people that have experience and being able to mentor totally unexperienced people into real fighting force.
Well, yeah, that's happening as well right now too, and that was something that was like completely absent in the beginning. It's yeah. But to be honest with you, to answer your question honestly, the mentoring system is still, kind of it's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. It's something that has a lot to be desired. Um, but you got to understand, this is very new to this whole country. These guys didn't ask for this. They weren't expecting this, so they don't have a lot of things in place that most countries would, that do expect combat, that do expect this type of aggression. So let's just say the mentoring system is not, it's not perfect right now. It's more like individualistic. In other words, if you're a good leader and you want to provide good mentorship, then you're going to do that. But if you're asking for a military that provides good mentorship, then I wouldn't say that this is the place to be. I would just say that it would be more individualistic than anything else.
And you experienced this both vis-a-vis the TDF, the territorial defense, as well as the Legion, or also all the regular forces?
Listen, I mean, one thing I'm never going to speak on is the Legion, because I have never been part of the Legion.
No, but you've seen them. So you've had contact.
I have not even had much contact with the Legion other than Malcolm Nance. That's as far as I mean, listen, I've met Legion guys.
Well, that's the best part then, right?
I've met Legion guys. I've had conversations with them. I'm not going to speak on the Legion because listen, I spoke on it earlier. I don't want to speak on the Legion because it's not something that I've been a part of. I've heard, good and bad things about them, but listen, you ultimately want to think, at least you want to think that these guys are doing the right things, and sometimes they're not, sometimes they are. But I've been embedded with Ukrainians from day one, so I would prefer not to speak on something that I've not been a part of.
Absolutely, 10-4, absolutely okay. No, I was only trying to differentiate the picture for our audience, because there's obviously different forces. There's also completely different units, and there's many different units within Ukrainian armed forces. And we had a number of majors, captains, and also the NCO trainers here on our show already. And obviously, there's many different parts of the Ukrainian armed forces which have migrated and transitioned to a modern army in a different format. So I'm just trying to highlight that obviously there are some units which have done great things already in the meantime, albeit that there's always a need for improvement. So we're completely with you. Do you mind if we take more questions?
Yeah, I'll take a couple more.
Great. So George.
Hey guys, hey James. Welcome back to the space again. We spoke a while back. I had reminded you when you had gone to go get your eyeglasses. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think what you were trying to say, James, and if I'm incorrect, so what you're saying, like a territorial guard, just for the listeners. So what you're saying is like the training and the mentorship isn't uniform, right? Like I know you were regular Army, right?
Yes, sir.
In the U.S. Army.
Yes,
So
sir.
we would go. It didn't matter what unit you went to. You went from one unit to the other. Pretty much the tactics were almost the same, right? If you went to one basic training, you went through them all, right?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty across the board. Yeah.
So, and what you're trying to say now in a territorial guard part, at least some of that training isn't the same across the board.
No, not here. No, it's
exactly.
There's some guys that are trained because they've been prior service, and there's some guys that just literally put on a uniform and have zero training. So it's a very conflictive amount of train. It's almost unfair. It's on a playing field. For me to go out with a soldier that has been highly trained is good, right? For me to go out with a soldier that has zero training is unfair to me, because now I got a guy next to me that is basically doesn't know his ass from his elbow, but doesn't make him a bad person. Just makes him a guy that put on a uniform and decided to fight for the good fight.
Exactly. And so now with the Ukrainians, there's a lot of newer recruits, I guess, or whatever you want to call them, that are being trained, I think, in Great Britain, right? In England, there's a bunch of NATO nations that have set up a training, and I think they're training 10 to 20,000. Of course, that training will be uniform. But what you're talking about is right now in country, because it's hard to set up that training, right? Like in the United States, we've been doing this training for years, and we change it. There's changes. Remember, TradeOx sends down a memo, and they're like, "Okay, you guys are gonna start doing it this way." And you go through the initial companies that get trained, and then they train everybody else. It's hard to do that when you're getting bombed, and
Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, the reality is you can have a guy on your left side that is special forces. You can have a guy on your right side that never even played Call of Duty. So it's it's a hit or miss, man.
And that can compromise your. And so when you're doing like a
Sure.
mission, like
Sure.
so then you have to be selective. If you're going to go and do like a recon mission, you don't want the FNG on a recon mission, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you don't always have that opportunity. You don't always have that opportunity, because you got to take what you can get over here, and unfortunately, that's the reality. It's you can have a good guy on your left, like I said, and you can have a guy on your right that you're like, holy shit, this guy's gonna get me killed. So you as a leader have to be able to make this guy a formidable soldier, and it would be irresponsible of me to just let him not know shit. So that's my responsibility to make sure that sure, he doesn't have any training whatsoever. However, if he's going to be on my right side, well, what do I have to do? Well, I got to fucking make sure that he knows what he's doing, and that's my responsibility.
So it's a WW. He has the will. You have to show him the way.
Right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. You take care of yourself now. Thank you.
All right. Very well.
Thanks, James. And thanks, George. Chris.
Thanks, Axel. James, just to let you know, I sent you that DM about the memorial thing for Victor. Yeah. So pick it up when you can, if you want to.
Sure thing.
And also just to let you know, any help that we can give, in promoting the tour as well. Just like, make sure we've got the dates and the places and that, so we can.
Well, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna be doing a lot of things in the United States. I'm gonna hit Canada, and then I'm definitely gonna be in the UK. Rather briefly, but I will be there. And and that's to see Victor's wife and spread his ashes over the seas. So yeah, I mean, I would I think I got your I think I actually responded to you, didn't I?
I don't think so, James. I don't think you've responded
if
yet.
I haven't, just hit me up again, and I promise you I will, because I mean the UK is going to be a big deal for me. It's going to be my final goodbye to my good friend. So
yeah, understand. Okay, well, okay, I'll send you another one and that, and I'm just going to say, I don't want to take up too much time here and that, but James, if like these, and obviously these guys are as untrained, as you say. I mean, what they're doing is just like totally amazing, isn't it?
Well, first of all, they're not untrained anymore.
No.
These guys are, hardened warriors. So they were untrained at one point.
Yeah.
And listen, there's still going to be kids that are going to be going in, and they're going to be untrained, but they're going to. But again, sink or swim over here. It's no. This is not. This is fucking no joke over here. And excuse my language, but it is no joke. You know, when these guys fight, they have to fight. When we fight, we have to fight. This is it's this is nothing like anybody has ever seen. And I'm gonna go on a limb, and I'm gonna say that for most soldiers. Um, you know, if you want to fight 24 hours a day, you can over here. If you have that energy, you can. If you have that sustainability, you can. Obviously, the human body needs a break from time to time. But this is something else over here, and 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 I'll tell you what, the greatest thing about this is, you know, these guys who have never been in battle, going into battle. I couldn't be more proud than seeing any of these kids, you know, go in. They just they are just they're 100%. There is 100% motivation and morale, and you wouldn't believe it if you see it. You know, you just got to see it to believe it. It's pretty remarkable. It's pretty amazing to watch these boys go in and look. They just love their country, and they're not giving it away anytime soon.
Absolute
Yeah,
heroes.
I've never been more proud to fight, you know, along with the young men. And listen, I'm an old motherfucker right now. You know, I'm 48 years old. I'm a little long in the tooth to be doing this shit. But I'll tell you what. When you see these and they listen and they learn quickly, and they're all in, you know. And it's never been more of a pleasure to ever, you know, fight alongside with you know, men like these. I mean, everybody would be proud. Every warrior would be proud to fight alongside these guys. I mean, these guys are fucking Vikings.
Excellent. All righty, we have more questions, James. Let's go to Gunny, and then we go to Meat Bunny, and then we go to Oberon and George again, and Ireland. So, Gunny.
Hi, James. Mate, first time we've spoken. Love listening to you. I've never popped up before because when I left the Navy, I joined the Army and I became a turbo remp. So, obviously, you being T-Farm's infanteer, I bathe in the turbulence of your magnificence. Mate, I've got a couple of really nerdy, remphy questions. I hope you won't mind me asking. If they are a bit boring and a bit frobby, just say, mate, get a fuck. All right, and I'll drop down. But
I love your accent. I got to give you that.
All right, mate. A couple of questions, just from the infanteer's point of view, and I know you probably have answered this a lot of times, but over in the UK, I missed some of the really good guests, unfortunately. When you get into contact, are you seeing a variation of the how the opposition react in contact? Are you seeing some units are just absolutely shocking, and you're kind of scratching your head, and other units are actually fairly switched on and reacting as you would? Or are you seeing across the board incompetence, or is it just a bit of a mishmash?
Okay,
and
hold
you're
on.
identifying units who are
Stop you for a
competent.
second. Are you talking
Yeah,
about
sorry, mate.
our side or their side?
No, so if you get into contact, the Russians, are they behaving generally to one standard, or are you seeing a great variation? Are you running into units who are pretty competent and then running into others who are just shit, or is there kind of a standard?
It depends on the timeline. So I'm getting back. I hear myself. All right, we got.
Yeah, we had an echo. It's okay. James,
Okay.
please carry on.
All right, so it depends on what time period you're talking about. So in the beginning, you know, it was, you know, again, I've said this time and time again. So you know, this is, you know, I'm kind of regurgitating, you know, what I've said before. But in the beginning, it was more a you know, a close contact, you know, urban warfare. And then, you know, it has subsided from there to, like, you know, more of a trench warfare type thing. So it depends on where and when you were at. So right now, Jesus Christ, I'm almost like kind of forgetting like his question because it was kind of like drawn out. But
Just the difference in units. You see very competent and less competent units, or is there
yeah,
any
I mean,
kind of pattern?
I've never seen the honest answer, and listen, and I'm going to be very candid. I've never seen a really competent unit, and you know, as far as the Russians go, I've had more difficulty with some units, and you know, we came across you know, what do they call them? The Siberian, you know, we came across the Siberian Russian army at one point. We, you know, we kind of annihilated all these guys right from the beginning. And then we came across a Siberian unit, which I actually have on video, you know, showing me taking their tank. And it shows the Siberian, you know, stuff on their side of their. Somebody had actually educated me on that. I didn't even know that it was Siberian Russian unit, supposedly the best of the best. But we had no problem taking them either. So I don't. Yeah, no, I never really had an issue with. I don't think anybody's better than anybody else. I think they all suck. You know, to answer your question.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they all suck. Mate, sorry, just another one. Beg your indulgence. Have you run up against any of their armor? Because I've been watching videos of them, and they handle their armor. You know, drive out sideways from behind a building, and then fire a round off, and then just sort of sit there, and then you can almost see the surprised face on the tank commander as the turret shoots up, and he becomes the latest cosmonaut. The Russian armor was supposed to be, you know, one of the monsters. Do you get the feeling that that they're just another paper tiger, that they're just shit like everything else?
The dog. Honestly, I don't even need a javelin over here. You know, I can take out these tanks with AT4s. You know, I mean, you know, we're talking about Swedish, you know, rocket launchers that, you know, you gotta kind of aim at. It's I've been using these things forever. You know, javelins are the most effective, you know, weapon for, you know, armored vehicles, but let's face it, I can take out a T6, you know, any one of these Russian, you know, armored vehicles with just an AT4, and you know, have even bad aim at it. Just hit the tracks, and that's it. It's a wrap, you know. And then you go in there and you just, you know, you just tell them to get out of the tank. You know, become a prisoner, or are they going to burn in the tank? I mean, it's as simple as that. It's not that difficult to take these guys out. I mean, it's been proven time and time again. I mean, listen, I don't have to tell you that. You can just look at the news. You know.
Alrighty, let's go to Meat Bunny.
Meat Bunny.
Yeah,
It's a long story.
Kind of a weird name, buddy.
It was a nickname to me given by a bunch of Marines with a sick sense of humor.
Okay,
Essentially, I was
that
with their
I can
unit.
understand, and that I believe Rip will love. He's.
Well,
I'm
it's
pretty
actually a
sure.
short
I'm pretty
story.
sure Rip knows a lot of meat bunnies.
The idea is I was only with their unit for a month to do some things, and they didn't want to learn my name, kind of like the rabbit that you don't want to name in case you need to kill it later.
I love it. Go on.
All right, so most of my question has been answered by already. So, but I'll keep the rest of it short and simple. Something that a lot of people were talking about right as the invasion kicked off is why things were going so badly for the Russians compared to 2014 was because so much of the Ukrainian army had 8 years of experience now going head to head in the Donbass against the militias. In your experience from what you're seeing, how much of like the success is because a lot of those old timers are still around and training the new guys, and how much of it was just pure motivation and picking up where you can, and eventually after 3 months, if you get good that way, as opposed to formal training and senior people looking out for you or senior people leading things. That was that's all I had.
I don't know. I think if I can be candid on this one, it would be, which by the way, I'm always candid. I think the honest answer is they're just fucking sick of it. They're sick of the Russians, destroying, raping, pillaging, and killing their people. And I think they just had enough. And I think they just said, "Hey, look, fuck this, not this time." And that's the reality. It is fuck this, not this time. No more. We're not taking it anymore. It's that song. We're not gonna take it, and that's it. And they're just not taking it anymore. And they finally just said, I'm gonna put my dick on the table. And excuse me, I know my language is a little bit out of school here, but this is the truth. They're just not gonna take it anymore, and no one should anymore. This has been happening historically forever. And so at some point, somebody's got to say, when is enough? And here we are. When is enough? Well, this is enough. Fuck this. We're not doing it anymore. We're not taking your shit anymore. We're going to take our shit back and we're going to fight back. And that's it. And it's as simple as that.
Very good points. Thank you for that. Let's go to Erland.
Thank you. I'm gonna twist it to a little bit of a different team. So I wonder, as you've been liberating and passing through newly liberated areas, how has the encounters with the civilian population been? And do you have any specific memories?
Oh my God! Every old lady and young lady wants to marry me. They love us, of course. The liberation is amazing to them. This is not. I've been through more than one liberations over here, and the fanfare that you get when you go through these villages is amazing. Everybody just adores you. It's like it's like scenes of World War II, where where the country was liberated and everybody's cheering. It just doesn't get any better than that. It's the best feeling in the world to be able to take a village that has been terrorized for months on end, and liberate them, and just have old ladies hug you and just love you, and just especially when they see an American, they think that we have America is over here to help them. They don't even know, because it's so out of the box. They don't realize that I'm the only asshole here. So yeah, no, it's a very special feeling. Yeah, it's an amazing feeling.
Do you have any particular like one moment that you
Yes, I
remember?
do, and I have 'em, and I have it on Twitter. Uh, this particular time that when I liberated Bucha, and I have a picture with me with these three old ladies, and they just it's one of the most special pictures in my life. It's something that you never could take away from me. So yeah. No, I have a ton of special memories about things of that nature, um, and hopefully I'm gonna have more.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Overon.
Hey James, I have a question for you. I've only shot pistols before, and whenever I go to the range, I have earmuffs, I have earplugs, I double up, and my question is when you're fighting a war, what kind of like hearing protection do you use
Nothing.
to still have? Okay,
Nothing.
so how do you still hear any of us when we talk? Like how
Hello?
are you not deaf?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Are you there? Yeah, no, I do have a degree of hearing loss, and for multiple reasons. I used to drive tanks, and I used to shoot a 120 millimeter cannon, so I got 25% loss on my right ear, and I'm pretty sure. But I think the honest answer to that question is when you're in battle, it's almost like you ever get into a fist fight and that first punch, you don't feel that punch.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's like how it is when you're firing weapons in the open field. It's kind of like whilst it's loud if you were doing it in a controlled environment. When you're doing it in an environment that is just going bananas, then you don't really hear it. It's like not feeling that punch.
So how do the new guys deal with it? Because I've one time I would go to range and I only had the muffs on, and it was like just painful. The first shot was just extremely painful. And how do you deal with like no protection whatsoever, firing for the first time in a war with a rifle instead of a pistol?
I think, like I just said, it's like you just don't feel that punch. It's
Even the new guys.
when you shoot that rifle, first of all, you're in open ground. Okay. So you're not in that controlled environment. So when you're in a range, you're gonna have, you're gonna have a lot of you're in an environment where you're gonna hear it much more. So when you're in open field, you're not gonna hear it as much. But you're also, once you're shooting, and you're getting shot at, you don't necessarily hear it. It almost doesn't. You almost don't hear it. It's kind of. It depends on who you are. I would imagine, but I know for me when I'm shooting a weapon, and somebody's shooting at me, I don't hear shit. I honestly I don't even hear anything. It almost seems like it's like I'm a deaf mute, um, because just the exchange of that type of situation, just kind of supersedes everything that you could possibly imagine that would be hurtful to your ears or your body or anything. I mean, it's no different than just getting shot. When you get shot in the field, uh, your adrenaline is going so much. Most of the times you don't even know that you even got shot. And so it's a different type of transaction. From being in a controlled environment to being in a uncontrolled environment.
That is the difference between the range and being downrange. Quite right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was just in the range today. I just loaded off a couple hundred rounds with an M16 and my Glock, and just did all kind of type of stuff today. Yeah, I had my muffs on. But you know, in the field, I would never dream of having that because I need to know, hear, smell, and what's going, you know, and know what's going on. So no, I'm not going to be having muffs out in the field. I want to, you know, I want to be able to hear.
Because then you can't hear anything.
Yeah, it would be ridiculous. It's you would be you would just be a guy that just can't hear shit. And
All right.
hear your men. You gotta hear if a guy needs a medic. You gotta if he's calling for a medic, or if you know if a guy. I mean, you just gotta be super aware of so many things that it's kind of not like a it's again, you only wear muffs when you're in shooting range. You know, there's going to be repercussions to it. You know, in the future, sure. But are we thinking about the future? No, we're thinking about right now, the men that we're fighting with, and what we're doing, and what the objective is.
Yeah. Win the present to save the future. I am fully with you, James. By the way, just very quick public service announcement. If you are on the panel and don't have a question, I will cycle you down if you don't have your hand up, because I need to make sure that we have the many requests which are coming up that we can satisfy them, because there are many people otherwise losing patience. So please, everybody on the panel, if you still have a question for James, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll cycle you down. In the meantime, I hope, James, you have a few minutes more, because we have tons of questions in the DMs, and some of them are being answered also by the people here. So if you allow me, I'll go
Man,
through further questions.
I love hanging out with you guys, but you guys always keep me on way too long. So I'll give you a couple more minutes.
Okay, cool. So cheers. Right, Ralph, shoot.
Okay. First of all, good evening, everyone. Have a good day. I am asked question. I want to ask question, Mr. James. First of all, good evening, sir. I have two question, and I trying to quickly ask my question. First question is for sir. What do you think about that? Why we know that Ukraine army very capable and very strong, and no discussion about it. What do you think about that? Always I read that about that Russian army, so-called strong army in the world, top 10 in the world, but I saw that Russian army collapse easily, and you know, very dismotivation. What do you think that about Russian army? What's the reason this motivation, and why this army very bad circumstances? And my second question is, sir, you are a U.S. citizen, and U.S. So much support Ukraine, and I saw that some famous people from U.S. so much critic view of why U.S. support Ukraine. And I have a question: is why important U.S. support in Ukraine? That is my question. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine.
Okay, so that was a little bit difficult for me to understand. So what I'm understanding is you're wondering why I have critics in the United States?
I think that is one part of the question.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to address that first. Okay, so listen, there's always going to be miserable people. And people are going to criticize because a lot of people don't believe that I'm actually here. I mean, believe it or not, people don't believe that I'm actually here and that I'm doing this, and that's conspiracy theorists. And who gives a shit about them? Okay, so I'm going to just let that one slide. Okay, so the other question was, gentlemen, help me.
I'm repeat this question. What do you think about that? Why Russian army soldiers it's so you know dismotivation? I mean, so unsuccessful. I mean, cannot fight. I mean,
okay.
Question is.
lack of morale, and why are they
Okay,
so
so
afraid,
the
so bad
lack
of
of
it?
morale is just it's completely because that's just how they operate. That's an easy answer. I don't think it's any secret that these guys are just throwing these guys out here, not providing them what they need, not providing them with what they have to do, not providing them with actual instructions on where they have to go and what they have to do. I mean, listen, let's face it, they suck. I mean, everywhere they go, they do the wrong things. It's either they go into a civilian occupied area, they rape, torture, and pillage until military force comes in and takes them out. It's a clear pattern. This has not changed since day one. So they suck. Ukrainians are, doing an amazing job at what they do. They're liberating these Russian occupied territories, and they're doing the right thing. And listen, I just want to point one thing out, and I want to make this very clear. Russians, when they get a hold of us, they do ungodly shit to us. And when I say us, I mean Ukrainians. And I'm not saying us meaning me because I'm an American. But I would like to say that at this point that the Ukrainians have embraced me, so I can say us. Okay. When we get a hold of them, we treat them like gentlemen, and we feed them, and we actually put them in some sort of a rotation where they can be functional, whether it's just cleaning and or fixing tanks, all right, and they start loving the being around us. And listen, this maybe I shouldn't be saying this because I've seen this a lot, but this is the fucking truth. And if you want to hear the truth, we treat them like they're brothers. They treat us like we are fucking animals. And I've seen it time and time again.
Absolutely important point. Thank you for that, James. Much appreciated. Clear as day. Let's go to Brian, and then afterwards we go to George and Lisa. Brian, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much, Axel. And thank you very much, James. My privilege to have the first opportunity to speak with you. I wanted to ask a question about something you alluded to, I believe, the other day about the level of training that had been available to the reconstituted Ukrainian forces, certainly since 2014, under programs such as Unifier and others. And I believe you did mention that, of course, it's not possible for that to filter down to everybody with the numbers that are joining. How have you experienced at the platoon or section level or a unit of that sort, how the command and control functions? Is referencing your own experience in the American forces and the way that NATO forces at the junior officer and junior and senior NCO level would function together.
Hold on, boy, you went through a lot of stuff right now. Can you
Right.
talk to me like I'm a simpleton, because I am, and just kind of slow that down. Go on.
Okay, sorry. How does the command and control structure function in the units that you operate in? Is there anything comparable to the way you would have remembered the way the junior and senior NCOs function in the American forces?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's no. It would be far from it, but but the improvement is amazing. So, all right. So I'm sorry. I get the gist of your question now. Yeah, no, it's no, it would not be, anywhere near how we operate, but I would say from day one, okay. From day one, it would be like, we wouldn't even be near that point. Today, I would say it would be very danger close to how we operate. Um, so I hope that answers your question. Uh, it's just, yeah, it went from 0 to 60 very quickly.
Yes, thank you. Because I believe, from what I understood from what you said, the pace at which the Ukrainians absorb and had adapt to
100%.
their own needs,
Yeah.
that they've got an innate ability.
Yeah, listen, from day one, I was like, oh my God, these guys are gonna get me killed. They 190, I guess, or if I had to do the math, I would say these guys are gonna survive, and we're gonna make this happen. So it's a stark contrast from day one to now. Yes, understood.
Thank you very much, James.
Yeah. My pleasure.
All righty, George.
Hey James, really quick. I'm going to be really quick. I heard you're doing some kind of a tour through the United States.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you going to be with yourself, or are you going to be with other people?
I'm going to be by myself.
All right. So I know you communicate with Malcolm Nance. I hope one of your stops is Philadelphia, because
it is going to be Pittsburgh, actually.
Oh man. If you can make a swing through Philadelphia, because there is a huge Ukrainian,
dude, I'm gonna be in Pittsburgh. Isn't Pittsburgh in Philadelphia?
No. Pittsburgh's a different city. We're down.
I know, but it's in a state. Listen, you do realize that Philadelphia is a state, right?
No.
Oh no, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. Pennsylvania. No, I'm gonna be in Pittsburgh. I definitely will be in Pittsburgh. And
if you could add Philadelphia to your stop, because there's a lot, and I mean a lot of Ukrainians in this city, and they would give you a
why not?
And they would, trust me. Talk to Malcolm; he'll tell you. There's a huge community here. They got churches, the whole 9 yards. They'll, whatever your tour is about, they will help you out.
I'm going to be in Pittsburgh, and so you're in Philly, right? So what are we talking about? Like, I can throw a rock from there.
Nah, it's about 5 hours difference.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, considering that I'm going through like 20 fucking states, I think 5 hours is not going to kill me.
Okay. Well, listen, you can DM me, or I'll DM you, and just talk to Malcolm. I'll DM you.
What's your shit, man? I mean, listen, honestly, this is like serious business. I have very little time, and I'm going to do a lot of things in a very little bit amount of time, and then I got to get back to Ukraine. So yeah, man, I would be happy to stop in Philly. Listen, Jesus Christ, just don't wear your goddamn jerseys and put your face paint on, please.
No. I'm not that guy. I'm a union guy here. That's what I do. I work with the Ukrainian community. With fundraisers and stuff. You don't have to. The only colors you're gonna see, my man, are blue and yellow. That's it.
All right, outstanding. How about this? Shit, man, I wish I can give you my number over the fucking phone.
James, I can organize this.
Yes. Hey, do me a favor, buddy. Can you just get this gentleman who we're speaking to? Just give him my personal phone number. You have my phone number, right?
I have everything.
Okay. All right. Very well. So listen, he'll organize that. You get a hold of me, and we'll get this squared away, because I'm going to be in Pittsburgh anyways. And you know, Jesus, whether it's a Philly fan or a Pirates fan, Jesus, it's you know, I know you guys are gonna be bananas no matter what.
It's okay, man. We'll be good. We'll be
It's
on
all
better
g-
behavior, I
yeah,
promise.
yes, sir. So listen, he's gonna get a hold of you, and he'll give you my number. You can give me a call directly. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Done
All
and dusted. Reuniting over a football field. Lisa.
right. Not a soccer field. A football field.
I know. Hey,
Hello, can you hear me?
loud and clear, Lisa.
All right, thanks, Axel. Welcome, James, again. I just love to hear you. Pretty awesome. So one simpleton to another. How have you come across any of the Belarus? I can't pronounce it. Belarusian armies that are
No, I have
volunteering?
not. No.
Okay. Have you heard anything? I mean, are they fitting in well? Are they fighting well?
I don't even know if they're actually fighting. You know, they're it's just speculation at this point. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
again, these guys are going to be. I hate to say this, and
Well, be
you know,
honest.
well, I always throw my dick on the table. So excuse my language. I'm sorry. I shouldn't
Well,
say
that's
it to
okay.
a young lady. But
I'm not young.
you know,
I'm
when it comes
old.
to
I'm
that,
twice as old as you.
there, I think that that's cannon fodder. It's no different than them throwing the 300,000 soldiers that they think they're going to throw at us. It's these guys are going to be inexperienced. It's just basically sending sheep to the slaughter. It's you're sending sheep to the lions. We are no longer, you know, and when I say we, I'm talking about Ukrainians. They are no longer, you know, guys that can't handle themselves in battle. These guys are hardened veterans. You send 300 men, 300,000 men who are inexperienced. You send Belarusians who are inexperienced. You're going to send them to a slaughter, and I can guarantee that.
James,
Okay, now if
good
they
night.
have been in,
Oh,
if
Lisa,
they,
I'm so sorry. I think Lisa was referring to the Belarusian Legion fighting on the side of the Ukrainians.
yes,
Oh, on the fight on the side of the Ukrainians.
yes, they're fighting on your side.
Well, yikes! Man, didn't I just put my fucking foot in my mouth?
But you were still right. The Belarusians are on the other
But
side.
that I don't know. The
fighting.
only thing I heard about the Belarusians were that they were going to be on the Russian side. Anybody who is going to fight, look, it's honestly Ukrainians don't even need anybody on their side. I mean, it's this is a it's a one-sided victory. I didn't even know
Well,
that there was Listen, I didn't know there was Belarusians, that were on the Ukrainian side. I only knew that there was Belarusians that were on that were on the Russian side. So that being
I
said,
know there's
I
a
don't.
few of them that are veterans that have fought with Ukraine, back in 2014 and 2008.
Well, okay. So what gives you the indication that Belarusians are going to fight on the Ukrainian side?
There is a detachment, a Belarusian battalion, which has grown now to a very large size. It's close to regiment size. And they've been collecting people, and they are supposedly doing rather well.
Pretty awesome. Okay. So,
No worries. Just, different mates fighting for the same force as you. So, alrighty.
Interesting.
Interesting
Considering that Belarus was going to fight on the Russian side months ago. So
No. These are people who are volunteers of the Belarusian opposition who have gathered outside and then joined the Ukrainian armed forces, starting already as late as the second week of March.
Pretty awesome.
The detachment has just grown in size.
That's pretty awesome. See, so you learn something new every day, don't you?
Right. Hey, same for all of us here. Right, I can see that we have Borderland Bravo with us.
Go on.
Borderland.
Are you coming to Ohio?
He dropped off again.
Oops. Okay.
No, I'm not going to Ohio, dear, but I wish I would.
Oh man, I'll go to Philadelphia then, or wherever you are. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia.
I'll be in Philly, and I'll definitely be in Pittsburgh.
Okay, I'm not that
Turns
far
out I
from
might
here.
be in Philly, according to my last conversation. But
Well, that's cool.
yeah, definitely be in Pittsburgh. So
Alrighty, James. So what's
that
next?
was
How many more days? We're just trying to set something up. We have let's say a request from some of our colleagues in Kyiv who would like to set up a little chit chat and maybe a kind of a video interview with you if you still have time. Whenabouts are you traveling? Can you tell us already?
I'm gonna be in Houston on the 11th, I believe.
So that means a few more days in Kyiv.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Kyiv for a few more days, and then I'm going to be in Lviv, and then I'm gonna be in Poland, and then I'm gonna make my way over there. It's a lot of traveling, So if anyone, lest they think that getting to the United States from here is easy, it's not.
Yeah, so we've heard recently friend Roman Kuzmenko, who is the senior master sergeant of the Ukrainian Armed Forces in the training on their training college, had to go to the Baltic Defense College here in Estonia, and he traveled all in total with waiting times at the border 43 hours just because things were difficult and included a lot of wait time. So
listen, you're preaching to the Pope over here. Trust me, I've been there. It's awful.
Well. So, how do you rate then the cooperation at the border generally? Is it just formalistic, and do they try to make sure that they get everything right, or is it a little bit over the top?
It's a little ridiculous. Let's face it, it's not easy. Trust me, it's not easy. It's you gotta be in it to win it. You gotta just pack up your shit and you just gotta say, hey, I know this is gonna take forever, and you just gotta try to do it. That's why I gotta go days earlier, because I know it's gonna take days to get through it.
All right. So we have a couple of new people on the panel who may not have had the experience quite yet. If you want to ask a question for James, please raise your hand. You can find this. If you look at your phone screen, there is a little heart at the bottom in the row. If you press on the heart, you can choose your hand. And if you raise your hand, then we know that you actually have a question. Otherwise, we'll just gallantly talk over you and find different topics to talk about, because James and I could probably talk until tomorrow. We will probably need a glass of whiskey with it, but still. RW, you're first.
I think I'm gonna have a glass of whiskey right now. Hold on a second.
Got some ice?
Go on. Yeah, go on.
RW, please shoot.
Hey, great conversation, guys, as usual. I'm a Canadian. My wife is Ukrainian background, and I'm wondering, I didn't pick it up. Are you actually fighting in Ukraine, or are you just visiting? I didn't catch that.
Oh, no, I'm just visiting.
Okay, so one question, nice and simple one.
That was a rhetorical joke.
RW, that was a joke. He's been
Yeah.
fighting there from the beginning.
Fighting day one.
No, have you? So are you joking that you haven't been fighting, or are you joking that you're just visiting?
No, I've been fighting.
Okay, so two questions then. What's the food like when you're out in the field fighting, and what is the food like actually in Kyiv?
That is the greatest fucking question in the world. The food in the front sucks, and the food in Kyiv sucks. and listen, no offense to Kyiv, but actually, I had the first great meal today. I went with a buddy of mine, Johan, who's Canadian,
who has the only Corvette in like this country, and we went out shooting, and then we went out and had a great dinner tonight. So it's very few and far between where you get good food. And when I say that, the food, the people over here love the food, but I am not accustomed to the food. So yeah, I had a great night. I had a great day. You know, I went to the shooting range with my buddy Johan, and you know, he's a Canadian guy, and we had a great dinner, which was amazing, and that's, you don't often get that over here. So yeah, no, I'm not very cool with the food over here, but man, if you can find some good food over here, it's like gold.
I was gonna say it's really heartwarming when you see the Ukrainian forces liberating these small towns one after the other, whether it's in Kherson or in Kharkiv or wherever, and you know, you got all these elderly bubbas running up to them and, you know, putting the arms around them and, you know, whipping out the loaves
we've
of
been kicking
bread
the kick
and,
out of these guys.
you know, these people have nothing, and they're bringing, you know, the soldiers bread and just, you know what I mean? Like they're scraping by barely between their sanity and their wallets, and they're baking bread for the guys, which, you know, it's heartwarming, you know, and that's all they got. It's just amazing, and we should all be blessed that we live in North America, the UK, a lot of the countries that are wealthy, let's put it that way. These shitholes in Russia. I mean, you get out of St. Petersburg, or sorry, in St. Peter or Moscow, and they're just shitholes. I've met Russians. I've been in Cuba one time, and we had a bunch of Canadians with us because we're allowed to fly there. There's no U.S. embargo, what have you. This is 15 years ago. There's a table of 15, 20 of us, guys and gals, all married. It was late at night, and there was probably about 8 Russians came in, and they were calling our women ugly and all this shit. And I got up and I went face to face with this Russian that was pissed out of his brains. He backed down because he was by himself. He said, "I'm coming back with my buddies." And I told him, I said, "You know what? Bring it." And he never did. He never showed up. And this is in Veradero, Cuba. And he actually apologized to us the next day, which shocked the crap out of me. So what I'm getting at is the Ukrainian people are wonderful. My wife's Ukrainian, Canadian born, and the Russians are literally just bullies. And it sounds the same mentality that I saw in Cuba. Put it to Putin, put it to Lavrov, put it to Medvedev, the drunk, put it to whoever you want. I haven't seen one good Russian either, you know, anywhere. So I'll drop down and listen to what you got to say on that one.
No, I think you said it all, man. You know, that's pretty much Russians right there. I think you said it all.
George, we have more questions.
Yeah, just really quick, Axel. You said Signal, but I'm kind of lost, so I sent you my email and my number.
We'll sort it.
Okay, and then
We'll
James, there is a place, I know when you're in Kyiv, there is a place near the Podol district. Just remember that, Podol district. It's a rib place that sells.
Yes, I fucking love that place.
There you go. Now you're talking. And they got the beer from Lviv there, right?
Oh my God, the ribs are so good.
See, now there is good food in Kyiv. You just got to know where to find it, brother.
Yeah, man. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they bring out the racks and they got the pickled vegetables and the whole 9 yards.
You know who showed me that place? There's this company that we were dealing with. Oh shit, man! I got to hold on. I got to pull this up. because I got to give them a shout out now.
Go ahead.
It's a company that supported our Ripley's Heroes, and they are amazing. And they showed me this shit. I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell you who they are sooner or later. Jesus Christ, man! But what a great, like, the ribs are amazing.
You see them? They have them on a circular pit on that
Yes,
circular
sir.
rack that spins.
Oh my God!
All right, I just wanted to make sure you're down there. You got to at least you know. You got
Dude,
to know.
you're not wrong. I got you.
Yeah, I've been there I've been there. I've been to Kyiv 5 times. My wife's Ukrainian, and we go there like if we're there for like 2 weeks, I go there 4 times.
Oh my God! It is. You're exactly right. And they have like multiple places. By the way, they're not.
Yes, it's a franchise.
A franchise. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You're so right. What's the name of that fucking place?
Rebenya or something like that. If something Ukrainian on here that can correct it, but I think it's called Rebenya something. I can't remember exactly how to pronounce it. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure you knew what that place was.
Only good rib place over here in this country.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You're right.
Okay, just want to make sure you don't miss out on that.
No.
So
I've been there.
we sorted out the dinner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're like, I'm like salivating right now because I'm talking to this guy. Yes,
Hey
sir.
guys, it's a food fest company, and Ribernia on Podol. I'm from Kiev. I know for sure.
I was just about to say,
That's it.
Jakub. Yaroslav, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say that answer the question regarding Ribernia, because I'm from Kiev. I know this place very well.
All right. Well, shit, man. Send that shit to me because I don't remember the name of it, and I've been looking for it like since I went there. So please, just give it to me.
All right. Okay. We have Michal up as well.
Yes. Hi, James. Good evening, sir. I wanted to ask just one question. You mentioned about the Ukrainian army treating the prisoners of war in a like humans basically, and having seen lots of those atrocities or actually acts of declining humanity. I mean, in the early days, like in Trostianets, I mean, aggression towards civilians, women, kids. How is that possible? I mean, from a mental perspective, if you could comment on it. I mean, for the Ukrainian servicemen to still treat those Russian soldiers in a decent way rather than just ripping them into pieces. I think it must be very difficult having seen all those horrible things happening, not like results of a combat, but things that happen towards like unarmed women, kids.
Yeah, I mean, good question. I mean, that it is. That's one of the toughest parts of what we have to deal with. I'll be honest with you. That's one of the toughest parts of things that we have to deal with on a daily basis, and just bear with me for a second. You guys still there?
Absolutely.
Sure.
So, when we have to deal with shit like that, it's tough.
Well, I can imagine it is. So, I mean, it's very difficult to understand. I mean, following the news closely here, I mean, some of those things that, we see are just, very difficult to actually believe, right? It's like some of the demons from Second World War, some, let's say, best practices from those concentration camps being, well, back, yeah? And then, like, 2 days later, you capture, like, a brigade in a tank, right? And then you still, like, keep them somewhere, you feed them, you make them, I don't know, live in a relatively normal condition. So I think it must be utterly difficult.
Look, you just try to be better than them, you know. You just try to be better than them.
Yeah, understood.
You just you know, you see atrocities. It's not always easy, but you try to just be better than them and try to conduct yourself. You try to conduct yourself in a better situation than what you would ever expect you to be treated as, or you know how they torture these fucking people. And you just try to be better. You just try to be better.
Take the high ground. This is what we learn. This is how we're trained. This is what Western armies are like. This is what defines us.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. Let's go to Kansas Killer and then to Rusty.
Mr. Vasquez, thank you so much for sharing your time with us and your stories and communicating about what life is like there. I consider it a privilege and an honor to speak to someone that I consider one of my personal heroes now. I'm serious, man. I mean,
just a guy, man.
I know, but you know, it was just a guy, just like the kid that has to pick up an AK and defend his country. But you know, you don't have to do this, and you're doing it. And it's humbling to see someone with the conviction and to see someone who's literally putting his money where his mouth is and going there and doing something about it. And I just want to say you're an inspiration to a lot of people. I tell my kids about you, man. You know, I'm serious, dude. It's you know, you're a role model. And we've all got our personal faults and all that other crap, but man, where it counts is what you do. And one of the things that has also really been inspiring is you've talked about coming back after the war and rebuilding. Have you continued to make plans for that? Or are you just focused on, like, you know, the present moment and getting them out? Or
Yeah, no, actually,
how are things going?
Good question. I'm actually in the process of starting a company right now, and you know, I don't know how, you know, I'm, you know, just trying to figure out how that works over here. It doesn't seem to be very difficult, but yeah, I mean, it's something that I'm passionate about, and you know, listen, I've been building high-rise buildings for, you know, 24 years at this point. So to me, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be pretty awesome, you know, to you know, build these buildings from the ground up and start from. I mean, it's just where do you begin at this point? There's so many. Everything's just so destroyed over here. You know, you just got to start from day one.
There's a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot, but it's going to be very rewarding. You know, just like everything else, you know, that I've been doing. It's just going to be very rewarding. I mean, I can't. Gosh, you know, I
Doing the
fucking
right,
love,
doing the right
I
thing comes
just
easy.
love these people. You know, it's pretty amazing.
Right here, we have lots more interest, James. If you're still rock and rolling, then we can continue. Alrighty, Rusty, then Mark, then Prince. Rusty.
Hi, James. I want to praise you for what you're doing, and all my grandparents experienced living in an occupied country, and haven't done that, but from the legacy that they passed on, I really want to praise you for what you're doing and for fighting for liberty and for the people of Ukraine. So I have a question that's kind of on the same note. So when this war happened, I was watching daily what the news was about and what was going on, and people started saying that, or a lot of Western European reporters were saying that the Ukrainians are going to lose this war and we can't send them weapons because they can't use it. And that's turned around. The Ukrainians have shown that they can do it. They've shown that they're capable of pushing the Russians out, and they're doing it. And now even the Russians are writing that, reading Russian newspapers, auto-translated, they're saying that, this can't, the troops, we got attacked by tanks during the night, 15 tanks. This can't be the Ukrainians. They don't have the knowledge to do this. This must be NATO troops in Ukraine. And I'm just wondering, like, when the Ukrainians are fighting so well that the Russians don't even believe it can be the Ukrainians anymore, how does that make the Ukrainians feel? Like it must fill with them with some pride and how does it feel for the Ukrainian soldiers at the front line that the Russians are so fearful of them that they don't even think they can be Ukrainians? They must be something bigger. Well, they might even be better than a lot of NATO troops now.
I mean, that's an obvious. The obvious answer is, yeah, it's Jesus Christ, these guys feel great. I put out a tweet the other day that shows them like everybody's just celebrating. We're we're really celebrating before we even like have the victory right now. It is just too cool for school. God, these guys are so amazing. Their motivation is so amazing. Their morale is so amazing. It's over. It's a wrap.
They just have to continue fighting until the end. That's the thing. You can't
Listen. These
you
guys
can't take the foot off the gas.
These guys are they're really celebrating. The victory is theirs. It's again, it's not if, it's when. I've said this time and time again. It's not if, it's when. They're there. We were there.
Absolutely. Continue to agree, mate. Mark.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Axel. James, thank you for putting your life on the line to help out the Ukrainians. I just saw a picture of you on Twitter, and you were in the city of Ternopil. Do you remember Ternopil?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I have family there, and I was just kind of, in fact, one of my cousins there is a doctor, and he's been doing nothing but working on civilian casualties and war wounded since February. But anyway, I was just kind of curious. Western Ukraine, pretty far away from the front. Do you sense that they're on a war footing there? I mean, what's the environment and the atmosphere in, say, Western Ukraine and Ternopil and Lviv?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Last time I was in Chernobyl, well, Chernobyl was like kind of like my my halfway point when I go from Warsaw to to downrange. Ternopil is like kind of one of my stops, and I've developed a lot of relationships over there in Ternopil. And when I say relationships, I'm talking about like, you know, really good people and really powerful people. So it's probably gonna be one of my last times that I'm gonna be over in Ternopil because well, let's face it, you know, my goal is to you know, go downrange and you know, finish this war. So
James, do you sense the same mobilization in a war atmosphere in, say, Ternopil and Lviv? Have you see in Kiev or closer to the front in eastern Ukraine?
listen, I've been in Lviv, and I've been in Ternopil, and I've been in Kiev, and I've been, you know, in the front lines. And there's not one time at one point that one of these places haven't been bombed. And that's a fact. That's the you know, I have footage of it. I've been bombed in every fucking place that I've been in. To the point that I thought they were following me. You know, at some point, I was just like, "What the hell is going on?" But did I lose you guys?
No, all good.
Still
All
there.
good. We're still here.
Okay, James, thank you, and again, thank you for your service over there.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if I answered your question, but
All right, if you don't mind, let's move on to Prince. James, you're good for another question or two, or is it a wrap?
yeah. I gotta go to sleep.
No
So,
worries, it's
but
okay. Of course. And we go to Prince, and then we'll wrap it up with Rusty. Prince.
Thank you, Axel. And hi, James. I've never got to speak to you, but I've heard you several times. And you know, I got to be honest with you. At the beginning here, when you first went over to Ukraine and started fighting, I remember very specifically thinking, "Who the hell is this a-hole? Why do
me?
and why do I want to pay?" And yeah, you. There's like one video I remember specifically from a Russian tank, and it hit me the wrong way. And I stopped following you for a little while, and then you came on here on the Maria Report, and I've gotten to know you a bit, and I love you, man. I appreciate you so much for so many things, and I am so glad that you see us here at Maria Report as a place where you want to come and communicate no matter what you're going through. And I appreciate your ability and your willingness to show your emotions and share that with us, because that is something that helps us get a better picture of the impact that all of this is having to people on the ground, to the men and women who are fighting. So I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask, you know, in some of these areas that you've liberated and you've seen the people that you've liberated, are there any specific people that you have made a close connection with in those areas that you still keep in contact with?
oh my God, everybody. So many people, like so many people. I just almost too many that I can't even remember. Jesus Christ, like so many people are just so amazing. So yeah, that is a true thing. You know, I've met like to your point. And can you hear me right now?
Absolutely, can hear you
Okay,
perfectly.
I just want to make sure you're still there. There was a young lady that was a photographer, and like she just like sometimes when I fucking tell these stories, it's fucking hard for me. But
Take a break.
there's a young lady who told me that her, Russians took her camera, stole her camera, and took her prisoner. And fortunately, she wasn't violated. But me and a guy just 2 weeks ago, we were like, "Fuck this girl," so we bought her a new camera. And her name is. Hold on a second. This fucking kills me. Her name is Tama, and they took her camera. The Russians took her fucking camera, and they destroyed her camera. And so me and this young man, we bought her a new camera. And to this day, she's like, texting me every day, calling me every day. Can you send me pictures of Victor? My buddy who died. I just want to document everything that you guys have done. And she's an amazing young lady who got her camera taken by Russians, and we bought her a new camera. I pulled the money out of my pocket, and I just bought it for her because she's an amazing young lady.
James, this is why we love you. This is, I've learned who James really is, and he is a beautiful human who does amazing things in Ukraine for people, and for not just the military, and not just for the fight for Ukraine, but for the everyday individuals who you come in contact with, and who you fight for. And I just mostly wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you. And I'm so glad that you found a home with us here on the Maria Report, and we're always here for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Shall we call it a wrap for tonight? It's been a long evening, and it has been an excellent session. I don't want to keep you too long. And I understand that the emotions are overwhelming, and you're a good man. Everybody needs a break from time to time. Is that okay?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Hey, be
Love
strong.
you guys.
You're-
I love you guys. I love what you're doing. And
You're never alone. You have a large group of people on your side, and you're doing the Lord's work there, and you know that.
I'm trying.
Sure. Every single day. Both hands and your brains, mate.
Thank you guys.
Hey, I'll send you a text later. You'll get
Alright.
to meet some people before you leave.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, mate.
Bye-bye.
Everybody, give it up for James. Great man, great American, great hero, and a great supporter and fighter for Ukraine. Thank you. James Vasquez, everyone. Now you know that you can also maybe find him in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, Houston and Connecticut, Stanford. There you go. Ben, take it away.
Well, it's not exactly an easy number to follow, but I'll do my best. Good evening, everyone. So, we're lucky enough to have been the face of
upcoming Russian fast runners that you're making out of these troops. Push on.
well, their general is not known as General Rabbit for nothing.
Ooh, the Lapin.
The very same. But on the good side is cute and fluffy and has large ears, which probably has clipped because their EW is dreadful. Anyway, Erland, please go ahead.
It was absolutely amazing listening to James, and I can't imagine all that he's gone through. And it's very nice to know that he finds some good quality time here as he's coming back all the time. That was very, very good to be a part of. Anyways, before this all this discussion with James happened, we were talking about something that we didn't finish off with, and it was this the situation. Sorry, about in the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea, etc. And my point with the why can't we police these Russian trawlers and so-called research vessels out of our economic zone was exactly to the point of why do we let them provocate us? Because I believe that most of this is provocation, especially when they're flying small drones exactly 500 meters, which is the security zone, outside our platforms. Why do we let them do it? Why don't we just instate some new rule in our territories that when there is a wartime, we don't let our non-allied ship or non-cleared nation flagged ships traveling in our oceans? That's the point I wanted to make before, but it wasn't very clear.
No, it's very, very clear now. You are asking me a question of Swedish maritime law, which I am utterly unable to answer in more ways than one, which I would like to thank you for. But yes, it is indeed a question, but it goes straight back to the hybrid warfare that the Russians have been talking about for decades, which is testing the red lines, and degrade the ability of the adversary without getting into full warfare. Stis, your mic is up. But yeah, the problem is that they will always find some place to aggravate us. I think there's I think it's more what can I say, wholesome approach that we need to have to prevent this in either by a tat-to-tat or by just giving them really good reasons not to do it.
Yeah, but my point is that we kind of let them create this stupid fear in our population in the Western European countries by letting them do this and not reacting. Because one thing is that of course naval kind of tapping on the shoulders of the submarines with sonars when they're doing something they not shouldn't, and all this game of sub warfare, etc., that we know is happening, but we don't know exactly where. But to show the rest of NATO and the European Union, etc., that the populations, that we actually do engage with them and say, hey, bugger off, we don't want you here. I think it would calm down a lot of this hysteria around the pipelines and platforms, etc.
You might be right. On the other hand, I would assume that the governments, such as the Norwegian and the Swedish government, have thought long and hard about the sort of limits that they can impose, those that they cannot impose, and those that they could impose and wish not to impose. I don't think that's one of those cases where politics gets involved too much, and maybe we can trust them on this. Maybe if they haven't been infiltrated by pro-Russian elements. But yeah, I really don't have a very good answer for you. I guess, you know what, that's a great question to ask to a maritime expert that we should try to bring on the MriyaReport. We shall endeavor to bring someone who knows the Baltic Sea law through and through to answer this type of questions. Okay, great. Nina, how are your success?
Very well, thank you, Ben. And you have changed somehow. I don't know what happened to you. Today, actually, well, it was yesterday because it's already 12:30 in the night. Our President Niinistö and the Estonian President Alar Karis, actually, did I pronounce it right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, they met in Tallinn, I think, and discussed mutual problems and mutual solutions because we are tightening our relationships with the Baltic countries. So Niinistö went there and they had a meeting. And talking about Estonia, Axel, I am going to open my mouth now, even if it's open already. As I have understood right, Kristi Raik will come here tomorrow, and she is Estonian, but she's working also in Finland in Turku University, and she is like a very well outspoken and very clear-minded, clear-headed woman who has been interviewed all along this war in Ukraine. She's constantly on the Finnish TV because she's like really, yeah, she's good. And Axel, I hope she's coming tomorrow at 7. I think you said that.
What do you mean? Yeah, I wrote it to you already.
Yeah, you wrote to me, but
so where's the but?
Well, the but is
there's no but. When I
okay,
write it to you, that's the law.
Okay, but is behind. At least for me.
I don't understand you, Nina. I said she will come tomorrow. She and I spoke. She comes on. We're very happy to have her. That's what I wrote to you.
Yes, good.
Where's the but?
Well, Axel,
no ifs, no buts.
I was trying to be funny. My butt is behind.
You are wonderful, Nina. You are. It's okay. The key thing is what the audience should know is that Nina was so kind as to seek out more people who migrate between the security services, the strategic advisors and the likes, and because she has been constantly, and that cannot be stressed enough, Nina has grown to be one of our most important supporters in Finland because she's been beating the drum to everyone and to come on here and talk to us and take this seriously and get there. And this has succeeded very well, and that's why I was so happy. But I didn't want to front run it because I wanted to put this out in a nice tweet a little later when we have the card
Oh,
and highlight what she had done. Now she has
bloody
stolen.
hell.
Now she has stolen our thunder. So we're very happy with what you've done, Nina, because it's
I
great.
will take
It's the
everything
Lord's
back.
work.
I will take everything back.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, you've done great. That's very good. And because I hadn't spoken to her before, and we had a nice chat after she recovered from the flu. Otherwise, she would have been here already a few days ago. And Christy is an expert in her field, and she's a very pleasant, very serious person. And I think our audience will like her a lot and learn a lot.
Yes, and I really like this, now the Baltics and Finland and all the Nordic countries coming together. This is very important.
I totally agree. I think the fact that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, Finland, and Norway, and now also Denmark, have made the Baltic Sea, together with Germany also, a NATO lake bodes well for the security of the whole area.
Yes, and can I have a follow-up, because somebody mentioned here the Baltic Sea, and I read today that the leak is still going on, and the hole has been growing in one of the pipelines, if it's allowed to say the P word, and there are some few hundred meters between the cables going between the pipeline. So we were warned that it might be that they will try to do something to the cables in the sea. They meaning, of course, Russia and Putin.
Absolutely. The cooperation between the Baltic Sea littoral nations is absolutely key for the security, and that they will essentially therefore deny access and deny so it's a secret passage for any of the Russian forces, should be clear. I mean, beforehand, I think Western submarines could already trace and track pretty well next to everything, but now this NATO lake is closed for Russia.
Yeah, and you know what, Axel? Somehow I feel a little bit embarrassed because I don't want to be like. Well, thank you for appreciating what I do, but I do it only because I need to do it because of Ukraine. I need to do it.
Of course. That's how many of our volunteers feel. So, but we can still highlight from time to time when somebody does something really well. Next.
Thank you.
Ben, shall we go to our other? What's it? What is this? This is a Swedish-Norwegian invasion here. Ben.
Okay, I thought you said Ben.
No, it's fine. You go first. Ben is currently probably taking the cheese. Oh, he doesn't eat cheese. Taking the chocolate out of the fridge. Ben,
Yeah,
please go.
he's French, so he's forgiven. So I just want to clarify one thing. When Nina is talking about Turku, it's actually, she means Åbo, which is the name we understand of that city.
Shots fired.
Anyway, yeah, regarding the NATO lake, actually I read just now, well, an hour ago maybe, that the JET, no, sorry, what is it called now? The JEF, Joint Expedition Force, has had some meetings and are ready to be activated. And yeah, if you don't know what it is, that's kind of a joint expedition force led by the UK. I'm sure Gunny can talk a little bit more about it. But so this is, I think it's like 10 or 11 countries who kind of do things together. So I guess this is some kind of preparation for swaying the
What
water
are you
when
laughing
it comes.
about?
I think I started with a joke. This overtook, so that's I still can't get over it. But anyway, so this is something that's going on to keep us comfortable and safe. Just wanted to lift it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Denjon. Okay, for everyone, if you want to ask a question and be given the mic, you need to lift your hand. To lift your hand, you just need to press on the heart icon that is in the middle of your screen. So Yaroslav, Lucis, Bear, Stiz, the heart icon in the middle of your screen, and then the emoji that is the furthest on the right. Meanwhile, Petter, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as you can see, this is being invaded by Scandinavians. This is because we've held a referendum, and this space is now annexed by the Scandinavian countries. I apologize. Well, I actually was coming up to respond to my countryman, Erland, about why is Norway so pussyfooted in responding forcefully to Russian aggression and hybrid warfare. And I think the reason is historical. It's because during the Cold War, there were sort of two security concepts that were understood in Norway. It was deterrence and reassurance. And deterrence, that was something that the US did, and we felt maybe they were being, too macho, too gung-ho. So we were doing the reassurance part. So Norway was reassuring the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War to make sure that they didn't feel threatened. And that mentality has remained in our security establishment, especially on the political side, maybe not so much in the armed forces. And therefore, we are all the time reassuring Russia, not doing anything that seems aggressive and not responding forcefully. It's a naive approach, and it should be totally clear that there's no need to reassure Russia because they know very well that we're not planning an invasion, neither is NATO. But we're still doing it, and it's a bad policy.
Thank you, Petter, for joining us from your, I assume, sailboat in the middle of the Baltic Sea, based on the amount of noise that was coming with it. But Erland, maybe you want to reply to him.
Oh, I'm well aware of the reassurance policy, but I see there were a few Norwegian politicians on before, so it was kind of an appeal. And my question now is actually to Axel, because that's also because there are quite a few Norwegians on there. You mentioned earlier that we should open the gates of the Norwegian Wealth Fund, but as you might know, as you know the financial world, we have this rule in Norway that we're not going to use more than 4% of the overcast from the Wealth Fund and from
in peacetime.
Yeah, I agree. And do you have any good propositions on how we could instrument a way to make this not be exploited later by future governments, but to open the hatches and
I can help
really
you. Parliamentary resolution in view of a genocide. Genocides like the Holodomor or the Holocaust don't come so often. This is a genocide. You can make a parliamentary resolution if you want to. You are the sovereign. The Norwegian people are through their parliament are the sovereign.
Yep. Do you think that a one-time opening the hatches is the way to go, or do you think some other kind of instrument is the way to go?
I'm absolutely certain that it will be completely sufficient for Norway to, for example, set aside a certain amount which it deems suitable by means of a decision of the sovereign expression of the will of the people through its parliament, to say, for example, amount X, and make that a collateral for the reconstruction fund, or a collateral to defease the current obligations of Ukraine, which is technically in default thanks to the invasion and the genocide. And that would help, therefore, strengthen the current outlook and therefore the risk premium for Ukraine. And part of that donation could, beyond serving as collateral, could also be used to stabilize the budget, just as the US has done, just as, by the way, Germany has done, or parts of the European Union have done. But I think Norway has the capacity to help in that regard. And when the house of your neighbor is burning, you don't look for the fire insurance policy and close the gates and make sure that you draw the blinds just in order not to be annoyed by the view. That's what I'm telling my German colleagues. That's what I'm telling my Austrian colleagues. That's what I'm telling all my other colleagues in Europe whenever I have the time to speak to them. And if need be, I'll make it very clear to them, as I've done to at least 2 ambassadors. And I will continue to make it clear to them in very friendly, polite, but somber and serious tone. And I think that Norway, my trusted Norwegian friends, have a unique opportunity. And I think they should use it, because it is well becoming to a nation which is so closely affiliated with strength, sovereignty, having fought for its own sovereignty, by the way, in the Second World War against the Nazi regime, which came from, by the way, my nation. Thank you very much. And has freed itself with the help of the Allies. And for a nation which has since then tried to embody civil engagement and supporting the good in the world. And rather than just going after ideological targets of, I don't know, whatever kind of social democratic worlds, maybe do something practical, like the Americans do. Buy some weapons. Help them buy some weapons. Make your power felt in Europe vis-a-vis, for example, Chancellor Scholz and Monsieur Macron and the others. Beat the drum, because you're a free nation and you are independent and you have money. Beat the drum and don't be Musk. Set some money aside, give some liquidity, help Ukraine. I think Norway can be massively important in that regard. Help, therefore, the reconstruction. And not by spreading money, but, leading a Marshall Plan, because you can. This is why Germany is so annoying. They can do so much more. Yes, they do a lot, by the way. Strangely enough, they do a lot. But they don't do the things they should do. And they don't do the extraordinary things they could do. And it's their moral duty to do what is in their power. And if they have more power, more capacity, more manufacturing, more money, whatever it is, if you have more of something and it can end the genocide, then it is your moral duty to do so. And I think Norway has a lot more liquidity at hand. And liquidity matters in these days, has a lot more financial strength at hand. And financial strength matters in these days. And has a lot more know-how. And know-how matters in these days. And it needs to contribute that. It needs to lead part of the West. Norway must be one strong ambassador of the North.
Thank you very much. I agree so much with you, Axel. But the reason why I asked is because last time I aired this here, it was basically hammered down by some of the so-called financial experts. I don't know their expertise, but the concern was that this would jeopardize the whole Norwegian sovereign wealth fund and all the investments, etc., etc. So I disagree completely, because it would be a fixed amount, and it's a different thing.
I agree. And it can be treated in different. It's the Germans call such things a Sondervermögen, a trust. And that trust can have some money which is set aside as collateral and some money which can be used in order to, so to say, pump the water and bring it in. Absolutely feasible. It's a matter of political will. And I think what you can see, the power of the United States after the Second World War is vested in many deeds and many decisions. But one was to unite the West again and rebuild a war-torn Europe including the former enemy. There's, in this regard, that was only possible because of the total and unconditional surrender and military administration. So it won't happen in this case. But if you think about what the Americans did by rebuilding, by contributing, by coming across the ocean and spending blood and treasure, the Americans safeguarded a long-standing appreciation by those who are righteous. Yes, there was anti-Americanism. Don't forget, there's always victimhood culture and people who don't like to be helped or feel ashamed or whatever, or just simply harbor jealousy and all the other vices. That's fine. But the Americans essentially ensured the long-standing appreciation by the free people of the world for their deeds. Norway can be one of those nations. As our Israeli friends highlight this, you have to be amongst the righteous to transcend time.
Amen. And reach the essence of the angels. That's another question. CJ, you showed up.
Also, by the way, Ben, and CJ, just very quickly, we have a lot of people who don't have their hand up. If you don't have your hand up and are on the panel, you run the risk that you have to be cycled down because we have many, many requests, and I'm sure Ben will want to escalate those requests up.
Ben does. So, Per, Yaroslav, Blue Cheese, it's now or never. Yeah, so CJ, paradoxically for a paratrooper, came from the back up, from the bottom up, and maybe has something to share with us. No, he'd rather be cagey. You know the type. Stiz, you are very patient. Thank you very much. You have your hand up, and you probably have either a question or a comment to make. Please go ahead.
I waited for James to leave because I'm the reason he's coming to Pittsburgh. So I wanted to come in here and just talk to you guys and whoever's listening, along with the reasoning behind everything. From the beginning of this whole thing, I wanted to go over and help. I really did, but I had some health issues, some back surgeries and whatnot. And so the best thing I could think of doing was, forming a fundraiser back here in Pittsburgh. So when the opportunity presented itself, I contacted James, and then he called me and said that, he would be back stateside on, I don't know the dates, and I don't want to misspeak on the dates, but so I've set this fundraiser up here, not for myself. I get the joy I get out of doing this is to help the people over in Ukraine. It's unfathomable to me, the atrocities of this unwarranted attack that they're going through. And so after speaking to James, I don't know, we spoke today. He called, he was having dinner somewhere, I don't know where, but I have a lot of requests for people wanting to give clothes, and they want to give this, they want to give that. And Pittsburgh is, if I don't know if anybody's ever been here, but it's a very, very giving city. People will take their shirt off their back for you. So I just felt it from the inside out that I had to do something. I needed to do something. And so James told me that he was going to be on here tonight at, I think it was 10 o'clock his time, which was in Kiev time. And so I wanted to come on here tonight after he got off. I listened to him while he was on here, but I wanted to come on and just let people know that it's okay to, to want to give. It's okay to to feel for other people. It's okay to give, because as Americans, we're not worried about our own neighbor, let alone what's going on halfway across the world. And it's unfortunate, but it happens. And my ultimate goal out of this whole thing is what I've done in 6 days here in Pittsburgh is absolutely amazing. I've got this thing off the ground. There is another young lady listening right now whose brother is on the front lines in Kherson. I think I've pronounced that right. And I do not want to release her name, but she hasn't had contact with him today. She did tell me that 32 guys from his division was killed within the past week and a half. His best friend got killed right in front of him 2 days ago when a bomb exploded 15 meters from her brother. And the funeral's today. She's sent me numerous pictures of her mother. It's a picture that shows her mom and dad, that a Russian helicopter shot their car on February 24th while they were on their way to a grocery store in Bucha. They were coming from a village near Gossamel, I think that's correct. They shot him with a load of shrapnel. The piece hit my mom in the head, and she couldn't even get stitches because of the constant shelling.
Stiz,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you. I'd like you to be reminded that there's quite a few Ukrainians listening to us, and everything you're saying might be extremely triggering for them.
Okay.
I understand
All right.
the necessity
Well,
to share these stories, but
No,
please,
it's not.
please be mindful and not
I
trigger
will.
them.
I am. So, but the reason that I'm doing, I was building the point to why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's these stories right here is why I'm doing what I'm doing in Pittsburgh. And if there are Americans listening right now in America, do what you got to do. Even if it's $1, $2, $5, 50 cents, it doesn't matter. You can do something. Instead of sitting and watching television, come up with an idea. Be resourceful. Reach out to the public. I mean, I just can't wrap my head around the whole thing, and that is the ultimate drive behind the reason that I've set this up here in Pittsburgh, which I've put the flyer on my Twitter page. Am I allowed to say my name on this space here?
If you're comfortable, of course.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I don't go by my real name. I don't use my real name anywhere on social media, but it's at One Time Blinded. That's One Time Blinded. You will see the event that I've organized. Both James and Rip will both be there. It's between 1 to 3 p.m. And I cannot tell you how many people throughout the community, and I'm talking just not like within like a 5-mile radius, 10-mile radius. I'm talking like out of state, Ohio, Virginia, Maryland, like the surrounding states. I heard the gentleman earlier talking about, well, come to Philly. I got a guy coming from Philly to this event. And it's just, I just feel that, people could do more. And that's just how I feel about it. And
Thanks a
I
lot,
hope,
Stiz. Thanks a lot. That's amazing. That's really
and I
amazing.
hope that I hope that what I'm doing on October 22nd will just snowball into something more over, because who knows how long this is going to last. But all I know is that
I want this to be so successful because we are going to live stream this event.
Stiz, please don't give all the details right now.
Okay.
Come in touch with me, and we'll let people know. We'll remind everyone that it's coming. Give me all the details, and we'll remind our friends when your event is coming. On the other hand,
And also,
there's like
Stiz,
10 people wanting
you
to
can also
speak.
stay with us here. Wait one minute. Stiz, you can also stay on the panel. Let's cycle through the other questions. There's lots more people with different questions. You stay with us, and we'll come back to this topic in a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't go away. CJ.
Yeah, no question here, but a comment because as of 5 or 10 minutes ago, we just got some breaking news here. We're trying to find some confirmation, but according to Russian military reports, it appears that Russia has abandoned Snivarivka, which would be incredible news if it's true. We know that Russia has pulled back, 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers, giving back to Ukraine so generously. But if this is in fact true, it means that a new pathway has emerged to Kherson city itself, and this battle may be over in days instead of weeks. So we ask our kind audience that if you find any confirmation of Snivarivka being either abandoned or liberated, please let us know, because this would be a gigantic development on probably already one of the most key and pivotal days of the war. It would just make it that much more so. But I've attached the new updated map up above. Again, this is from a Russian source, so there's a good chance Ukraine is much further along than this. But again, the two most important strongholds in Kherson that were underpinning the entire defensive line have seemed to have been at least abandoned, if not overtaken, by Ukraine today. So gigantic news.
CJ, can you just revert back to what happened earlier in the morning when the Ukrainian forces took a bridge, and why this matters, what you just said?
Well, it's the day started with Davydiv Brid, the garrison there seemingly up and left. And what was really surprising was they didn't tell their Russian counterparts that the troops in the city were leaving, and it caused a panic as the units surrounding the city then left, and then the entire salient collapsed in the matter of just hours. And right now, Russia, it's nighttime in Ukraine. They have no defensive positions, and they have remarked that Ukraine has not stopped. Ukraine is using night vision goggles and a bunch of other Blue Force trackers to fire and shoot and move safely, and they're right on their heels. And so where the Russians have stopped for the night, Ukraine is already on top of them, threatening, they're only 30, 35 kilometers from actually making it to the bridgehead at Novokhovka. So this is just incredible news.
So let's again stress this. The Ukrainian armed forces in recent days have constantly put the other side under pressure. This is after about 30 days of continued artillery shelling, shaping the enemy, then fixing them in places. And now they've actually taken the momentum which they already had and had building in the northeast and taken it further by literally prosecuting this campaign 24/7 through the night.
Yep, but it was noted that, the Russians, when they finally got under the main assault of the attack, had only about half of their manning and no artillery support and no air support. And now they're in a situation where, we probably within the next day or so that they're going to have to pull back across the river entirely, because if they don't, they will be trapped by, remote anti-armor mines. They'll be trapped by Ukrainian artillery, which is now actually in range of all the bridges, as opposed to beforehand where it was just HIMARS. If they don't retreat in the next 12 hours, all 15,000 Russians will be killed or captured.
When was the last time that 15,000 Russians were killed or captured in one place?
At one time, it would have to be World War II, and perhaps in an area very close to this.
Yes, quite exactly.
And thanks to everyone that's already DM'd me in the last 5 minutes. It's up on the map on the Nest, and then it's on the second tweet there. So click it, and you can see the reports are just coming in now. Everyone's pretty much as shocked as people that have watched this very closely. I know John Artois and I have our jaws on the ground because this city that just fell perhaps is not so important just for Novokhovka, but the entire Kherson province. It's at the mouth of the Inglets. It's a very key position in the center of the line. And while the center must hold, Axel, it is clear it did not for the Russians.
Yeah, the day is getting better through the night.
You might have to crack that champagne early, honestly.
Well. I'm willing to hold it. Are you going to fly in here?
Well, perhaps, it's been an incredible day. 16 M777s promised for Ukraine, 16 105mm howitzers, and an additional 4 HIMARS, along with a bunch of other key pieces of kit that are going to make a huge difference. Even if everyone stopped giving aid now, obviously Ukraine would win, but the more aid that's given now, the less Ukrainians that have to die in the process, both military and civilian. So really just an incredible day for Ukraine overall.
That still didn't answer the question whether you're going to fly in and parachute into Tallinn.
Well, if you can work on getting Ukraine into NATO, I'll be training there next year. So please work on that.
Oh, right. Okay, so that's the allocation of tasks. Now I know.
Well, because I'm certain this war will be over by the end of winter at the latest. It certainly will be long since complete next summer.
Well, we shall definitely be in reconstruction of Ukraine at that point in time when you then travel over to play NATO.
Okay, quick PSA. Stiz, if you can open your DMs, that would be much appreciated. People would love to contact you and can't, so please open your DMs. Meanwhile, thank you so much, CJ, for all those good news, and maybe even more for the explanation that comes with it. Axel, who should we go next?
I think we had Bionade and Petra is waiting the longest, and then it should be after that Luis, Bionade, Anina, and oh god, Rusty. Petra, shoot.
Thank you. So on the topic of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund and contributions to Ukraine, I've been here since April advocating that Norway should allocate, something like 100 or 150 billion dollars to Ukraine, military and reconstruction. And we could do that without being worse off than if the war never happened. Which means we should do it, obviously. We were recipients of the Marshall Aid and so forth, as you made the case very nicely, Axel. I think Erland's concern was, or the counter argument he's met is that, well, we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund because we've protected it from all these temptations to use it at A or B or C. We always say no, that's why we have it. So we have to say no again. And I think that's not a good argument, and it can be countered in several ways. One is, of course, that this is so extraordinary that it should be no problem for the major parties to explain to the public that this is not a precedent. This is so extraordinary. We're doing this as a one-off. It's never going to happen again the same way. So that's obviously one. But there are also other things. One is that the rule that Erland referred to, that we're only spending 3% per year of the capital of the fund, is a rule to prevent Dutch disease, which is when you inject too much new money into an economy and you change the structure of an economy, such that when you don't have the money flowing in anymore, your economy gets sick. That's the short version of Dutch disease. That doesn't apply if you donate the money to Ukraine, because then it's not going to be spent in Norway. So the 3% rule doesn't need to apply to this case. So that's another counter-argument. Then if it is difficult for these politicians to get their head around the possibility of communicating clearly that this is not a precedent, there are also other things we can do. For instance, rather than paying out the money over the government budget, we can just create a huge investment fund that invests into Ukrainian infrastructure, schools, and rebuilding and everything. Then we're not actually spending the money as a precedent. And lastly, there are many other mechanisms. A perpetual interest-free loan would be one way to go, and also we could sell very cheap oil and gas to Ukraine, which they then could reap the benefits on and finance themselves in that way. So there are many ways around these objections, and I'm not so sure that the objections are raised in fully good faith. I think it's people who would rather spend the money on themselves or ourselves than actually paying it to Ukraine. And maybe there are some, especially in the Ministry of Finance, they make these arguments in good faith. But in any case, I think if the political will is there, we can easily pay $100 or $150 billion into a fund to help Ukraine rebuild itself, and we should do so.
Thank you very much, Peter. So I think it was Bayanada after. I just wanted to make a quick comment. There's quite a few people who are wishing me happy Yom Kippur, which goes Kimar, Khatiba, Kippur. Amusingly, the first word tends to be auto-corrected by Twitter into HIMARS, which is making me laugh too. And that being said, Bayanada, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question to CJ, but I guess he left already. But in this case, I will make a short and nice weather report because it's, yeah, maybe a little reference to the gas delivery situation and everything. So the US Weather Service is saying this winter will be 2 degrees over average, and actually we had really nice chilly days here in Europe.
That was a short weather presentation. Bayanada, is it over?
Sorry? Are
you over with your presentation? I was expecting, clouds over the Baltic.
No. Absolutely. So since CJ is not here, we think we don't need to start talking about remote mining operations and everything. So yeah.
Too bad you don't want to speak about remote mining operations with me, just because I have no idea what it is. That makes you rude. Oh, right.
Okay, let me. So basically,
no, Bayanada, don't worry. Let's wait for someone more able to talk with you about these things. And now I think it was Luis and then Nina. Luis, Pa, então, boa noite.
Hello. I don't know if there are people here with some military knowledge, but what I would like to ask is what would be the effect of winter in the way the war is fought and in the way Ukraine progresses in their own territory.
Yeah, that has been covered quite extensively. I think Dan John was one of the main contributors to this conversation. If I understood it correctly, you're going to put skis on the T-72s and the Prawn Salt, right?
What's that for me, Ben?
Yeah. You're the ski expert.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I don't have much more to add, to be honest.
All right. So I'll do a quick one. There's 3 things that are important. The first one is personal protection with extra layers, while being very, very careful not to heat too much, not to sweat too much, because then you freeze. The second one is to be careful that your weapon is well greased, so that they don't get too frozen either. And finally, what is absolutely crucial is to have good soxes. And for soxes, we go to Nina. But more seriously, the way For the Ukrainians, everyone agrees that it is unlikely to affect them much. They're going to receive they have already quite a fair deal of winter clothing. They're going to receive even more from about everywhere, including Canada, Norway. I think Norway said they were sending a bunch. Finland is probably going to send a lot, but not tell anyone. So from the point of view of the Ukrainians, not too much of a problem. If anything, it's going to be easier for them because they're going to be less mud. The ground is going to be frozen, less mud, and since they're attacking, they might be able to cut through the fields as opposed to being forced to hold to the roads, as sometimes they have to at the moment due to the mud. Finally, from the point of view of the Russians, this is absolute nightmare. First of all, because they're the one relying the most on air support, and air support during the winter doesn't do so hot. And secondly, because it's unlikely that they're going to have the logistics to bring the winter necessities to help their troops on the ground, and they are bound to suffer from everything you suffer from when you are outside in the winter without the proper gear. Luis, does this summary covers your question?
Yes, and I appreciate your sense of humor.
Ben, since you brought me up before, you forgot something?
I did not forget something. I voluntarily left it out.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, you forgot to mention that the Russians are missing 1.5 million winter uniforms. They went missing.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. Maybe they have a secret army with 1.5 million uniforms. I don't know. But yeah, you're perfectly right. This is the logistic problem that the Russian army is facing is multifaceted. That being said, Nina, you're the sock master.
Yeah, Ben, did you say soxes? Finland has been sending all kinds of help to Ukraine and equipment and stuff, but we are not telling what we are like Finland is sending. But the only thing we are telling about is socks, as woolen socks. This is the only thing we are telling about, but there is other stuff sent too. But yeah, did you actually say socks really, Ben?
Of course. I know. I have seen your handiwork or those of your team.
Are you talking about socks? It's socks.
Yes, I'm sorry. I've got a French accent. Do you have to let everyone know? I've got a problem with socks and spoons. I cannot quite pronounce those. Thank you for letting everyone know. Okay, Nina, you're banned for a full 13 minutes. You will not be given the mic. Plamen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. I thought Rusty was before me. If he's still eager to take, I'm willing to wait for a second.
Okay, I'm Norwegian, so I'm willing to wait. Plamen, go first.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's late here, but probably it's even later where you are. Guys, I have a slightly controversial topic or a slightly controversial comment to make. And this is, I listened to the very great presentation by Shtis about the events he's organizing and the amount of support various initiatives are receiving. And I have unfortunately, on the other side, I've noticed that some, let's say, conservative outlets or politicians are trying to make a bit of a bipartisan issue out of the Ukrainian war. And I think it is important not only to donate, but it's important for our American friends. Please make your political representative known to know that you support the effort to support Ukraine. it is as crucial as you donating. It's even more crucial that the question of supporting Ukraine is not made a bipartisan issue, where the both sides worry about whether it's a right thing or the wrong thing to do. It doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't happen, and it has to stay a unifying thing for both sides of the aisle, if you like. That's all I wanted to say. It's important. I feel it's important to be said and to be, you know, to make people understand. Supporting Ukraine has no political color. It has moral color. It's right. It's righteous and it's humane. It has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. It has to do with right and wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina, who's unbearable today, is forcing me to tell you that you mistook bipartisan and non-partisan, but you're absolutely 100% correct. And I'd like to add that it does not only matter for the U.S. It is true for every single country in the West and beyond. This is not the sort of subject that we should fight over. The only thing we should fight over is who comes first, and who gets the honor of bringing first the new type of material that will help the Ukrainians, and that should be all the controversy that there is, nothing else. All the rest, we should stand united and support our friends over in Ukraine. So, Rusty, you're next, and then we'll go back to Stiz for him to give us the end of his presentation.
Thank you. So a lot of Norwegians has talked about the Norwegian Monetary Wealth Fund today, and I wanted to say what I believe Norway can do if they want to. And first, I want to say how much is in that fund and brief what it is. So the Norwegian Monetary Fund, the Wealth Fund, it's changed name so many times. I'm not actually sure that the correct translation anymore. That's actually $1,200 billion. That's I think America has contributed maybe up to $100 billion to Ukraine. Ben, what do you think? Axel?
Yeah, it's significantly less, but it's fine.
Yep. So it's an enormous amount of money, and the reason that funds exist is that Norway found oil and exported that oil, and Norwegian socialists came up with the idea that instead of the money made from that oil going to mostly to the companies that took the oil up from under the sea and shipped it or made pipelines and sent it, instead of that most of that money ending up in other countries than Norway, they came up with the idea that we're going to make a fund and we're going to get foreign companies to train Norwegian guys to do the job that they're doing, and in time we're going to get Norwegians to do the entire most of the work, and we're going to tax it like no other country is doing when it comes to taking money from the resources that are made in Norway. And because of that, that fund is enormous, and as Norwegians, we could, if we want, we could say that we're gonna fund Ukraine after the war. We could say that we're gonna take 20% of the fund. The next 10 years, 20% of our capita in that fund is always gonna be invested in Ukraine. That would be 10% would be 120, so it's $250 billion. $250 billion. Is there any estimate on how much Russia is estimated to have destroyed of value in Ukraine?
The last estimates were hovering in very low arrangements of 480 billion to about 550. These were estimates made by government bodies in Ukraine.
Yeah, so if you think that's number already low, say it's a double, it's instead of 500, it's $1,000 billion. That's the same amount that this monetary fund is, and we're only 5 million people. We're only one country, but if we really want, we can truly alleviate the damage in this country. And there's so many arguments you can make for it, and one could all just be the fact that we have issues with our climate. We had issues with the situation of the climate in the world. Ukraine needs to be rebuilt. We could rebuild it in a way greener way. We could make sure that just take a small amount. We could make sure that 20% of their energy needs in the foreseeable future is funded by green energy that we can make there for them. We could do so much with this monetary fund instead of just leaving it be and not talking about it. Or we can truly help. And any Norwegian person listening to this, if we got together, we could truly make a difference here. And back in the days, after Norway became independent again, after being occupied by Germany, America is said to have, the number I found searching was $88 million US around 1950, sent to Norway to help Norway rebuild. I found that that number is way lower than converted into our monetary fund. That number is way lower than what we could help with here. But we have been helped to get back from devastation after occupation and a nation that took our freedom and enslaved us and took wealth from our country. We was helped. We got help. We're in a position that we can help Ukraine, and we can do it in a way that few other countries can when it comes to how much money we can contribute per person, per capita, per person in our nation. So we could say, as I said, we could just say 10% of our monetary fund will the next 5 decades be invested in Ukraine. And we could do that like a heartbeat. It's so easy. All you need is the population to say, do this. Yeah. So Ukraine, I'm hoping the fact that we step up and do things in a different way.
Hopefully. All right. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know who raised his hand first. I will go with the list that I have on my screen. Plamen, Nina, and then my nemesis, Lunchtime.
Thank you, Ben. Very quick one. I find it very, very noble from our Norwegian friends to offer and to attempt to provide this support. And it's important that everybody should help Ukraine to rebuild. But let's not forget, we have to make the aggressor pay. We have to find a way that those damages caused by the Russians have to be covered by some shape or form of reparations. It cannot be. It's a huge moral hazard if the aggressor is left to leave the country, feel no consequences, and pay nothing to rebuild the damage they caused, because it's extremely huge damage, and it cannot go unpunished. It cannot go unnoticed and really unanswered. So I think it's important to talk about what we can do, but we have to talk about how we can make the real culprit pay for the damage caused. Thank you.
Amen to both of you. Thank you, Plamen. Nina, please go ahead.
What John Spencer doing?
I don't know. Maybe he's chilling. Maybe he's driving. Maybe he doesn't want to speak to us. I'm not pressing him. If you want to speak, he's welcome. If he doesn't want to, we still love him. That's not a problem. I've ordered his book, three of his books actually, at my local bookstore. One of them is staying in my library. The other one I will deposit at the École de Guerre, and the last one at Saint-Cyr. For those who understand, they're welcome. Otherwise, never mind.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
It was like a question. What John Spencer doing?
I assume he is. I have no idea. How do I know? I'm really not pressing on anything. He just published a fantastic book. I cannot wait to read it, and I assume that at the moment he's enjoying a bit of a rest because it's always tiring to write a book like that. It's about urban warfare, everything you need to know. He wrote it with his buddy, whose name unfortunately right now eludes me. But you've got two brains for the price of one. I've read his previous book, which was brilliant, and I'm sure this one's going to be even better. So if you have, well, I know you're interested, otherwise you wouldn't be there. But if you have the time to read and if you have the money to get it, don't hesitate to buy it. And if you don't have the money, I would recommend stealing it. It's still well worth reading.
Well, I'm gonna find it somehow. But the thing is that I actually would have wanted to hear his opinion of like a view on the past 24 hours. But if he's sleeping, I can understand.
Okay, the invitation is open, but you know, if he wants to speak, he's coming. Anyway, moving on. Lunchtime. Please be mean and go ahead.
That's a bit. I'm not mean, Ben. Good Lord, how are you? I hope you're well.
Okay, starting smooth, but he's gonna become unbearable. Just wait for it.
I just wanted to echo.
If you mean that he's unbearably charming and precise at the same time, you're right, Ben. If you're
Thank you, Axel.
No, seriously, just because Le Petit Déjeuner wants to make these raucous comments about someone called Lunchtime, it's just terribly unfair. I mean, he can make fun of supper if he wants to.
No. Lunchtime said something terrible about Domin, and I will not forgive him for that.
Domin has a thick skin. I can't believe that Lunchtime said anything bad. Maybe about the wine pairing.
No, he said.
This is a case of.
Go ahead.
Please go on.
No, he said Domin was fantastic, and he was the best host on this space. So since then,
that is definitely a lie. That's got to be Ben, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just that. Well, I don't wish to get into this. This is quite embarrassing, really. But anyway, it's just that I knew Ben was listening because he sort of gave the game away a bit. So I thought I'd wind him up. But I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't mean it. It was just a joke.
All right. After all these moments of levity, let's revert back to the fact that Ukraine is winning in Kherson Oblast.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say, well, first of all, I wanted to say, I woke up this morning. This might be a bit of levity, sorry, Axel, but I woke up this morning to a tweet from someone who I'm not entirely sure who it was. I think she's called DW, but that's a news organization, so it's a bit confusing. But it simply said, a donation is like a penis. The size doesn't matter as long as it's there. So, I would continue to urge everyone to donate, and it doesn't matter what the amount is. We know the cause is good. We know the suffering that's happening. I've seen photos today that reminded me very much of 1945, or photos that were disclosed in 1945. And it really is a pressing moral issue and a practical issue because it's an urgent thing. The support is urgent. The need is urgent, and it needs to happen. So I just thought I'd say that, and one further bit of levity, and I'll leave you to your military updates, which I am keen to hear, and that is that Nina, I'd just like to thank you for your careful guardianship of the English language. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Lunchtime. You always have the best jokes. Shall we go to Rusty and then finally to Stiz so he can finish his presentation?
So I just wanted to share the weirdest article I found on a Russian newspaper yesterday. I found an article that said that I don't remember if it was Pravda or if it was Kommersant, but the article said that there had been an incident at one of the mobilization points where officers who were the mobilized guys came to this camp area, and the officers who were there to train them started demanding that they give away equipment that they had bought for their own money to the officers so that they could have it instead. And the Russian draftees or mobilized guys started beating them up. And it was in the between 20 and 20 officers that was so beaten up that they had to run and lock themselves in a room and call on the police. And the police, this is what a Russian article said, and the police, both the police and the military police came there and settled things down. And I'm just, like, this is the funniest thing I found in a Russian news site, auto translating up till now. And if this is true, that just talks about the complete complete destruction of Russian organization.
Well, I'm actually surprised the officers made it alive. Anyway, but yeah, you're right. This is symbolic to the utmost, and well, you need to give it to the Russian government. They did try not to do it, and they were really pushed to do it at the end. But for a month, they resisted calls, probably because they were well aware that it was going to be an absolute circus. Stiz, finally, please continue to us everything. Well, maybe not quite everything, but please finish presenting your event and tell us if you've opened your DMs.
Yeah, I'm sorry about earlier about the stories, about the information that I was passing along. The young lady that was passing that along, she's listening along with another one of her friends that are both in Pittsburgh. She felt it was necessary to get the word out like I do, because of just like anybody outside of that country here in America needs to know like how bad it really is. So I apologize if I hurt anybody's feelings on this channel. But with that being said, her stories, along with probably hundreds of thousands of other stories, is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. And if there are other Americans listening in wherever you're at, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, there was a gentleman that added me, tweeted me on Twitter. Wherever you're at, you can help. You know, like the guy said, I'm not going to make his reference about the you know what he said. It doesn't matter how big it is, you know what I mean? But it helps because the two that are listening now, they're trying to come up with funding for a vehicle because of they need a truck in the East. And you know, there's just so much that can be done, and we can do it. It can be done. We just got to come together, and that's my ultimate goal. And after my event here in Pittsburgh, if James does success, if there is something in Philadelphia, I will be in Philadelphia. And you know, I will support this thing till the wheels fall off. And you know, my ultimate goal, if you know, ripley'sheroes.org and Rip himself and James, if they agree to it, and if they want to continue to do this, I would be willing to travel across all 50 states to make these happen. And with that being said, if once again, whoever's listening, please promote this, because this is important to me. And I don't have family in this. I'm just an average Pittsburgh person that wants to help. And I'll leave it at that. You guys go to my page, you'll see the flyer. I've pinned it, and I just want to help. And if there, like Tom Hanks said, there was a mass shooting here in Pittsburgh years ago at a synagogue, and Tom Hanks always said, "In a time of need, go find the helpers." And I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Stiz. That's very touching. By the way, if your friends want to come speak, they're more than welcome. And if they don't, we send them all the love. And in the meantime, so if you're in the Pittsburgh area, or anywhere in the northeast of those United States, think about going to say hello to James and Stiz. It's gonna be for the good cause, and I'm sure it's gonna be a lot of fun. All right, Nina, please go ahead.
Have I now been in the naughty corner enough after correcting?
Yes, you can step down from the naughty step.
Okay.
And
okay.
Don't do it again.
No, I will try to behave now. I have to Nick. Hi, Nick. Dr. Nick.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I have a question for you.
Sure.
I actually read on the news. This is a different topic now, Ben, if it's okay, because I would like to ask Nick. I read about the Navalny. Hang on. Like the their network. They are going to re-establish a network opposing the Russian government in different parts of Russia. This was according to Sky News, and according to Navalny's allies, the time is right because the war in Ukraine has weakened the Russian regime. So I would like to ask you, did you read anything about this, and what do you think about this? What they are planning? They are planning to activate themselves in different parts of Russia.
Well, yeah, I did read something about it. I've been teaching all day, so I haven't had a chance to read a ton about it yet, but I can still give you some of my thoughts because, I'm not seeing much different from just their statement. But just to give you an idea, and I'll be as brief as I can be, after the death of Nemtsov, because you remember Boris Nemtsov, 2015, February 2015, he was like the sort of de facto head of the opposition, right? He was doing a lot of stuff for Ukraine to expose Russia's role in the war, because at that time they were still denying all of that stuff, right? And Navalny was still kind of somewhat-ish unknown to some people, to a lot of people in Russia. He was popular amongst the youth because of his anti-corruption live journal and all of that. He had also run for mayor of Moscow. He actually did pretty well considering they didn't allow him to, have any campaign materials online or, on TV, which is where most Russians get their news. So there was no debates or anything like that. He got like 33 or something % of the vote, which considering again is pretty remarkable. But outside of like Moscow, very few people really knew who he was, except for some young people. And when Nemtsov died, everybody was like, oh my gosh, like what's going to happen to the opposition? Right? Because nobody would have I don't think many people would have blamed him, considering he has a wife, 2 kids, etc. That this is clearly have gone to another level and worried about what he would do. But within a couple of months, all of a sudden, bam, 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 like all over across Russia, from Vladivostok to St. Petersburg and every place in between. All of a sudden, these campaign headquarters started to pop up, right? And it became very clear that they weren't going to go away, that they were going to dig in. And until Navalny's recent arrest, some of these places were shut down because local city officials were being pressured to not rent them some place to have their headquarters. All these things were happening. But now fast forward to this, where Navalny's in jail. He's been in jail from prison. He's been tweeting. They've cut off his access now, where he can't really pass notes to people or whatever. But he was tweeting from prison a lot about the war, trying to encourage Russians to get up and fight and to protest, and saying things like, who cares if they arrest you? They can't arrest all of you. Go out in mass and stuff. And initially they did, but then stopped, right? As we know. But I think that this is a pretty remarkable announcement, and one that, look, we all know Navalny has had made some troublesome statements in the past. He's not perfect, right? But it seems, at least on the issue of Crimea in Ukraine, that he's come around and has been advocating for an independent Ukraine, advocating for Crimea to go back. And, so this is pretty interesting. And, he still has a lot of followers across Russia. There are still people that could step in to some of these roles to help step up some of the headquarters and do some of these things. And so it would be really interesting to see how that works. So I support it. I think it's great. They have the ability and capacity, meaning the talent and, capital. So we'll see how it works, but hopefully it does. And I support it. I hope that answers your question, Nina.
Dr. Nick, if I may ask, thank you, Nina. Dr. Nick, if I may ask, where specifically, other than with two people in the Navalny organization outside of Russia, who have been somewhat lukewarm and then later on becoming a little bit more vocal about the topic, but never in his name, where do you tie it up that he has rescinded his definitely very vocal and at times condescending and quite written support of Crimea reverting back to Russia as he did?
Well, so
where did he rescind that? Did you see this in writing from him?
I have, and I can't remember exactly where. I'd have to go dig it out. I follow his Twitter very closely. Initially,
that was not on Twitter.
About sandwich, right? That was some years ago.
That was not on Twitter. That was an interview.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It was in an interview, and he didn't rescind his position. He said that Crimea should be treated by means of a referendum. That's what he actually said.
Yeah, he did come to say that later, and he dug in on that position. But you have to understand that. Look, it's not a perfect position, but it rescinds
it denies agency, and I'm sorry to say so. It denies agency, and it denies sovereignty for Ukraine.
Right,
what we've complained about against Mr. Musk's tweets yesterday.
Right, except it's not quite the same, right? And I'll explain why. And I totally get what you're saying, and that's a valid criticism. But if you understand it from the perspective of Russia and how Russians feel towards Crimea, how and Putin's position, okay, to say that there should be a fair referendum, because he specified what he was talking about, like a legitimate, quote unquote, democratic one. Again, it's not right under international law, but he was saying if you could create those circumstances, then that would be something he would support. Again, I'm not saying that I support that. Okay. But what I'm saying is that from the position of Russians, and put next to Putin's, attitude towards Crimea, that his position of even though I disagree with it, okay, is a completely radical departure from, the other position, saying that Ukrainians and Tatars and everybody who lives in Crimea should have a democratic referendum is a far cry from what Putin and all of them say. Again, Axel, I agree with you, and I don't agree with that statement. I don't think it should happen. They had the referendum in 1991, right? They all voted and decided they're going to be with, Ukraine, and that's it. To me, that's the end. But he changed his position
Sorry,
from his
Dr. Nick, I
position earlier,
apologize.
which was
And
that.
Yeah,
No, it's fair. It's a
Dr. Nick,
fair
can you
thing
hear
to
me?
clarify,
Dr.
and I
Dr.
wanted to
yeah,
clarify, but I didn't
sorry,
have time.
break. Dr. Nick, very briefly, I apologize. I missed out on a lot of what you said because my headset died. So I apologize. I can't reflect upon what you said. I apologize. I just missed it for the last 2 minutes, which is a pity because I'm sure you made a decent
Right. Okay.
argument.
Well, just sum up. Right. I'll just say it more like a very brief, like 30-second thing. That it was a radical departure from the Putin position, right? And a radical departure even from the average Russian position to suggest that there be a fair democratic referendum where all Ukrainians actual Ukrainians who live in Crimea, all of the Tatars be able to be there and, have this kind of referendum, all this kind of stuff. And, where international, election observers or whatever would be able to be involved and ensure that everything was above board. So I agree with you that it was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. To even have that position, I 5,000% disagree with that because they had the referendum in 1991, right? And even Crimea, the majority of people supported staying with Ukraine.
57%, yes.
Right. There was 54 in the main area and then 57% down near Sevastopol or something like that. I forget.
57 across the whole island. Yeah, Sevastopol even had a close majority. But the key thing which I was trying to address, and I apologize if I insert myself into this argument because I think you're making a very good point, if you allow me, because this is what we've been discussing before, and that fits with the agency issue. In 1991, there was a clear vote. It was, by the way, an election which was observed at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And who was missing in 1991 on Crimea?
It was
254,000 Tatars were not yet back on Crimea, who had been displaced, punished, persecuted, genocided against, and expropriated by the Soviets, who were then, over the coming years, returning to Crimea, finding that under the rules of Mr. Kravchuk and the likes, they could not expect to see their homes and houses and farms returned.
Sure.
And they voted with overwhelming majorities in the consecutive elections, always for whatever party stood for a united Ukraine.
Oh, right. You're right.
There is no need for a referendum there, but because there's also no need for a referendum in Donbass. That's the whole point. So the argument of Mr. Navalny to be brought up now and to be co-opted by someone like Mr. Musk, who just took essentially positions which were drafted by taking in negotiation positions from Istanbul, which were brought forward in Istanbul. 2 points of this were brought forward exactly in this wording, even in the English translation for the press corps in Istanbul by Mr. Lavrov, or Kalamtarian, as we here name him, because that is his original name. And the other two positions are more or less copies or summaries of what you just highlighted, Mr. Navalny's once stated position. It is quite disenchanting to see this from both today, Navalny, and yesterday from Mr. Musk. One could imagine that somehow the campaign of Mr. Navalny has reached out to Mr. Musk.
No, I don't know about that, but what I think is,
how do you explain that it happens within the space of 18 hours and with such insidious distribution through Medusa and other channels?
Well, what I think is that he probably copied some of this stuff from, the Russian meeting in Turkey. And I have no doubt that maybe he follows Navalny or something like that, or Googled it himself to see if that might sound reasonable or something and put it up there. But the other thing is that I've seen since that interview that he has made some comments, and forgive me, I don't want to like say exactly. I need to go back and look because I don't want to misquote him, but he has made some other statements, something like that Russia needs to get out of Crimea. Something like that. And I don't want to quote it exactly. So if you forgive me and give me the opportunity, I'll go look it up and get it to you on DM or something like that. Right. But let me just state for the record that previous position in that interview, I completely agree with you that it's a non-starter, you know, as far as I'm concerned and as far as Ukrainians are concerned. But my only point was that he changed from his very original position, which was, you know, at one point he asked like some of his followers at a rally, you know, so how do you feel about this Crimea thing? Oh, you like it? Okay, then yeah, I guess this is the way it's going to be, right? So he changed from that position to something that from the Russian perspective is far more radical. I'm not saying I agree with it again, but it's a far and away difference from Putin's position. And then I've seen since this recent invasion, him make some comments in reference to Crimea, him specifically. Now, I know that some of his liberal whatevers that, you know, are on his team aren't quite as liberal in that regard and in other regards. So I agree with that too. But let me look, Axel, tonight, and I will see if I can find those tweets or the remarks where he said that, and I will get back to you.
That's much appreciated. And on Friday, we'll have a session with you anyway.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So maybe I can just, you know, Nina, if you remind me then, or Axel, I can just tell you what I have found in the meantime.
Excellent. That's a very good point, and thank you for that. Ben, who was next? I didn't quite follow the order. I apologize.
There's no order. It's an absolute mayhem. And usually in those cases, I go by what I see first, and it's Plumbin.
Thank you, Ben. I don't know whether I'm the first, but I'll take it because it's relatively it's related to the conversation just we had. I just wanted to say the Mr. Navalny's position is just a change of form without changing content, especially in the light of the fact that many hundreds of Ukrainians were driven out of Crimea and out of the other regions occupied by the Russians in 2014. By now, many others were just plainly murdered, so that people can't vote. So this whole idea about a referendum in Crimea, well, we have to reset the clock to the real position. So basically, we have to throw out all of the Russians who have moved in, get back the Ukrainians who were drawn out of Crimea after 2014, and somehow revive the dead, right? So that they can vote on this issue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. I think this makes this point completely, utterly pointless. Actually, this exercise in talking about a fair referendum is completely mute. It is outrageous.
I mean, it is. I get what you're saying, right? But I think from, I don't know if you know, but I'm a political scientist, and I don't mean to say that, but like from a political science perspective, it's interesting because we have to question: is this some sort of a tactic, right? If you know what I mean, like, could it possibly be that, you know, his position might be more liberal than that, but he's trying to warm up people to something like that, or does he not mean it, right? And so, oh, thanks. So from a political science standpoint, that's the kind of thing that we look at. You're right from a, you know, visceral reaction to it, that it's, you know, a change of form without meaning. I mean, you're absolutely correct. You know, I get that, and that's very valid to say. But those of us who study, you know, Russia and Russian politics too, we look at this and we tried to dissect it and, put together other statements that have been made either after, before, whatever, and then try to get a sense of what a meaning might be. And I get what you're saying, but it's just a scientific.
May I ask you a question? Because you're talking about science in this respect. So, do you see any possible way from his position about the referendum to the right position, which is Russia withdraws unconditionally, and without the referendum out of Crimea?
He has said multiple times. So, for example, he had this whole rant early on in the war. It was like 20, 30 something like tweets, right? From jail, about how, that Putin is like your crazy grandpa or something like that. And he goes off in this whole thing, and it basically talked about one of his points in there, and it was related to Ukrainians and how Ukrainians must feel, right? And that, his point in all of that, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but he kind of ended with the whole point that, he needs to just get the hell out of Ukraine. And Ukrainians are just wondering when the hell Russia is going to just leave them alone. Right. And so he's made multiple comments along those lines about Russian troops needing to leave Ukraine. And that the Russian people needed to fight against the war, right, from day one. And so, and even when he was in jail, right, when he would have court hearings and stuff like this, because I don't know if you know, Navalny was an attorney, so he's very good with words. He would take that situation where he's supposed to be talking about his prison sentence and his reaction to the prison sentence, and he would turn it into speaking out against the war instead, right? So if you go back and read those transcripts related to his time since the war has started, where he's gone up before the judge and whatnot, and he turns this into like this big rant into the war and how it's wrong, and how Russia's invasion of Ukraine is illegal and Russian troops need to get out, and stuff like that. And so you can see these transcripts because they're available online. So he's made these multiple comments.
Dr. Nick,
Ben,
I know you're gonna hate me for interrupting you, but
no, I don't.
Maybe we can avoid turning the night into a Navalny show.
Oh no, that's totally fine. I don't.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
I mean, all your points are fascinating and very well taken, but first of all, there's quite a lot of people waiting, and secondly,
sure, yeah,
that's
no, that's fine. You can cut me off. I was done anyway.
fantastic. Okay, I mean, no, not fantastic, but thanks a lot. I'll let you go to your research. Beside that, for those of you who don't have their hand up, I'd much appreciate if you could just drop for a minute. I'll get you back up, but we've worked a bit of a queue at the moment. So if you can drop and come back soon, that would be very appreciated. And finally, Walter, you should raise your hand, otherwise I will never go to you. Meanwhile, Erland, please go ahead.
Oh, I want to twist it to a question, if any of you want to answer it. Will there be any use of the Russian Navy currently situated in Sevastopol when they flee away from their ships as the panic spreads all over Crimea when Ukraine takes it back? Will there be any use of any of those ancient vessels?
As soon as the jetties of Sevastopol are in HIMARS range, this fleet will leave and go to Novorossiysk.
Yeah, it was a pun. It wasn't serious.
I know, but it still had to be addressed as if it were serious.
Okay. Is there any use of that stuff? I mean, it looks kind of crappy.
We shall see. I can't promise you that it will be useful, But if these ships at some point in time are scuttled in close to the jetties, they'll make for good steel to be melted away.
And we have those here in Norway from the tirpitz. They use them to cover up holes in the street when they do construction work. They still use them, actually.
There you go.
Fantastic. Stiz, I don't know if you remarked your fundraiser is in the nest, so all our listeners who are interested can go and check it, and I'll leave you the mic.
Yeah, I stayed because the two listeners who have actual family and fighting over there, they wanted to speak, and they're still in here, and they were trying to get it figured out upon how to get it all figured out, and so they're still in here, and they wanted.
We can, Stiz, are they on their mobile phones or are they on a computer?
That's what I fixed for them. They were on. I think they switched to the app. I'm talking to her right now. I'm going to send her a text right now. Give me 1 second here. I just want to make sure that I think she's listening. Are you on the app? Hold on 1 second. Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. I know you guys like to keep things rolling.
Yep.
I just want to make sure.
Hello.
Okay, let me mute my mic. That's her. Let me mute my mic.
We already have a Julia.
Hello.
From Pittsburgh. Hello.
Hi.
Добрый вечер.
Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Мы из Украины. Hi guys. Thank you so much.
Hi there. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm good. Thank you for being here and doing what you're doing, supporting Ukraine and trying to just do whatever you can. I know everything counts, and every little effort that people are doing all over the world, it counts, because it's a genocide of of my nation. I lived in the United States for 20 years and I love it. All my family, friends, relatives, everybody in Ukraine, and they love Ukraine, like they love their country, even though it's not that that great. Economy is not good, but they love it. And unfortunately, there's very bad times right now, like very bad times. And I'm from Irpin originally, which is near Kiev, the capital. Near Bucha, near Gostomel airport. I see we have a Mriya. Like here is the name of a chat. So I've seen Mriya one time in my life, because we like 10 minutes from the airport in my parents' village, where Mriya was stored, where it was kept until it was destroyed. And and then my mom got hurt on the first day. Russian helicopter shot at them as they were going to a store in a car. And my brother currently fighting. He was 6 months. His whole division of 1,000 Ukrainian guys were at different bases. They were safe, but about 2 weeks ago they got transferred to Kherson area, the south. So in a week and a half, 32 men are killed, and my brother's best friend was killed right next to him two days ago. I have not heard from my brother in 11 hours, so I hope he's alive. I just don't know right now. They sleep like like dogs, like like where they can, like outside. Same thing with eating. My friend here, Anastasia, she's from Belarus, and her own brother and her cousin, a woman, they joined Ukrainian army after they heard about terrible genocide and killings in Bucha back in March, where over 1,000 civilians were killed, just like sniper style, with no reason, just for being just being Ukrainians. So her two relatives that joined Ukrainian army and are fighting in the east. And what I personally do is me and my church group of volunteers, we try to get money, we try to sell things. We shipped over 1,000 packages. We worked with volunteers in Kiev that take stuff to a front line every week. I speak to them. I try to speak to them every day. There's a woman in Kiev named Natalia. She was just telling me today how the Ukrainian soldiers in Liman, that was recently freed. They are, they're basically scraping, civilians piece by piece, like to bury them, children. There's a lot of dead bodies right now in Liman that was, freed. So, but thank you so much, everybody, and I really appreciate. And Slava Ukraini and Slava everybody who's supporting democracy and freedom. And I hope Putin will die soon.
Hello, I'm Slava.
So that's that's my story. Thank you so much for the time.
Julia, thank you very much for joining us. I mean, you may or may not have heard it, but our space here, what has become the MriyaReport, we've been online with our crew since the night of the invasion.
Yeah.
And we've been here to raise information awareness for this cause since then. And a large community has formed. And most recently, one of our spaces per day had about 50,000 participants because
Wow.
we cycle through on a global basis.
It's awesome.
So essentially, we have people from as far as Japan, Australia, New Zealand, but then
Wow.
throughout, of course, all over Europe. We have lots and lots of Ukrainian voices. By the way,
Awesome.
a young journalist from, she's also originally from Irpin, had been on our space much earlier in March and in April. She had been there also when Irpin was freed. She was one of the first journalists getting
Wow.
into Irpin and taking photos of the Green Valley residential apartments, for example, where the Russians had their command block, and she reported on the mass graves and everything else. So we feel for you, and we feel for your relatives and your friends in that regard. We do understand how it is and how it has been. Earlier today, we had James Vasquez, one of the American volunteers who went to join the regular Ukrainian army on for a couple of hours. And as you know, James will be meeting up with Stiz, and Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings is a friend of the show, and we work closely both here because we support normally Maria Aid, which has been founded by the Canadian Armed Forces, who had been training the Ukrainian army for 7.5 years under Operation Unifier. And now we're merging with our American friends in our efforts, or we're, so to say, joining hands, if you so like, by also, say, cross-supporting Ripley's Heroes as a charity, because we want to make sure that as much as possible can be mobilized in North America as well as in Europe to support Ukraine. So we very much appreciate your efforts, and we commend you for it. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
All righty. Stiz, make it a great event. And if you need anything from us, we'll be happy to, plug it, and we'll be happy to create more awareness for the event with James and Rip. And please do come back and also report on how it's going there.
I will. I appreciate you guys having me, man. It's my honor to be here, man. It's a calling from God to me. It's something on the inside of me that I've never felt before, and I can't explain it. But I will be back on this. Is this a regular type of show?
We are here 24 hours a day.
Oh, well then good. Then I go to sleep, wake up, jump on here. All right, guys, listen, it's been a pleasure. And I think that possibly, I'm not sure, but the young lady that just spoke, she may have a friend. Her name's Anastasia. She raised her hand. She'd like to speak too. So I'm going to stick around for that one. And then when Anastasia's done, then I will roll out. So I'm going to pass the mic back to you, and then we'll go from there. But once again, thank you guys for supporting what I believe is such a good organization and such a good cause. God bless.
God bless. So, all righty. Do I see this correctly? Do we have a Belarusian speaker with us?
Can you hear me? Yes, you do.
Ulrich, good evening. How are you? Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, guys, just really quickly, I just want to thank everyone for sharing your points of view, keeping Ukraine top of mind, and just figuring out how we can all help. As Julia mentioned a little bit about my personal story, I was born and raised in Belarus. It's a small country right next to Ukraine. Belarus just went through its own thing with Putin in 2020. he backed the dictator in Belarus and violently suppressed the protests. I have a personal connection to Ukraine. As Julia mentioned, 2 of my family members saw what happened in Bucha and said that they could not just stand by. They joined the Ukrainian army. They're fighting there for all of us. And, you know, from personal anecdotes, I can just say how amazing it is to see how many people from other countries are there in Ukraine and are fighting together with them, from all of the different countries, including America. If I could just really quickly take this opportunity, and I apologize ahead of time if I'm not supposed to do this, but we are trying to raise money to buy a car or a truck, hopefully a truck, for their unit in the East. Won't won't really share any details. I know Julia already has. I know you know how bad it is in Ukraine, but these guys have been through hell and back. Definitely just want to make sure that they have means of transportation. We started a GoFundMe page. I started a GoFundMe page. So if anyone is able, and if you can find it in your heart, donate anything. It doesn't matter how much, it all adds up. If you just search on the GoFundMe page, help support Ukraine, just those 3 words. My name is Anastasia Shemit. That's the only fundraiser, and there's a picture of a truck right there. If you are able, like I said, anything you're able to give will be put to good use.
Anastasia, can I put you in touch? Can I put you in touch with our boys at Ripley's Heroes as well as at MriyaReport, because we may be able to assist you in that regard. Because we have on the ground staff, and we have meaning volunteers from MriyaReport who have been with the Canadian Armed Forces for 7.5 years, and were training more than 36,000 Ukrainian soldiers as part of the Operation Unifier. So we have a bit of, say, ground force coverage, and our, say, procurement side and the charitable side in Canada, as well as in the US, may be able to help you in that regard when it comes to funding vehicles. Maybe you can send a DM to Daryl, my co-host, or myself, and we may be able to accelerate the matter a little.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I will do that. Thank you, everyone.
It's very much
I'll
appreciated.
give it back to you.
Could I step in to make a quick suggestion, Anastasia, which is, as this is Twitter, if you sort of put that in your latest tweet, people will be able to see it as well, just in addition to what Axel's going to do. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And we're always glad to have Ukrainian and Belarusian voices, both from on location as well as from the diaspora with us. You will not be surprised to hear that we have many Belarusians already on our space, including even the Belarusian opposition abroad, as well as a number of those who've been fighting for the Belarusian Legion in Ukraine. So we're very keen on supporting those who fight for freedom. Errol, take it away.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's 1917 my time. What time is it where you are, Axel, right now in town?
2:17 a.m.
Oh, Lordy be. Lordy be. Well, you guys know the dedication that's put into this. So just understand that when you hear everyone on here in the different time zones, we have a reach around the world. There are going to be people from every time zone just about. So just give them a hand when you can, and understand. And let's go on with the night. Let's see where we're going here. We're going to start off with a few hands, but let me say this. We got a full panel. I can't raise anyone right now. So if you have asked your question, or if you have, if you're just hanging out, I'm going to ask you to take yourself down from the speaker slot, if you will, so we can bring up others. But because we've had a great day, great news day from the front, and a lot of folks that we've talked to today have
giving us good reason to keep going and just have good hopes for Ukraine and their victory. So it's not over yet. They got a long way to go. That's why we're here until the end. All right. So let's go to Hans. I'm just going to go from what I see right now when I came up, and I'm just going to go down the roster. So George, then Jules, Lunchtime, Martin, and then Abdullah. If y'all hold your spots where you are, I'm going to go ahead and let's take it away. George?
Hey, good evening, Daryl, and yeah, it's good evening for everyone. Anyway, I know there's a post that's on here on in the nest, and it's gut wrenching. It looks like Ukrainians found what can only be described as a barbaric area where the Russians were torturing Ukrainians, and there's a container, unfortunately, with human teeth in there, and it harkens back to the Holocaust of World War II.
George, can I just say something? There's a lot of people that probably can't deal with that image here, so they probably seen it in passing. So
Yeah,
just be considerate of the.
I won't reference it. I just want to make my point.
Okay.
We've heard for years the never again, and I'm just going to put this out there. I'm a little bit upset that we haven't heard from some of the associations that are tied in with with the whole Holocaust and never again. Years ago, I had a great opportunity to see Eli Wiesel speak in New York at a conference. He was an amazing man, but right now I just looked at I've looked at his foundation's Twitter feed, and there's no mention of Ukraine, and I think that's just shocking. I know if the man was alive, he'd be front and center discussing this, bringing attention to what's going on in Ukraine. And I think the people that have put his name on his foundation are, I don't know, I think it's despicable that they haven't mentioned this at all, not even in passing. And I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know what to say. The Holocaust it hits home with my family, and my father's family. He had second cousins that lost their lives in World War II. They were Greek Jews. My grandfather was a partisan, a resistance fighter in Greece, and had two Italian Jewish soldiers that had obviously left the Italian army and joined the partisans and had fought with him. And yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I know this hits a lot of people, but I'm just really surprised that it had, some of these organizations are not bringing this to the forefront and not bringing light of this and fighting for the Ukrainians that are obviously under attack from another genocidal maniac. I'm sorry. I'll leave it at that.
I know what you're saying, George. Yeah, go ahead.
George, I normally don't refer anyone to my timeline or to whatever this Twitter profile thingy is, but our colleague and friend Artois was the one who identified the image and brought it forward. And I just took the liberty then to push it out to a number of people in a tweet. which I hope will gain a bit of momentum, because as you just yet again made the historic connection and created that arc to the atrocities of the Holocaust committed by Nazis, German Nazis. And my countrymen are currently not quite doing what they should be doing. I highlighted to our Bundeskanzler yet again, and I know the guy a little, that this is a moral duty Germany has to act and to release those weapons which can accelerate Ukraine's win. And I try to create a bit of buzz pretty much every day since a few weeks and months, as you know, to make sure that our political elite in Western Europe and specifically in Germany doesn't get off the hook and will never feel safe from us. Because if we do not go after them, they will not take our advice. They will not heed the advice of history. And they cannot stand there on television, in their talk shows, and in their media appearances and press conferences and tell us that, no, this has to be done in collaboration. No. Germany has this in hand. They can just release the third-party export licenses so that those tanks and those IFVs can be given by those nations who feel, man enough or have the guts, have the moral fiber enough to do so. It is high time that this happens. What better on a day where this is discovered and shown to do the right thing, to finally do the righteous thing, Herr Bundeskanzler. So I would implore you to please go to that little tweet, push it out, add a few words yourself, retweet it, do whatever you like with it, but make sure that the man tagged in there, Bundeskanzler Scholz, knows what message to look at, meaning this box of golden teeth. The Russians couldn't carry it away. They wanted to steal the gold and melt it away.
The only satisfaction we can get from that is that was left behind because the bastards that committed those crimes probably met their end at a maybe an HQ that was hit by a HIMARS. Let's just hope that was their end, that they were ripped to shreds.
Efrasto.
All right, George. Just want to say thank you for bringing attention to that again. It's when I said what I said, it was just, some people can't handle
I understand
the graphic, but it is important, and I just didn't want you to think I was cutting you off from that.
No, I understand. Okay. I understand because we don't want to go into too many descriptors, and thank you for pointing that out, Daryl. Yeah, because I know there's a lot of people with family in those areas and people that haven't heard from loved ones, and we have to be sensitive to that. But I thank you, Axel, because this just needs to be pushed out in any way, shape, or form, and because when you discover this, you're scratching the surface, and it's high time that the fence sitters and the Elon Musks pull their head out of their keister and get with the goddamn program, as we say here. So thank you guys for the reinforcement on this, and like I said, I know I've been to some of the I've been to some of those areas where the Holocaust happened, and this really just hit home, and it's despicable, and people need to be made aware. The veil of this war has to be taken off 100%.
This is what the news should be talking about. Okay. Okay, let's see. Jules,
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with George and Axel and Daryl about that. My family, I have Ukrainian Jewish ancestry. They left Lviv because of the pogroms at the beginning of the 20th century. They went to Vienna, which, you know, understanding what we do about the Anschluss turned out terribly for all of them, pretty much. But I just wanted to respond to Dr. Nick Ford about Navalny. I feel very emotional about this because I wanted to believe that Navalny was like a good dude and he wanted something different from Putin. I have followed him very closely for a long time. I was incredibly supportive of him until, you know, not that long until into the Russian invasion. And then I started to feel very differently. I also, you know, studied political science and I understand what you're saying about from Russia's perspective, but from Russia's perspective, they committed fucking genocide, I'm sorry, of Ukrainians and the Tatars, and to hold him out. I mean, you're talking to somebody with 8 free Navalny shirts. Like, I wanted to believe so badly that he would be different, but I just think it's disingenuous to claim that from a political science perspective, an ethno-nationalist, you know, is different than Putin. He's not. Everybody says about the Russian opposition, like they're liberals until it comes to Ukraine. And I watched Navalny, you know, with the Belarusian protests and Svetlana's campaign, and he was extremely supportive. I think that's partly why they poisoned him, because he was supporting this movement to overthrow Lukashenko. But I've watched what he said from jail, and what he just said from jail was that this is a crime, this war is a crime against his country primarily, and that, you know, Russians don't support this. And that's just bullshit. I'm sorry, it's bullshit. And like, you can't sit here and say that you support Ukraine and Navalny. And I loved Navalny, like, prior to this whole re-invasion. And then I reevaluated him as a Ukrainian American on terms of looking at it from a different perspective. And I just think to claim that he's radically different than Putin on Crimea and all these things is a load of shit. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, I am not offended by that at all. So I agree with a lot of the things that you've said. Again, I'm looking at this just, and I don't want to harp on it or dwell on it, but looking at this, not saying that we need to understand, or Ukrainians especially need to understand any of these things, because you don't, because you are living through genocide, like you said, and all of this stuff. I'm looking at it from a purely different perspective that has nothing to do with, you know, saying that he is a good person or that he is, you know, the best answer or only answer for Russia or anything, right? I'm just looking at him dispassionately, but I also, as a human being, understand what you're saying. Okay, so I get what you're saying, and it's completely valid. And I guess that's really all I have to say. I mean, because you're right, and Axel knows me, and other people know me, and how angry and upset I am about the things that are happening in Ukraine. I'm very passionate about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no need to establish credentials. I think that can I assist you in one regard? I think what you're trying to portray is a detached view from a purely scientific, or in this case, academic perspective on a topic of how this public persona evolves. Whereas
many people have a very clear positioning from a political perspective, from an analysis, as well as a visceral reaction. And I think we should also leave that there, because one thing becomes the academic review, the analysis, the positioning of the person, which becomes a historical fact over time in, so to say, that model. And the other thing is what we now live through, where Mr. Navalny is not finding the right words.
No, you're right, Axel. That's completely right.
And Jules, one thing I would add is before we go in and start supporting folks, we need to read about them, think about, and see what they have done in their past and what their views are. I understand that you saw him in these different events, but he has written words, and those written words tell a little bit more than just the actions that he took. So, and I'm just gonna say that for anybody that goes out and you want to support anyone, read about them, get some information on a person. They may be charismatic, but that charisma may not be for the best cause.
Well,
So
exactly.
I just want to add that, everybody else has said what they wanted to say, but I just want to make that one point on it.
Exactly. He's extremely charismatic, but if you look at this from Ukraine's perspective, he's not that different from Putin, and that's the cold, unvarnished truth of it.
And that's the point that everybody's making.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
I think we are violently in agreement.
I'm glad. Thank you. You can drop me down.
All right.
That's right.
Thank you,
and thank you for joining us, Jules.
Thanks.
I like that, Alex. Violently in agreement. All right, lunchtime. Let's go.
Hey, okay. So this is actually a question for Axel, and it might well be old hat
Are you
to
violently
him.
agreeable right now, though?
I'm too British to be violently agreeable. I'm sort of I'll have a sensible chuckle now and then, put it that way.
Okay, I hope you got good liquor then.
I mean, I've got some. I don't know how good it is, but anyway, I'm trying to be good at Stoptober after all. So this is a question for Axel, which might well be old hat, and maybe it's been discussed to death. I don't know. But this is about a tank, a Russian tank called the Armata, which I recently heard about on this YouTube channel, where this Russian guy who's left, and he's very critical of what's going on. He's a Christian, and anyway, it's just interesting to see that point of view sometimes. But something he said was he felt that he had been assured, along with the population of Russia, that these tanks were going to be the future of tank warfare in Russia. That people went as far as to say, or the government went as far as to say, they would form the backbone of the Russian army, and billions and billions of rubles apparently were spent in research and development for them. And he said, I haven't seen a single one in use. And whenever I ask the question, where are these tanks? Everyone around me just pretends that I'm crazy, or they haven't noticed. So I wonder, do you know anything about these tanks, Axel? And did they end up in the same place as the 1.5 million winter sort of bits of winter kit for soldiers?
I can talk about this for hours, but I think it's much better to ask someone who was neatly involved and long involved with tanks. How about it? Let's start with George, and then we can make fun of the Armata. George.
Yes, so the Armata tank, now remember, I'm just going to preface what I'm about to say. The Russians have always made claims about their weapon systems that unfortunately a lot of people in the West
took as the truth. And now we know that a lot of their systems capabilities were, wishful thinking on the Russians' part. But let's get back to the Armada. They did supposedly a production, a test run of 10 vehicles, and they were supposed to produce the first 100 to field test them. The Russians said that they did produce or had produced at least 90 something. No one believes that anymore because we haven't seen them in that number. If the Russians had them in that number, there would be pictures of them, right? Coming off of an assembly line in some tank park or something like that. We think they just produced a handful. We see them every year at their May Day parade. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that think that some of them are just shells, that they're just there for the parade. There's been some technical difficulties with them that the Russians aren't saying exactly what it is, because the production is absolutely abysmal. The U.S. or any other country would have knocked out the first 100 in the first year. It's been now it's been around since 2014 is when the first few were made. The Russians claim a lot of capabilities of this tank, but nothing has ever been shown really on video. Just some propaganda stuff of one trying to maneuver what would be a I guess like a pre-made tank range or something like that, but only one. We haven't seen them in groups. So the Russians can claim they spend billions developing this, but I'm sure that went into somebody's yacht or several people's yacht. But they have not produced that initial run of 100, and it's a mystery on why not. But the corruption is probably one of your answers.
It's also the design features of this tank are in continuity of the completely wrong design of their ordnance storage system and their autoloader.
Exactly.
But still, yeah, it's very dangerous to design a tank with such armament and such a capacity for storing ammunition with an autoloader with such a short range between the turret and the cage, meaning the cage where the autoloader stores its main ammunition. And seemingly a number of those tanks went up while testing. Please, George.
I was going to say there's no evidence. So just so people understand, if you look at an Abrams or a Leopard 2, or especially the Korean, I forget what it's a Panther, it's a K2, it's very expensive anyway. There's panels on the outside of the turret, and they look like access, but they're not. They're blowout panels. So what's supposed to happen is, let's say the tank gets hit and the ammunition catches fire or has to explode. There's a panel on the outside made of it's almost like a prefab blowout. So in other words, instead of the explosion happening internally into the turret and killing the crew, it blows outwards so that it saves the crew. And haven't seen any evidence of that on this T-14 Armada, to say the least.
That sounds like an inverted crumple zone on a car or something, right? So the sort of the explosion just releases, and therefore the crew is spared. But then we've seen countless. It sounds like what you're describing. This new tank, which is vaporware, basically has the same design flaw. That means that the turrets keep flying off, the ones that are hit now. Where the sort of autoloader explodes and then everything pings upwards. Is that right?
Pretty much. It has the same issue.
Gotcha. So it was basically a huge rip-off of the Russian public from the sounds of it. That sounds pretty normal. Fair enough. Great. Thanks for explaining.
All right, appreciate it. Lunchtime. Let's see. We had Martin, and then Abdullah, and then we're gonna go with Paul T. All right, here we go. Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Daryl, Axel, everyone from around the world who's listening to the Maria Report. Thank you for doing that. Slava Ukraini. Thank you for saying that. And I just want to say, if Julia's there, that her comment about the war criminal in the Kremlin and her hopes for that evildoer, well, I second the motion. I just wanted to a couple things very briefly. Earlier this afternoon, Yehuda tweeted out a link to an article that he said is a must read. So of course I went to read it, and it's a really very very well written, goes without saying, very insightful, incisive piece in The Atlantic. And I retweeted that if people are interested, and I hope everyone is. It's called "Russia's Nuclear Bluster is a Sign of Panic. Yielding to Putin's Blackmail Would Be Folly" by Elliot A. Cohn. And that's in The Atlantic today, October 4th. So please go and read it. I think you'll find it most useful. And Daryl and Axel, if I may, I earlier today I had a discussion via email with a friend, a very knowledgeable friend who's something of a scholar on Eastern Europe, particularly Russian history. And he was discussing with me about Elon Musk. And he sent me an email. I was out today, and when I got home, I looked at it and I thought, gee, this is interesting. I hadn't considered that before. And I wonder if I might share it with everyone on the Maria Report. Would that be okay if I read it?
Hello. I can tell you this, Martin. Be succinct. Just be succinct with it, because right now, Mr. Musk is not a very well liked person at this point.
Oh, I know that.
It's appreciative for what he did with the Starlinks, but his view on this whole referendum and vote is not a point of contention. It is an absolute no. So go ahead, but just go ahead. But I just want you to let you know that's the feeling.
Oh, I mean, I follow the space, intensely. So I know that. And when I first saw what Mr. Musk had said, I was taken aback. I was appalled, and I said, this guy may be a good engineer, but he knows bupkas about Yiddish word about anything else. But I, as I say, I wanted to share what this friend sent me. He said, "What is most interesting and he puts it in a historical context. What is most interesting in Elon Musk's recent intervention with his suggested plan in support of Putin's intervention into Ukraine is not that Musk suggested exactly what Putin needs to prevent his full defeat, but that Musk is using wording from Russian political slang," and then in parentheses, such as, quote, "Khrushchev's mistake," for instance, and parentheses, "that was used only by KGB and Communist Party folks after the Khrushchev period of the Soviet Union, and at present is in the professional slang only of the FSB and Putin's adherents." So it is an interesting question. Who is an advisor for Elon Musk to produce such an incompetent and harmful political intervention? So I just wanted to share that.
Good point, and it's exactly what I referred to a little earlier, that he was using quote unquote texts, respectively passages, which have been part of the English language version
of the press communique of the Istanbul meeting, where Mr. Kalantarian, aka Lavrov, had stated certain things, and then he used exactly those tropes which have been used in the past by ethno-fascists of Russia, as well as the KGB and Putin himself. So, and of course, with the ethno-fascists, one would have to refer to those people who've been in the proximity of Mr. Navalny, who once walked with them across the Red Square, hand in hand. But there you go. That's just a different thing.
Well
Always
said
look
as
at the
usual,
people you
Alex.
associate with.
Yeah. Okay, well, good. So I wanted to share that. And again, Slava Ukraini. And final comment is, what would I do without the Maria report? That's a rhetorical question. No need to answer. I'll drop down to listener and continue to listen. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm in the elevator in a second. Everybody can hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we got Craig here. Craig, you got something interesting for us real quick?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say it's interesting. I would simply like to. I mean, the only thing I wanted to talk about was Kherson, and that was the phased approach that Ukraine was taking. Ultimately proved to be the right one. There were some inclinations that Ukraine was going to dive to the coast, or they were going to drive to the river, or they were going to split this off versus that off, and it was kind of one of those things where I think what you're seeing is the Ukrainian general staff being patient with its battle plans, letting things work themselves out without having to rush, and that I just wanted to highlight that. It shows that politicians are not driving this war. It shows that the politicians in Kiev are letting the soldiers do their job and do it right without saying, no, you have to hurry up and do this. No, you have to hurry up and do that. They're doing it again. Say this, said it before, I'll say it again. They're doing it the right way. The politicians are telling the generals what the objective needs to be, and the generals are then doing this in the way that they're supposed to do it. So they decrease casualties, increase success. And what I mean by increased success is that it's one thing to win a battle. It's another thing to win a battle at minimal losses, right? And so you can win one, but to win one well is very difficult. And it's not easy. And it shows that the politicians, like I said, are just not shoving down the general's throats what needs to happen, as opposed to what you're seeing with Russia, where the politicians are basically telling the generals where they need to be to satisfy their political necessities, right? Which is, I think, two contrasting systems that I think are playing themselves out in Kherson. I think Kherson is a great exemplar of the two systems that are currently at war. One is a democratic, free, albeit through their own admissions, still have some problems with corruption, but it is a system that is transitioning more towards what it has always wanted to be, which is nationalistic, independent, and sovereign. And the other is a top-down model that tells everybody where they need to be, regardless of the outcomes. They're just telling you to be there, right? So I think Kherson is really kind of the microcosm of this battle of systems. And I think, obviously, as we can see, the Ukrainians are doing a very good job.
Didn't you just see something very interesting on a video? Something about a BMP? Something about something that is just arrived
the fuel.
in the theater?
Oh, the fuel. Oh my gosh.
Something that just arrived in theater.
Just arrived in theater. I'm not too sure what you're referencing, but I will tell you that the tanks. Do you mean the tanks?
No, like that M30.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Russians for a second. I was like, what the heck are you talking about? My mind was going absolutely crazy. No, I mean, if you want to talk about it, by all means, please do.
No, tell them what you saw in that video.
Hold on, let me Let me go back here. I'm going to try and pull it up. Oh, you're talking about the airburst.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. So no, what I saw was I saw a Ukrainian. It looked like they had tried several times to hit this thing. It's a video that you can get on Rob Lee. His handle is @RALee85. Anybody can go and watch it. He posted it today, about like 2 hours ago or so. And it basically shows a couple of BMPs that are parked in the woods along a tree line. And then you see around it different kind of scorch marks where you saw artillery trying to hit it, or a mortar or what have you. And then all of a sudden, at the very end of the video, you'll see an airburst shell, basically, I'd say about 20 feet, maybe 30 feet from the actual vehicle, explode. And it takes the BMP with it, which that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be able to fire off an airburst shell 30 feet from a Bradley or an American infantry fighting vehicle and have the whole thing go up in flames. That's not a part of the plan, right? I mean, that's crazy. And so the fact that I saw that just made me absolutely I hadn't seen an airburst shell have that kind of an effect. But when I saw that, that was just, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was just like, that armor is so thin. You could shoot 50 caliber through it, right? And that's supposed to be your infantry fighting vehicle. That's supposed to carry your infantry right into the front lines through heavy fire, and get your guys there safe and deploy your troops. But the goal is to have them alive by the time they get there, right? I mean, if they're supposed to drive through incoming and they get hit by an airburst 30, 40, I don't know what that is. Hold on. Maybe because it's at a 45-degree angle. So call it maybe 35, 40 feet, because you have to account for the height. That's insane. That's absolutely crazy that would happen. And apparently that's standard operating procedure, apparently.
So when we start hearing about all these masses of troops and things of that nature, and people thinking about the conscription and the number of troops, what do you think how is that going to play out on these masses of troops? Because we know this is how Russia has used their tactics, to use mass as a form of winning and overcoming the firepower of their enemies.
And I think that's a question that kind of answers itself, right? Because if you're 7 months in and you need masses of soldiers to save your ass, and the Ukrainians are in some cases touching, but in other cases 60, 70 miles away from the border, which for the past 8 years, because you have to think about this, some of the territory that Ukraine is about to go into or is going into was occupied by Russia in 2014, right? And so these are supposed to be, quote unquote, well-hewn defensive lines. And the fact that Ukraine is already in them and is headed towards them, the fact that you need masses, quote unquote, masses of infantry to save your ass is enough to kind of already make you shudder if you care anything about human life in Russia. But this video I'm watching, it's on a 7-second loop. I'm just watching it over and over and over again. And I just think, I'm like, it's one thing to get hit by a javelin, RPG, right? Something like that. Maybe a direct hit from a drone, sure. But for it to go up like this on an airburst is, I mean, talk about slaughter. And this doesn't even come close to that. This isn't even a slaughter, because that would assume that there is some sort of organization behind it. I don't know. I don't know. Something just kind of jumps in my mind where I was reading a book about the Civil War and about how Union generals tried to exchange courtesies with each other. And a line that just struck me right now is that there was a Confederate troop that had kind of caught this Union line out in the open, and it had no chance to defend itself. And one of the aide-de-camp turned to General Jackson and said, "Stop this. This is murder. You have to stop it. This isn't even warfare anymore. This is murder." And Jackson just said, "Nope, just let them go about their business." And that's what it was. It was murder. It's not even combat anymore in some cases. And so that's the word I would choose to describe what's probably going to happen to these Russian soldiers. They're probably going to be murdered. Combat would mean that they have some form, some way of defending themselves. They're fighting back, et cetera, et cetera. That's a murder is as close as I can come to describing probably what's going to happen to these guys.
Like an airburst shotgun.
If that's what an airburst shell is supposed to do to your infantry fighting vehicle, I've never seen this video before. This video was I saw this video today, but when I saw it, my jaw kind of hit the ground, and I'm just like, oh, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. But yeah, that's all I would kind of say about it. I mean, this is going to go from combat to struggle, from retreat, and then to Ukrainian soldiers are going to have to start making decisions about whether or not they're going to want to shoot some of these guys that are running away, and their humanity takes over. And they're like, this isn't even warfare anymore. This is just murder.
Craig, you do understand that it's not murder. And
No, I
murder
understand. No,
is
I
what-
understand.
If you look up in the nest.
No.
If you look up in the nest, the third tweet, which Artois and I then pushed out, every Ukrainian soldier today has seen this image. Every Ukrainian soldier has seen that image. Okay.
No, I wasn't describing the intent of the action. I was describing the action in and of itself. So the intent is liberation.
I think
they're
exactly.
helpless.
And I think there's no problem. There's no problem in annihilating and destroying an enemy which does not wish to surrender.
No, absolutely not. They're wearing uniforms. They're in combatant status. They get what's coming to them. There's no doubt about that. And I wouldn't argue otherwise. If you're wearing a uniform and you're inside Ukraine, you are fair game according to every single law of warfare. You're fair game. They can kill you without having to say anything to you. They can drop a bomb on your head from 300 miles away. It doesn't matter. You're fair. The only thing I was describing was that watching this thing, the first Daryl asked me for my reaction. I mean, it's getting it's beyond comical at this point. It's getting really, really pathetic, and it's getting really, really kind of disgusting. Just from a humanitarian standpoint, if you're there and you're watching this and you're just seeing tens of thousands of more Russian soldiers die, by all means, kill them. Right? I don't care. I really don't care. Kill them. I'm simply saying that the disparity between what the weapon systems, the training, the logistics, and everything versus what an average Russian soldier is facing, I mean, it's not even comparable anymore. I mean, it's a joke, right? And that's kind of what I'm describing that coexistence with.
Yeah. Have you looked at the breakthrough in Sinonivka?
I have not. I'm going through my DMs right now. I have not seen that most recent one.
CJ went completely, utterly shocked and enthusiastic about it, as not only did the Ukrainians, so to say, yesterday morning, a little bit, like 18 hours ago, they took the bridge and Davidov to the north, and they broke through to Milove. And then they managed to take Sinonivka, which is the main township, the main strategic point to take on the Mykolaiv side of the front. So they've taken 3 strategic points within the space of 18 hours. And they're pushing currently along the line, Milove, along the Dnipro, down with high speed at night. They're pushing through Sinonivka at night. They are making their advances down from the bridge into the territory to close off one salient in the northeast at night.
That is, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you and another gentleman, Slovenian wine-loving gentleman, talk about Milov approximately 2 weeks ago? Right? Yes. Yeah. Just thought I'd give you a little shout out there. This was just to give you all an idea. This was the bridge that Axel and Doman had called about 3 weeks ago, actually. This is the bridge they had been talking about for quite some time. And when I actually saw that name flash in front of my Twitter feed today, that was the first thing I thought of. I was just like, oh my gosh, we're going to be hearing about the Milov puns are going to be flying left and right.
There's a lot more of.
There's one.
That's true. Everybody has one, hopefully.
All right. Hey, appreciate that, Craig. I think that they just don't realize what they're walking into, or they know what they're running away from. They just didn't know the hornet's nest that was going to end it.
If you're a soldier and you have any idea that this is happening, if I'm a soldier, and I never was one, thank goodness. If I'm a soldier and I've heard about these things,
Navy.
yeah, well, yeah, I'll let you know when your food is nice and hot and warm and you have bullets in your gun. You can thank us later. The issue is like these are going to get through to Telegram, right? These are going to get through on people's Telegram. These are going to get through, and people are going to see some of these images. And if I'm a soldier and I'm seeing this, and I see this big thing, like think of being a Russian soldier for a second, newly conscript. You walk into a depot, and somebody puts their hand out and says, "This is now your vehicle. This is your baby. Learn it, take care of it, and she will take care of you." And then they see a video like this with their big, strong-looking Soviet BMP with the big cannons and all this room, and you feel so protected and all the rest of this stuff. And then you see a video about an airburst shell about 20 to 30 feet away, completely rip you apart. I mean, forget about drones flying overhead because you might be able to hear the buzzing, right? You might be able to hear the zzz, right? So you maybe have some chance. There's no chance with this. You have about a fraction of a second from when you actually hear the shell whistling, if you actually do hear it whistling, to when it explodes. You have about a second, maybe a fraction of a second before you actually react. And this big, huge thing that was supposed to be your guardian, your protector, your big thing that's going to carry the fight to the enemy is blown up by shell fragments. I mean, no disrespect to American munitions or what have you, but shell fragments, not even a direct hit. And
hey, Craig, sorry, just don't forget now, those BMPs, those back doors, those are the gas tanks.
Those, so what we learned about those, because I kind of had a little bit of an emotional breakdown on our chat, that I was just kind of like, oh my God, are you serious? Because I'll be honest, I'm a logistics guy. I just do numbers, distances, speeds, what you need, composition, etc. I'm not an infantry guy, a fighting guy, right? I can make some like inferences here and there, but I didn't know what was actually a part of this BMP. I'll say it full. I didn't do my research. Those doors are for cross-country gas traveling. The main fuel cell is actually right where the infantry are putting their feet. So where the infantry sit down, their ass goes out, their face goes inboard towards each other, and then the fuel cell is right in the middle. So I just learned that 10 minutes ago. But those are extra fuel tanks that are supposed to be empty unless you're going really, really far.
Yeah, and here's the biggest part about that BMP and that new munition, the alternative warhead munition, is like you said, the BMP was supposed to be designed to be able to stop a 50 cal, but if the 50 cal's firing what they call AP rounds, or armor piercing rounds, it goes right through it like Swiss cheese.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that, well, I mean, it's sort of what I'm getting at, but I mean, these are shell fragments from an airburst. That these are not 20 50 cal rounds going through your hull, right? These aren't 10 50 cal rounds. This is an airburst. This is a single event. Now, granted, you're getting hit all at the same time, so it's a large spread. But if you see this thing go up in smoke like this, and the distance from where this isn't a direct hit, people. This wasn't right above the BMP. This was, hold on, I'm going to stop it. Let me do some basic geometry here. Hang on. My dad taught me how to do this. You got to triangulate. So BMP to there, that's approximately 25 to 30 feet from where the tree exploded. The shell explodes just to the right of that. So you have 20 feet of distance, plus you have about 30 feet of height. So you have about 50 square feet, and the BMP goes up like it's made of matchsticks.
Is this one of the HIMARS AW warheads?
No, this is a 105.
Oh shit!
This is a 105 round, or maybe let's just call it a 155 round. But CJ was joking with me, telling me how it looked like a 105. But I guess the 155s are bigger, obviously. But this is an artillery shell. This wasn't a direct strike. This was a 50 feet of distance, because you have 50 feet horizontally, then you have 50 feet on the vertical. And so this wasn't a direct hit by any means. This was actually way off target, and it lit up like a matchstick. It offered no resistance. There was no delay between when that shell exploded and when the BMP went up in smoke. That's horrifying. That's absolutely disgusting. No American machine does that. I can assure you.
Can you DM me that video, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, I can put it in the nest, sure.
Yeah,
I'll just put it
that'd
in
be
the
great.
nest so everybody can see it. Yeah.
I can tell you this, Craig, in the amphibs, we had like a 15-second lifespan because that thing was made of aluminum. From the time we hit the shore, we had a life expectancy of about 15 seconds. So I understand that whole point right there, because of ours being aluminum. But you would think that they would think they were in steel and had a little bit longer to live if they were inside.
But there was, to my mind, though, that there was a delay. That obviously you get hit by a huge round. There's no delay there. But from my understanding, the old Bradleys and the American infantry fighting vehicles that actually carry the infantry with you, they're supposed, in my mind, it's not. It's like a double seal or something, if I'm not mistaken, in the armor. There's a double seal there that gives the infantry an extra 15 seconds to get out of the vehicle. Is that not correct? I could have sworn there was something like that.
No, this is if it got hit by a round and the round went through.
Oh yeah, well there you go.
If we got hit with if they hit the vehicle right laid into it, the vehicle would be Swiss cheese. And
absolutely.
That's why we said 15 seconds. Now, if you dismounted and we would go, you had a lot longer. But if you were inside the vehicle when it got ashore and it went inbound on land for a little bit longer, it was about 15 seconds from the time it got ashore. So, yeah, that's why they dismount as soon as we hit the shore. As soon as we got on the beach far enough and they could get out without drowning, we dropped the gates on the rear so that they can jump out. So,
and I just posted that video in the nest for everybody to see. You guys can correct me on my math, but I'm approximating 20 by 50. 20 by 30. So 20 feet over, 30 feet up, give or take. Anybody can correct me on that math, but even still, to Daryl's point, but still, like that's the thing that just keeps on like just rattling around in my brain is like, what were you expecting to be the World War III event? Like, I can't help but imagine that the Russians had some plan for World War III in the Falaise Gap in Europe in 1984, 1985, which is when the majority of this stuff was built, right? This is Soviet Union type stuff here, right? This is their T-80s, T-72s, BMPs, et cetera, et cetera. They're pulling everything out of the blocks now, right? And so you're really starting to see what World War III would have looked like, at least optically from a vehicle perspective. And you would think that they would understand that the United States method of war is to use artillery, use a lot of it, but be very quick. So you want to at least insulate your fighting vehicles from artillery. I mean, at the very least, for goodness sake, right? And that just wasn't the case, right? They just didn't do it, and it's just absolutely stunning to me. It's like, how did you ever expect to win a war with this kind of stuff? Like, it doesn't make it's insane.
Greg, really quick, remember their doctrine was to overwhelm numbers, to overwhelm like so through that gap, the folded gap, to overwhelm with numbers, like 20-1 numbers. That's why if you look at the production figures of their stuff, and like you're talking about thousands upon thousands of BMP-1s, thousands upon thousands of T-62s, T-72s. We're talking about over 40,000 of each. And that was the thing, that they would lose maybe 7 to 8 vehicles for every one they knocked out of ours. But eventually the numbers would come in their favor. That was the thinking. Remember, that's what they did against the Germans, right? The Germans said they ran out of anti-tank shells before the Russians ran out of tanks. That was their strategy. Just overwhelm numbers. To hell with their soldiers if they die.
I laughed there, George, because that was something that that was mentioned in the offline chat, was that it was supposed to be about numbers, and that type of shell would decimate numbers real quick. If it was burst even at a higher altitude, it would spread out a little bit further.
And I remember training with First Armored Division, and they used to say, you're going to have to take out as many, like you're going to have to be firing like a madman, because that's how many tanks we were expecting to come at us.
That's why they developed the. That's why to just tell a quick story. That's where the wild weasel actually developed from. For those that are kind of curious, sorry, Daryl, but this is something. This has to do with ground close air support. The United States always knew, to George's point, that we were going to be overwhelmed with numbers in Europe, but we don't want it to go nuclear, right? That was the idea. But the only way to counter that many numbers is one of two things: either nuclear weapons or overwhelming air superiority. And when I say overwhelming, I mean like 1945 Germany air superiority. That's the only way you can counter that. And so that's where the HARM missile developed from, and the Wild Weasel missions developed from, because we couldn't counter them tank for tank. So what we knew we could do is develop higher quality aircraft with higher lethality than what they were building. And so it's simple logic, right? In order to gain air superiority, you have to destroy radar systems. And the Soviets didn't care about radar and air defense really all that much. It wasn't really particularly big deal to them, at least tactically, maybe strategically, but it had trouble kind of integrating these units. But anyway, the point is that they were dispersed, they were disorganized, and so the U.S. Developed the Wild Weasel mission. That's where the F-4 Phantom came from. And for everybody who wants to know where the Warthog came from, the Warthog came from the decision by the U.S. military to diverge missions. The F-4 Phantom was meant to be a ground strike aircraft while also being an air-to-air dogfighter, right? Well, you can't have those, right? And so the U.S. Army split off, U.S. military split off, and they said, we're just going to attach one of these things for ground support. That's the Warthog. And then we're going to go along the F-22, F-15, the F-15, F-14, carries a lot of weapons, can destroy a lot of vehicles on the ground very, very quickly. And that's what you saw in Iraq, was that there were these F-4 Tomcats that were just, loaded with munitions that could just be bombing all day, because that was its mission, right? And it all actually developed from exactly what George is talking about. The United States didn't counter this tank for tank. They just said, fine, if we can't go through it, then we'll just go over it, right? And we'll dominate using air power that way. And that's why we have so many aircraft carriers as well, because that allows us to deploy air power forward. So it all kind of stemmed from this numerical issue that George is talking about. Sorry, Daryl, I didn't mean to step on you, but just a quick reference lesson.
All right. Hey, guys, I just want to say we got a bunch of hands going up. I'm sure, we got a lot of folks interested, but I'm going to let Paulie T, Abdullah, because you guys have been waiting a very long time, and I'm glad you were patient with me. So if you would, go ahead and ask your questions. And then for anybody that's just sitting there, when you get done, please drop down so I can get a lot of these folks up. Everybody has questions just like yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, you good, Paul.
Okay. So I didn't really have any questions, but I've been kind of listening in, and I noticed how a lot of this has to do, like, there was questions about the T-14 Armada, and there's talk about, the BMP and the stuff when it comes to this. And I was like, I kind of know a little bit about this. So a little bit of background on me. I was a I was an 0352 in the Marine Corps, so I was an anti-tank missileman. And what couple of the things that I noted, and I figured I could give a little bit of understanding as to why some of this stuff is the way it is for the Russians. So for the Russians, they were expecting to fight a war on the eastern, really somewhere in anywhere from the 1960s, 70s, or 80s against NATO powers. And one of the things that's very iconic in this war is just the mass. Why would you put your ammunition have an autoloader? And well, look at the design of these tanks. The purpose of these tanks in having these autoloaders, the autoloaders can fire up to 8 rounds a minute. And they only crew 3 people as opposed to the 4 which American tanks have to crew. Because we use a 18-year-old kid with a strong arm in order to load our stuff. And the point of this is they maintain a low profile, and they're able to engage in numbers with a high volume of fire, because at the time of their development, these tanks, there weren't the Javelin system, which wouldn't come around until the 90s. You had the tow system, but it was relatively, it had a lot of issues still. It's had some stuff had to work out. The optics quite hadn't caught up with the abilities of the actual tow missile systems yet. And so the biggest threat on the battlefield to these tanks when they were developed were other tanks. And so that's the design choice that went with it. Is the biggest thing on the battlefield, that the most biggest danger is other tanks, and being able to engage these other tanks, use less guys to do it so we can crew more tanks and have an increased volume of fire. That's the point. These aren't tanks that are fighting a war. They're not fighting the war they were meant to, and they're not fighting against technology that they were designed to counter. Which is why you see these turrets flying off, because the biggest danger on the battlefield now is 2-3 man hunter-killer teams running around with javelins and in-laws, which have tandem charge warheads. As for the T-14 Armada's development, the safety capacity for it reportedly was that all of the crew were put into a forward capsule that had an internal armor belt to prevent losses, and nobody was actually in the turret scheme because of the drawbacks of having a crew member in the turret. Everything would be operated remotely. Now, not everyone knows a whole lot about the T-14 Armada, including the U.S. military, because there's very limited data that's been released by it. One of the reasons for their limited production numbers is because they didn't get the funding, because other countries were supposed to buy it. They didn't get the funding to do that, and they only had an ability to do a limited run. When they built all of the prototypes for the T-14 Armada, what they ended up finding was that the engine didn't have enough power and was frequent to breakdowns, which you even see during the May 9th Victory Day parades leading up into the war. It also had a lot of issues with its electronic suites and the ability and basically just your basic tactical capabilities as a tank. It doesn't have enough power to drive it.
3 turrets blew off in fire training.
Yeah, it's just not a very good design for a tank, and everything being semi-automated, but using cheaper parts, and usually not from a Western power because they're not going to supply them, means that there's a lot of drawbacks that even the Russians don't feel that this tank is even capable of adding anything into the combat scenario inside of the country of Ukraine. It's just simply too unreliable even for the Russians to utilize it. And even though it has a lot of supposed automated systems, even the T-90, as we see, the T-90M, which is a 2016 upgraded modern variant of it, as well as even the T-80s, these are supposed to have what's called the Arena CAS, or the Arena Close-in Air Defense System, which are supposed to be able to basically think of a giant shotgun. It detects incoming rounds, and it fires a giant shotgun blast to destroy the missile before it hits the tank. We don't see these, whether they're either upgraded or whether or not they just weren't upkept, or they just weren't added, or it was entirely false that they had developed this system. We simply don't see that on the battlefield. So even though these systems that are employed are supposed to have these countermeasures, all we see are these javelin cages, which we do know is completely ineffective against tandem charge warheads. For the BMP,
and 4 T-90s were captured.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
They've already 2 of them have been taken in and have been disassembled. And what I understand from our guys on site in Kiev, as well as where the other piece has gone to West Germany, as you would call it, still seemingly, you could say the west of Germany, that the disassembly has just shown what kind of a shoddy piece of kit that is.
It really is. And the development for the T-Series tanks just really doesn't have a great lifespan anyway. They just are fighting a war they're not designed to. Now, I can attest, as has been said before, with the BMP, the shell fragments, when it comes to armor penetration, most of the BMPs were built with an old style of armor manufacture, similar to that of the tanks of World War II, which is using cold rolled homogeneous steel. Now, usually with the BMPs, it only has between, and doctrinally for especially Soviet style vehicles, only maintain between 12 to 25 millimeters of armor. And that's both their infantry fighting vehicles and also the reconnaissance vehicles, which is the BRDM2. So it's not a very well armored system. It's only meant for light fragmentation.
Yeah, Paul, and that's pretty similar to what ours. It may be a difference in the steel that we use, in the steel makeup, and it's being found that the steel that they use is not, even if it was the right type of steel, it may have held up a little better. But their steel production, for what they're using it for, is not the right mix.
No,
and so that's part of the issue with those, is that it's the type of steel in addition to the thickness. So it has a low survivability rate overall because it's providing protection from small arms like a lot of our vehicles. It's designed for small arms. It's not designed for an RPG to survive an RPG per se, but or a machine gun. But some machine guns with the armor piercing rounds will go through them, just like they would ours. So it's to provide some protection, but it's not like it was supposed to be like a tank. And what this round is showing is that even that minimal protection is faulty for what they're using it for. Like you said, it was not designed for what we have it for. I don't want to cut you off. It's just that we got a lot of folks up. We've kind of gone through it a little bit about these different metals and the different thicknesses of the vehicles and whatnot. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I do have a lot of hands, and if everybody's looking at that video, it's really they'll see exactly what you're describing, how it wasn't made for this type of war. And the results of it is just, it's not going to play well for the Russians at all. So with that, I want to go to Abdullah. If you would, Abdullah, go ahead.
Thank you, Daryl. I've been on hold so long. Elon Musk just had another child. Just wanted to
boy or girl? Boy or girl?
just wanted to talk about Ben's favorite subject, Navalny. I wanted to ask Dr. Nick, if it's possible, about the Caucasus region and the of the Russian Federation, the Russian Fascist Federation. We know what Navalny thinks about Ukraine, but I just want to know what he thinks about the Caucasus and their future and their right to possibly in the future to have a vote for self-determination to decide their future. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. He has said some very troubling thing about Chechens in the past, and he has not directly apologized for some of those comments that he made, like, I don't know, it was some years ago now, many years ago, like 10 something years ago or something. He has not apologized for those comments. And this is one of the problems. Like, I haven't seen any comments from him recently, like in the past few years, about his opinions on the Caucasus. I may have missed it. I don't know if he has evolved in any way on this topic. he definitely, though, has not apologized. That much I do know. And I think anybody here also knows my feelings about the Caucasus and about Chechnya, that's a very passionate discussion for me and a topic. And so it's something that is also upsetting to me from that perspective, as a human being. As an academic, I look at it, I try to, find ways to examine it and look at it from different perspectives. But whereas with the war in Ukraine, he has specifically said things that, seem to support that position, and has, like I said, gone on these tirades about, the Ukrainian war and how it's wrong. And we, meaning Russia, needs to get the hell out of Ukraine and all of that kind of stuff. I have yet personally to see similar type remarks regarding Chechnya, or in general, that region, the North Caucasus. So that's my answer. I mean, I know it's probably not satisfying, but it's an honest answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Nick.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, you're welcome to follow me. I don't know if you do already. I think you do. And I write a lot about Chechnya and about the Ukrainian forces the Chechen forces in Ukraine fighting on behalf of Ukraine. And I try to highlight those positive aspects of these things. And, please do feel free to follow me. And if you don't already, and you'll see stuff about Chechnya, and the North Caucasus.
Perfect. Keep up the good work, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, by the way, Dr. Nick, I shall take my leave. And why don't we give it a try? And you just join our friend Daryl here up on the con.
Sure, sounds great.
Hey, this may be my new mate. How you doing, Doc?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, you guys are going to get a treat. 2 Floridians here.
Yep.
Well, come on up.
I'm trying. How do I do it? I'm trying to figure it out.
We're waiting on the invite to you, I think, Doc.
Okay. All right. Sounds great.
All right.
There it is. I got it.
All right. With that, Don, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate the space a lot. And just wanted to start off by saying that I have, I would say, skin in the war. My wife is Ukrainian. Her parents have come to live with us, but her brother is still in the country. He's in the 3rd conscription wave, so he's not in yet, but he will possibly be. And I also have 10 colleagues who live in Ukraine and Poltava. And I thought Axel, I guess he just went away. He did a very good job of pointing out the flawed logic in Elon Musk proposing to do a referendum after it's already been done in 91, I think is what he said. But I wanted to offer possibly a larger, let's call it, defense of Elon Musk's perspective. I think one of his main driving motivations is ensuring, he thinks in super large terms, and so it's in ensuring the preservation of the human race. And that's his stated interest in colonizing Mars. I heard him speak 4 years ago at South by Southwest about that. The reason Mars is not in Ukraine, whereas the moon is, in the event of a 3rd war. This is 4 years ago. And so this morning I read that, and in the New York Times I read that Kiev has distributed potassium iodine pills in response to Putin's intimations of nuclear weapon usage. And for Kiev to do that, in my mind at least, it's a recognition that we've exceeded a certain threshold in terms of the possibility of Putin using nuclear weapons. So, I'm desperately hoping for an acceleration of Ukraine's military victory, and that drives an exponential collapse in Russian morale, leading to a quick defeat. So that's one part of my brain. Another part of my brain, it says, I think there's a certain threshold of probability of nuclear war. And in my mind, everyone has a different threshold, I would say, but once there's, call it like a 5% chance of a nuclear war, there's 7 billion people on the planet. And it becomes more than just a Ukraine-Russia issue. It becomes more of a worldwide issue. And so I'm curious, I think having listened to this space since literally February 24, I feel like the discussion has always been, Russia won't use nuclear weapons, we're not going to talk about it. The fact that Kiev is distributing potassium iodine, in my mind at least, seems to be like a different threshold may have been exceeded. So one, I think that's a little bit in terms of where Elon Musk, ignore the idea of a referendum. I think it's a bad idea, but at some point, it's a larger issue, ensuring that this doesn't escalate to nuclear war. So I wanted to see how people feel. When does this become more than just Ukraine, Russia, and when does it become a worldwide concern?
So if I could just say very briefly, I'm just going to let anybody else want to talk. The problem with usage of nuclear weapons in Ukraine is not this geopolitical, risk of escalation and what's the West going to do. And, General Petraeus laid it out very clearly what's going to happen, right? Because a nuclear launch is a threat to all nations in the world, period. That's why Saddam Hussein did not use chemical weapons in 1991 on U.S. troops, right? I mean, we know that he had them because he had just gassed the Kurds and he engaged in chemical warfare with Iran. He had them, but he didn't use them, right? And you talk about a make or break moment. Your army is going up in flames and you still are not releasing your sarin or any other gas. That means that you're afraid of the consequences, right? You're afraid of what's going to happen to you because it is a line you just cannot cross. And this is Saddam Hussein we're talking about. We're not talking about some clever Russian leader who survived 20 years of FSB, pseudo-Soviet collapse, gamesmanship and knife fights that had happened in Russian society. This is Saddam Hussein, right? And he didn't use them. The trouble with nuclear weapons in Ukraine are the consequences. And I don't mean the political consequences or the military consequences. I mean the quite literal consequences of detonating a nuclear device that close, right? So number one, the wind predominantly 90% of the time blows to the east. All the wind flows into Russia. So all the nuclear fallout would be pushed into Russia. It would all land on their fields and their crops would be dead. Number two, that fallout would continue and land in their water. That water would then continue downstream and it would pollute everything that it touched before it reached the river. And so as nuclear fallout travels, it falls, as most every other thing that's lighter, that's heavier than air does. It falls, and when it falls, that falls on land, it falls on water. And so your fields are poisoned, your rivers are poisoned. What's the radiation that's in that river goes downstream and starts infecting everything else. And this isn't going to happen on Ukraine. I mean, sure, it'll happen in Ukraine, but guess what? It's also going to happen in Russia because the fallout travels into Russia. So if you launch 2 nuclear missiles at, say, Kharkiv and Izum, okay, that fallout only has to go about 60 to 80 miles, less than that, actually 20 to 60 miles before it actually lands in Russia. So if you pull up the AccuWeather map and you just Google predominant winds in Ukraine, the wind right now is blowing from west to east at 25 miles an hour. Even during World War II, the Germans had to kind of stick their finger in the air before they launched chemical attacks because they could always end up blowing back on their troops. But this isn't like mustard or CS. This is nuclear fallout. That's the reason they will not use nuclear weapons. They might conduct a test somewhere off in the middle of nowhere near the Arctic Circle. Fine, to get everybody's attention, to shift the narrative, to scare the crap out of everybody. Sure, That is I think that's a probability we're all beginning to accept slowly but surely, is that they probably will test one, right? But here's the issue. The actual use of them is only going to fall back onto Russia and going to kill more Russians, going to kill their field, going to kill their cities, going to kill their rivers, going to kill their wildlife, going to kill their crops, going to kill everything. This is not going to happen in Ukraine. This is not even going to touch Europe. This is all going to touch Russia, right? The winds have to be pushing 3 or 4 days in a certain direction for the radiation to actually hit Europe in any real quantifiable measure. Now that we're closer to winter, the predominant winds run from west to east, which means all the fallout lands in Russia, Rostov-on-Don, Volgograd, Beograd, and further points east, right? So that's the reason they're not going to use them, because it's all going to come back on them.
I mean,
Can I add something to that real quick?
Yeah, please. Yeah, it's your
Okay.
show.
Okay, sure. So I agree with all that from a logistical standpoint. 100%. The only thing I'm going to add to that, which is just to sort of strengthen your argument, right, is from a serious like political perspective, right? And we have to think about if we're really lovers of democracy, right? And we want to, fight authoritarianism, genocidal, homicidal, tyrants, that we do not bend the knee to them, period. Regardless of, and I know that that's what you're saying. Would you agree with that too, Craig? And, you do not bend the knee when they threaten you. And this is the reason why. It's simple. Like you can play this out on like game theory, decision trees, and all this kind of stuff, right? When you bend the knee to an authoritarian, that invites them to act in similar ways. Again, not only that specific authoritarian who may have dropped said little bomby sort of thing, okay, but it also sends a signal. It also sends a signal to other authoritarians around the world that the way to, get more territory, to, intimidate, to do whatever you want to do, right, is to threaten with nuclear weapons. And this has the side effect of potentially creating more nuclear states, which we're trying to not do, because they will see nuclear power again, like the United States, the West, everybody bows. If we were to bow to Russia and say, oh, now they're threatening us, right? Then they'll learn that the way to get people to do what they want is to threaten, to use small tactical nuclear weapons, all of that kind of stuff. And the answer has to be, and is from a political perspective, if, I agree with Craig 100%, it's not going to happen. But if it did, right? If it did, they understand that the response will be swift and furious. And they will not like the response from the rest of the world if something like this were to occur.
It's truly game over. Like it truly
100%, Craig.
It is game over. We have not. Saddam, like I can't say this enough, like people fail to understand that Saddam Hussein did have chemical weapons in 1991 when the United States invaded, and he did not use them because he knew what would happen. It was game over. He had 100%. This isn't 150,000 troops invading Iraq in 2003. This was a fucking army of 500,000 that was coming for his ass. And if he used chemical weapons, they were going to Baghdad, and he was going to be occupied, and Iraq split into pieces. And he didn't want that, right? But if he does this, I mean, you wake up one morning. I mean, imagine waking up one morning and your newspaper reads, Russia detonates nuclear weapon on battlefield. First time. The American people, to quote Roosevelt, the American people in their righteous might will not take that lying down. Because this isn't some battlefield that we can't identify this city or that. I have enough trouble, pronouncing these names. Forget about somebody in the middle of Missouri somewhere who has to work a 9 to 5. But they understand and they know how to spell nuclear. And that's going to activate the very lowest stratum of American society to say, fuck that, we're done. We're going all the way. Like, we're not having this. It is game over if he does that. Not only politically, because China would even run away from them really, really fast. But it would be over for them economically because, again, I know this seems kind of wonkish, but it's true. All the nuclear fallout is going to be in Russia. Yes, Ukraine will get nuked, and that's going to be really, really bad. But you know what? I'll tell you what. Japan's not doing so bad. Okay, Japan isn't doing so horribly. So for those people that are afraid, and I know that there are some Ukrainians out there that I've talked to some of them who have said, just let it happen. Whoever comes, we're ready. We're willing to take it. It's fine, right? But then they say, but you know what? Life will go on because the Japanese had 2 atomic bombs dropped on them in 1945. It is now 2022. Germany was decimated from corner to corner. That country was rebuilt. And look at what these 2 countries are now. Economic and political heavyweights and superpowers, right? There's just no doubt about it. But that's because they had the support of the West and everybody else. Russia might get some kind of like rush out of pushing the big red button that nobody's pushed in 80 years. But what is that actually going to get them? Political isolation for the next 200 years. Nobody is going to want to ever talk to them ever again. It is not the same thing.
Right. And at that point, the only acceptable solution would be removal of Putin from office.
That is correct. Yep. That is absolutely right. Yep.
And the other thing that I want to say is I don't think that they really need to because they have those thermobaric weapons. Right. So think about it from that perspective as well.
Do you mean like do you mean like the father of all bombs? Or are you talking about the thermobarics that they deploy like tactically?
I think it's the tactically one, where it's like it sucks all the air out of.
There you go.
Yep. You know what I'm talking about, right? So those weapons have the same impact as a nuclear weapon, as a nuclear warhead, like it's a small sort of tactical nuclear warhead. And that they just don't have the radiation effects. But the same thing happens to buildings. The same thing happens to the people in the area. No. So yeah, I am okay. It has the same impact, right? So from that perspective, I don't see how they even really need to. But anyway, maybe somebody else would like to comment. Who was next, Daryl?
We had let's see, I'm here. I just had to go to the other screen for we got Hippie. She was next, and then Raver, and then Adam.
Mine is short and quick, and I have sent PMs to like 3 people. But when you were talking about the particular unknown that blew up like weirdly, I just wanted to mention the PAC-3 MSE. Are any of you all familiar with that? You can do a heart or raise your hand. The reason I know about this is because I live in the state that makes the HIMARS and many of the things that we send to Ukraine. And I'll just read what it says about the PAC-3 MSE. Missiles that defend against incoming threats using direct body-to-body contact delivers more kinetic energy on the target than that of blast fragmentation's mechanisms. Doesn't say that there isn't any fragmentation, but I just wonder if that's possibly something we've sent to them.
Is that an interception? Is that an interception-based system and not an attack-based system?
It is. The missile is an attack. I mean, it says missiles that defend against incoming threats.
Yeah, that is an intercept. So that
body-to-body contact.
Now, that is an interception missile. That's more like a U.S. Patriot. than it is, say, a surface-to-surface missile. It is designed to destroy incoming missile threats. It is not designed to destroy targets on the ground.
Well, I understood it to be targets on the ground, but I may be wrong. We've gotten many that Lockheed makes that are meant to.
Sorry about that. I fat fingered. Go ahead, Hippie. Hippie, go ahead and make your statement. I'm sorry. I was trying to add someone.
Oh, okay. Lockheed makes Milers, M270s, Army Tactical Missile Systems, the ATACMS, Precision Strike Missiles, PRSMs, High Mobility Artillery Rocket for the HIMARS systems. They make HIMARS. And then the last one I mentioned is the PAC-3 MSC. Can do more research on that. Now, there is someone who is generally on here who is actually knows everything. When I mentioned this, he immediately named the town that Lockheed Martin is in. And he would know because he's involved in distribution of everything. So, but he's not on tonight. And possibly it may be a rocket, but I gathered that it was something, I don't know. But it does say missile. So there you go.
Hey, Hippie. So, Woo Pig Suey from a fellow Arkansan. So the PAC-3 is the Patriot. It is a surface-to-air missile. The PAC-3 uses a kinetic kill system rather than an exploding fragmentation. It doesn't create flak. It goes skin to skin. It's made there in Camden by Lockheed Martin, and I think Aerojet makes the fuel and whatnot. You may have been thinking about me when you were saying the guy who knows where it's made. I'm up here by Conway. Where are you at in the natural state?
I'm in Little Rock.
10-4. Yes,
Yeah.
I work in Little Rock. So,
Wow, you have a drive.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I like living in the country. I like being surrounded by nature. So, if you don't mind, can I continue with my comment, Hippie, or are you done, or do I need to wait?
I'm done, and I'm out for someone else to take my space. Thank you.
Have a good one, Hippie. Hey, Dr. Ford, I think you may have been off a little bit by like several orders of magnitude on the difference between even the biggest fuel air explosive and a tactical nuclear weapon. There's a difference between tons and kilotons. And it's an easy mistake to make. I'm not faulting you for it. The Russians definitely advertise it as a poor man's nuke. But the scale of the epicenter of the blast is a completely different order of magnitude. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were relatively small weapons at around 10 kilotons, and they devastated a mile. But where I do agree with you, Dr. Ford, is absolutely stand up to aggression and dictators. World War II and 60 million dead is directly the result of the allies of the West, of the free world, never telling Germany no until we suddenly said no more. And that's a problem. Appeasement, not standing up from the start of aggression, only breeds more aggression because dictators think that, oh, I got away with it this time, I got away with it that time, I'll always get away with it, and they do not know how to self-regulate and stop.
You're right. And we can look at too, I'm going to say this just briefly, that while he didn't use any sort of nukes in 2014, look, his little green men came into the east, into Crimea, and did all this stuff, right? And the West sort of hum and hawed about it, like, oh, pooty poot, you're a bad boy, but that's about effectively it. Yes, were there some sanctions? Sure. but they weren't targeted sanctions. They weren't, the kind that could truly strangle Putin and his inner circle. The ones that are in place now are more that way, right? But again, in 2014, we appeased him. We essentially, through Minsk 2, awarded and Putin Crimea, even if we don't recognize it, okay? We've awarded him the areas in Donbass and Luhansk, regardless of whether or not we recognized any of that stuff that was happening before, by creating this shambolic Minsk 2 that was not good for Ukraine, that they were forced to sign under the point of a gun. Okay. And so he looked at that from his perspective, because again, he's not a state builder. He doesn't give a shit, quite frankly, pardon my language, about, the economics of the regular Russian. He doesn't care about the bureaucracy and its health and it's all of that kind of stuff. So from his perspective, so long as he's still getting rich and still getting money by raping the Russian state, he's fine, because he's a kleptocrat. So, sure, there were sanctions, but they weren't going to impact him. Sure, there were, all these, but he didn't really care. What he learned from 2014, and I was very disappointed in the Obama administration for this. Obama was great, in my opinion, for domestic stuff, shitty on foreign policy related to especially Ukraine. He learned from that we are going to reward him. He had no real punishment, right? So the, Nord Stream continued on and all of that kind of stuff. And it was the same thing that happened in Chechnya. Everybody was upset about that when it happened initially, but not enough to actually do anything, because they were more concerned about Russian oil, right? And so what he's learned through Chechnya 1 and 2, Syria, Georgia, all of these things, and 2014 in Crimea and Donbass, is that he can do whatever the hell he wants and nothing will really touch him. And that is why he's continued to take more and more and more and more from people in, whether it's Chechnya, whether it's Donbass, Ukraine, whatever, right? And also to aid other dictators in Syria and to kill his own people.
I agree, Dr. Ford, and I would also add the attacks on munition depots in NATO countries, the use of WMDs for assassination missions in NATO countries. Although I think somebody could take all of his money and all of his riches from him, and I don't think he would bat an eye. I've always thought that he sees himself in historical terms along the lines of an Alexander the Great, or the way Hitler did, as an instrument of fate, as somebody ordained by God to, restore the glory of Imperial Russia. And so I think he thinks of himself in historical terms. And that's why I'm a little bit nervous on the whole nuclear question, because he may actually see himself as an agent of fate. And I'm about to head into the hills and lose you. And I want to wish you and Daryl and everybody listening a really good night.
Thanks, Raver. Yeah, I agree with you. I'll just say one thing to that. Hopefully you'll hear me before you vanish into the hills. But I agree with that concept of seeing himself in historical terms. The only thing I would say about that, right, because he's very much tied up in this notion of Ruski Mir that I've written about before. And I have something on it on my WordPress if you're interested. But he's very tied up into that notion of Holy Rus, which is Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and all of that. He really, truly believes that Ukrainians are Russians. Of course, he would never see them as equal. But because he is coming from that worldview, but at the same time, because I think he sees himself as, this sort of historical figure, I don't imagine, and I really hope that I'm not wrong. Okay. I'm prepared that I might be. I think that, he doesn't want to have his legacy in the history books be that he's the one who took Russia down. Right. And so I think that is the thing that would keep him from doing something that catastrophic, if that makes sense. I hope I'm right, you know, I'm always prepared to be wrong on things, but this is one thing I really hope I'm not wrong on. But this is my gut.
Can I just say something just very quickly? Let me revive the old Cold War American, if I might. The host swore, so I'm going to swear. I don't give a fuck. Do what you're going to do, because we're going to do what we have to do. So if you want to start throwing nukes around like it's a joke, then you know what? So the fuck are we. Okay? And we'll see how much you like that. Do you like it when St. Petersburg is dust, when Moscow is dust, when Volgograd is dust, Vladivostok is gone, every single city in Russia? Fuck around and find out. Okay? That's what I have to say to Russia and anybody else that wants to do it at this point. Keep pushing us and see what happens, right? Because what we have shown throughout this war is that what Dr. Nick just said is absolutely correct. For so long, we bent, and we bent until we couldn't bend anymore. And finally, we straightened out, we reinforced the bulwark and the bulkhead. And now it's in full, fine. You want to go that route? We're going to deliver arms and munitions. You want to press a little further? Fine. We're going to deliver aircraft. You want to keep going? We'll give them HIMARS. You want to keep playing around? We'll give them Abrams. How much further down this road do you want to go? Because we're not going anywhere, right? Keep doing what you're doing. But you keep going with this, before you know it, we're just going to ship over the 1st UMC Infantry Fighting Division's munitions and aircraft, and then you're really going to see. So I fucking dare you. That's the attitude as an American that I have right now. I dare you to keep going. Not like, oh, like, I hope you do well. No, like, I straight up dare you to keep this fight going. If you're in the West, I fucking dare you to. And that's the attitude you have to have with Russia. The attitude that you have to have with Russia is screw around and find out. You want to invade West Berlin? Guess what? We're launching nukes. You want to take over this? We're launching nukes. You want to launch nukes? We're going to launch nukes. We're not playing games here. And once they realize that you're not going to fidget, you're not going to flinch, you're not going to be afraid, they press their button, you press their button. Mutually assured destruction, everybody's dead. I personally would like to live in a free country, breathing free air, rather than choose to live. Because for me, anything short of that might as well be death. That's how I was raised, right? And anything that is not freedom is not survivable for me. So we all can talk about the human catastrophe of what nuclear war looks like, but let's just say it plain. Who wants to live? Raise your hand right now. Do you want to live, okay, in a free society? Or are you willing to get down on your knees and become Putin's little bitch and little dog that he gets to walk around with and turn you into a serf somewhere in Western Russia? Does anybody want to live through that? I don't.
Right. I think we agree on that. So, Daryl, just one second. Daryl, we can kind of move on now, I guess. See who else got a hand.
Oh yeah, we got a bunch of them. Let's see. And let me say this, folks. The talks about nukes, it gets everybody riled up. And rightfully so. But at the same token, what we're really trying to point out here is, and this is, I come from a generation of about the same as Craig, a little bit older. And during our period of time, the nuclear threat was you go, we go. And I don't think he's really realized that if he ever starts warming up those silos, we know it. And we are ready. And when the B-52s and the B-1s are in the air and he's warming up and we already have ours in the air, I think it will send the message. It just may scare the hell out of a lot of people in the West because the Russian people don't know it. Our societies are connected and know it. And so that's what he's depending on. He's depending on the West fear. However, the people that are on those buttons in the West, we know it's serious business. So if you have a question and you're thinking about it and you scared, just know that's part of the propaganda. That's part of the whole process. Okay. With that, I want to go, let's see, Watt, 1176, and then Leonard. and then we're gonna go Adam, Alan, and then Don. Let me see, who is this? Tantanit.
Yes, hello.
Hello, that you're sitting over there, but you don't have your hand up. If you would please raise your hand, I'm going to put you in order. Okay. All right. Okay. What? 11:76. Your time.
Thank you, Dale. I appreciate it. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who participates in the Maria reports. I've been listening nonstop for the past 2 weeks. Before, I was following various news outlets and also through the Twitter stream universe, paying attention to the Institute for the Study of War Critical Threats, watching maps for quite a long time. And I've had a question for quite a while now, and we might be seeing this somewhat answered sooner than later. I had questions about whether longer range, I believe the 300-kilometer HIMARS missiles was in the game, if that was something the Biden administration was like ready to do at some point. But as I see the map change and the field change drastically over the past few weeks, I'm wondering if that's even necessary. And I only ask because when I look at the map and what's been going on, my question to experts on the panel or anybody who can answer this, I'm wondering if based on what's occurred in around the Zaporizhia front and what's going on in Kherson from Mykolaiv, those successes, I'm wondering if Melitopol, if there is contention there, is there activity, is there enough going on there where that could be a hub if those two fronts meet there? And I've been eyeing that for a while because of what's gone on in the nuclear power plant. I believe it's in Ernohodar. I'm just curious if there's a way where these fronts converge, and basically there's two places where we could see even more success there. And I'm just wondering if anybody had any comments on that. Thank you.
What? Let me say this. First of all, the ISW and Kaufman and others, they are friends of ours. They come in. We actually use their information here as well, and we have a very positive relationship. So I want to compliment you on using those, and then come in here as well. So everything's complementary, and so it helps get the message out and get the information out. As far as the HIMARS and other armaments, I want you to think about one thing. How did the Ukrainians get where they are right now? They were able to strike deep to get to supply lines, to corrode, as General Denhar just says, to corrode their supply lines, their reinforcements. And as they go into Crimea, they will be, once the Ukrainians cross into Crimea, they will be back into range of artillery from across the sea. And so those longer range HIMARS will be needed to reach supply lines to effectively destroy the artillery that may rain down on them as they proceed to execute their plan to rid Crimea of the Russians. So
Understood.
Just think about that. Yeah, so just think about that. They have to reach further to get to prosecute this plan. So don't get afeared, don't get worried about that part, because they will be needed, and they do have a use in this battle.
I just want to add to that real quick. I'm just going to say one line you're absolutely right. And it's important to keep in mind, kind of as Daryl has said, how they've been successful so far. The Ukrainians have been extremely successful because they have been doing things like targeting supply lines. Like, for example, think about before the offensive kicked off, they spent a lot of time when they first got those HIMARS. It was like they hit the ground running, and they immediately started, hitting supply, hitting depots, all of this stuff to sort of prep for what was going to come, because they knew that if they could choke them off, that would be how things would be successful. And that's a very, it's kind of, I guess, War 101 in my opinion, hitting logistics and supplies. And that's how they were successful very early on in the war. Yes, Russia still had a momentum initially, but they were able to, in small units, do hit and run type things, attack supplies, all this stuff. And they're going to need that, just like Daryl said, moving forward. So the goal and the only way to end this genocide is to get Putin and Russia completely out of Ukraine. And so they will need that in order to make that happen. But anyway, was Leon next?
Hey, thank you, Dr. Nick. And thanks, Daryl. Good to see you back, man. Just a quick follow-up in terms of what has really dominated the discussion for the last half hour or so. And that's this continuous Putin, not Putinist, but although it might be, Putin's continued threat to deploy nuclear weapons. And I would just kind of reinforce what Dr. Nick had said on this subject. And what it boils down to, we've had all kinds of very nice titillating discussions as to what size of megaton weapons we've got and where they're made and where they'll be deployed, et cetera, et cetera. I would suggest that Dr. Nick pretty much put her finger on the pulse of this thing. And that is that it's not a tactical or even a strategic question. It's an existential question. And what everyone should realize is that we've had significant military thinkers on this space. And by significant, I mean exactly that, significant. And I mentioned just General Ben Hodges as one. But we've also had serious delegates, a representative of the thinking of Ben Wallace in the UK. And the bottom line that should be considered is this. The decision, and you can garner this from General Hodges' very candid comments. And General Hodges, for one, is not a fool around guy. He's not a jokester. He's very straightforward, very logical thinker, and just very nuts and bolts. And he has laid it out with crystal clarity. That pretty, and you can derive this almost to a certainty from what he has said, and that is that the decision has already been made. In other words, if Putin deploys nuclear devices of any sort for the first time since World War II, certainly, and the consequences have been laid out, and we've already just gotten a hint that the Black Sea Fleet disappears. And shortly after that, probably the Baltic Sea Fleet disappears. And you can rest assured that these points have already been agreed between Ben Wallace, Lloyd Austin, and the other very significant, influential military thinkers. And if this happens, if Putin is shall we say, psychopathic enough or narcissistic psychopathic enough to actually deploy a nuclear device, that the consequences will be direct and immediate. And the other thing that nobody has kind of referenced is that at that very point in time, NATO is no longer in the equation. This is an equation between England, the USA, and France if they want to get on the bandwagon. And France, I would suggest, is kind of irrelevant to the actual answer at this juncture. So the response would come, and certainly if it is going to be in nuclear form, we don't know this yet, but if that step is reached, it's not a NATO decision at all. It's strictly an Anglo-American act, and it will be deployed in accordance with the threat Putin has raised. And Craig made some very interesting points about the general sentiments in the US of A, and I kind of subscribe to most of that. But I would just kind of add the caveat from a bit more of a distance perspective, shall we say, north of the 49th, and that is that. Yes, I appreciate your sentiments, Craig, but you don't take into account that the man in the NSC, the National Security Council right now, is Jake Sullivan, and you're talking as though it was John Bolton, which would issue considerable clarity on the issue. But bottom line, I hope your assessment is accurate in that respect. But so just put that into perspective when we're talking about Putin. And Putin is getting maximum mileage out of this used, old, worn out device of nuclear terror. And I kind of sympathize on the one hand and kind of don't with the American gentleman who was on a few moments ago. He's very concerned about where this leads and what America's response should be and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And I would just suggest that the decision has already been made. And as far as England is concerned, this decision was made in about 1940. And it is simply that you do not negotiate with terrorists and you do not knuckle under to tyrants, no matter what the cost and no matter what the outcome. And there's ample historical evidence. I mean, we could go on for hours illustrating that point, but I would just leave that to stand on its own. And hopefully in the near future, we are able to transcend this fixation almost with Putin's just endless conveyor belt of nuclear nonsense and just lay it on the line like Ben Wallace did and say, fine, if that's what you're going to do, then do it. Don't piss around anymore. And that's about all I've got to say on that. Thank you.
One thing I just want to, then I think Alan, and then I know Adam had his hand up for quite a while and then he like vanished for a second. I don't know if he had Twitter pox. So maybe we should do Adam and then Alan, and then Dawn.
Yeah,
and then Brian.
You got it right. I just want
Okay,
to say,
and right, and one thing I'm just going to say one thing before we do that. Look, I just want you guys to remember that, like kind of like I alluded to initially, that we're in this position because of the West's, acquiescence to Putin, and whether it was first Yeltsin in 1996 with Chechnya, then Putin in 2000 plus with Chechnya again, and Georgia 2008, Syria, blah blah blah. All of this acquiescence, but especially to Ukraine in 2014, right? In my opinion, okay, and even as a professional, I will say this, we owe Ukraine everything because they are suffering because of our lack of backbone, because we wilted in the face of tyranny. And they have been suffering from 2014 until February 23rd in a war, because this war isn't new. It's been going on for 8 years. Okay. And so they have lost tens of thousands of people already. And they have been holding the line for Europe for 8 years while we were worried about oil. Okay. And then rewarded Putin with Nord Stream 2 in the process. So keep that in mind. We owe them everything. Their children are dying. They are being tortured because of our acquiescence. Anyway, go ahead, Adam.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Nick and Daryl. I actually have, I think this might be a logistics question that maybe I could direct it at Craig, if that's okay. I feel like I've heard him talk about this in the past.
If he's are you willing to do that, Craig?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
I guess kind of my question is, I feel like I heard this talked about a lot more in this space, initially after the invasion, like in the early months. But like kind of as time has gone on, like for more recent announcements of like the US military aid, do we have an idea of like where the equipment's coming from and how long it takes like to get deployed in country, like in Ukraine? I guess kind of what I'm wondering is, like, now that we know what we're doing and when we're doing it, I assume like is it possible like we're relocating the equipment to NATO countries like in advance, like in anticipation of announcements or allocations of the aid? Like, you know what I mean? Like, could we be
Yeah.
moving it there and it's already there before it gets announced and it's like rapidly deployed?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that it works is that I'll use the Panzerfaust 3 as a good example of this, right? Germany's right there vis-a-vis Ukraine. So Olaf Scholz, when this war started, said that Germany was donating a Panzerfaust 3 variant to Ukraine. Now he said that I believe on a Wednesday, and then a video got released, I think on a Friday, because I remember this very clearly because I remember the video of the soldier around Kharkiv carrying a Panzerfaust RPG NLAW. I mean, this guy was freaking like loaded out, right? Dozens of RPG rounds. I mean, this enormous firepower in these platoons, exponential firepower, and that Panzerfaust, as he said it on a Wednesday, it was announced on a Wednesday. We saw a video of it on Friday. However, that video obviously was not live. There's probably a lag to that video, right? And so you can assume that that is a microcosm of what we've seen. Every single time we have seen a weapons system, weapons package announced, it's only like 2 days or 3 days before you start seeing photos of it everywhere, right? Because it's already in country. The Ukrainians are already pulling the trigger. They're already killing Russians with it, right? And again, I always go back to this adage, right? In wartime, the truth is so important. It has to be protected by a bodyguard of lies, right? And that means you're not just going to show your hand and say, oh, hey, by the way, this is going to arrive then. Here's the PR notice. Takes about a week to get over the Atlantic. You know Europe and its transportation worries, right? So there's 5 more days. They're not going to do that. They're going to wait till it gets in country and people are actually pulling the trigger. And another better example of that would be with what General Milley said, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, during, I believe it was his first committee hearing after Russia had invaded. And somebody had asked him a question in regards to training Ukrainian soldiers. And I don't want to say he had a smile on his face, but it would have been pretty hard for me not to smile, or at least crack a grin, right? When he's kind of like, oh yeah, like we've actually been teaching Ukrainians how to fire M777s for the past 3 months, right? Didn't know if you knew that, but they've been in Arizona training on this stuff for a while now. We're actually on our 10th class. We're actually really far past this. You didn't know that? I'm surprised you didn't know that. Well, we're doing it, right? So it in terms of time, there's no way to tell, M777s, I'm sure there's probably a couple thousand, maybe about 1,000 of them that we could probably pull right off the shelf and just hand right over. But the delay doesn't come from transportation. The delay comes from training, logistics, support, and implementation of it within the brigade. Because remember, these brigades, there are some, especially in the Donbass, there were some brigades that were fully fangs out. These guys were highly lethal, highly competent. But you're talking about taking brigades of territorial defense units, standing them up from what they were in February 24th, and then saying, we're going to build a brigade. Well, what's a brigade? A brigade is 2 companies of infantry fighting vehicles, 1 company of tanks, and then this and that and this and that. You have to fill 40 or 50 of those, right? And so it doesn't take long, thanks to US Transcom. It doesn't take a lot for the stuff to get there. Where the delay happens with these PR notices is when we know where they're deployable and the Ukrainians can use them and they're lethal, right? That's when you see these PR statements come out. So it's really hard to time, but to kind of let you know what goes behind the scenes, essentially what happens is that there's a guy with a clipboard. I was that guy with a clipboard that essentially goes through the stocks. You have an assigned destination tag on it. It has a tracking number on it. They're supposed to go in batches if they're artillery rounds, palletized. And then you have your A1 through A6 classification, right? So you have your A1, which is, this is fully ready to go, lubed up, oiled up, nice and pretty, fresh out of the box, like you just got it from Kendra Scott, versus this thing that, whoa, that artillery thing really needs a lot of maintenance. And they've got about $5,000 of deferred maintenance on that thing, probably not a good to go, right? So a lot of this is quality control, training, logistical support, but getting the unit from New York to, I don't know, say from Houston to Antwerp, or maybe even say in German around Wilhelmshaven or around the Kiel Canal, maybe about 5 days. But obviously, it takes more than 5 days to train these guys.
Yeah. So, like the takeaway, my takeaway there is that by the time we hear about it and it's confirmed, it's either there or almost there, and the people receiving it are probably already trained in how to use it, or there are some people trained in how to use it.
Well, you train the trainers, right? So you train the teachers, and then the teachers go off and teach more teachers, and then those teachers go off and teach more teachers, right? And so you're literally, you have, I remember this discussion during the A10 Warhogs thing when we were talking. We were like, well, let's give them A10 Warhogs. I'm like, you don't understand. There is nobody to teach the instructors. You have to teach the instructors how to instruct, but based on what, right? And I thought that was just funny. But you have to train the teachers, you train the instructors how to use that stuff, because they're force multipliers, right? You teach a group of 40 guys how to instruct people how to do this, and then those 40 guys can be your classroom instructors in 3 different military districts throughout the country, and then you just have class up after class up after class up after class up, and you just start pumping them through, right? And so this isn't necessarily the West. I don't think is on the ground. I may be proven wrong one day by somebody writing a book, but I don't think there's anybody in the West on the ground teaching the Ukrainians how to do this. I think the United States and its Western and Ukraine's Western allies are teaching 200, 300 at a time how to use this stuff, and then letting them go back in country and then teach each other, right? Because we also forget we're also teaching infantrymen how to fight in the UK, right? So and that takes what, 3 months for one class to go through, and so it's a process. It's a process, right? It's an overlaying of processes to get where you want to go. But I understand where your point is coming from. It's just that it's like an onion, right? An ogre is like layers. Logistics are like ogres, which are onions that have layers. These are layers upon layers upon layers that you have to kind of peel apart.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, I just want to say something real quick. We got a lot of folks with hands up. I got a lot of people that's in the queue. Tatiana, I see you over there with the Snoopy. You haven't raised your hand. I'm not sure if you know how to raise your hand, but if you go if you go to the little heart and the last icon that comes up when you put your hand on put your finger on the little heart, the last icon to the right raises your hand. That's how we get everybody in the queue. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I hit the button wrong here.
Well, you've been sitting there for a minute. I'll tell you what, I already got you here. Go ahead.
No, actually, I don't have any question. I think I don't have any question.
Oh, okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Brazil, and I'm moving to the US next year. So, okay. And I'm just following the war.
Okay.
I think.
All right. Okay. I just saw you. I saw you come up. You request to speak, and I didn't see your hand go up.
I think I pressed. I hit something wrong here. I didn't want to ask anything. I don't know how to come down. So.
Okay, I'll take care of that. But I appreciate you coming on, though.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thanks.
So I guess we'll go to Alan, and we're going to do a language learner update at 9:30. So just keep that in mind. But Alan, go ahead.
No, it's going to be at 10:15. He comes on.
10:15. Okay, my bad. Never mind. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick. I can't wait for language learner, and I love the Maria report. I learned so much here. Great hosts, etc. I just want to say a couple of things. Partly in response to Leonard, there's no sane way to talk about nuclear war. The more we talk about it, the more we are talking in the asylum that Vladimir Putin wants us to be in. But there is, I think, a sensible way to begin talking about the end of the war. and call me crazy, I would love to see President Zelensky joined by the leaders of NATO and all the nations of the willing stand together and demand unconditional surrender, complete withdrawal from Ukraine of all Russian troops, a return of all kidnapped Ukrainian children and abducted Ukrainian citizens, repatriation of all Ukrainian POWs, and a call for international prosecution of genocide and war and crimes against humanity. And I think the power of Zelensky standing virtually or, preferably in Kyiv with every leader of the free world calling for these conditions would frankly draw the red line that we're looking for to end the war. Additionally, I would say that every EU nation in the United States would say, if you do not surrender unconditionally, we will raise sanctions, we will impose secondary sanctions, and we will never, ever, ever, ever allow Russia to participate in the world again. So that's a dream. Call me crazy. I'd love to see it happen. Maybe it's a Hollywood movie. I hope it's not.
Hey, Dr. Nick, if you could check your DMs from me, please. I would just a quick shout out, but yeah, whoever's in line next. Brian and then Don, I guess. Brian.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, all. Thank you to the hosts. And thank you very much, Daryl, for mentioning something that had been on my mind for a while. The idea that with the scope of the West's intel capacities, nothing really happens in a vacuum and nothing really happens in the shadows. Any movement of that significance would be seen. And my two questions, I'll try and make it concise. Mostly, I believe, for Dr. Nick, and first it concerns a post-conflict scenario. Oh, sorry, I got it back to front. First, not so much about the discussion about the nuclear threat as such, but about the modalities of communication between the West and the powers that be. I remember positing this question a while ago. Is there someone within Putin's retinue, within the apparatchiks of the Russian military structure, who would function as an interlocutor for the message to be passed on to them behind closed doors, as it were, just to read them the riot act? And I just wanted to mention again from what Daryl said and what Rave has said, from my brief period of service as a junior officer in the Canadian Navy in the mid-80s, still at the height of the Cold War, Article 5 of the NATO Charter was a thing. Nobody was under any illusions. It would be used. It would be enacted if it were required. Second question, looking at a post-conflict scenario, impacting Ukraine, I suppose, in as much as they'll have to look at how to secure themselves and secure their borders and their sovereignty, with what I posited also once as a disintegrating Russian Federation, assuming, if we might, that behind that huge, the rot behind that huge facade of the Potemkin village, not only of their military structure, but of society as well, things may start to crumble. And some people had been asking about the possibility of individual ethnic republics finding their legs again. Here's my question is, after the decades of emasculation of their political, social, or cultural identity, is there any possibility for these ethnic republics to find a way to articulate their independent voice again? Thank you.
First, there is a backline communication, military to military, that was set up in March to ensure that there are no, kind of problems that might arise from miscommunications or issues. As far as I know, it's still going. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. As to the ethnic republics, the answer is complicated, and I'll make it brief. The recent mobilization is, for example, in Chechnya, Dagestan, etc., will complicate this, because I believe that, how to put this mobilization, and please understand, I'm not trying to empathize with Russian troops in any way, okay? But this has a double motive, in my opinion, not only to serve as a mobilization, but if you look at who's actually being mobilized, the people with money, the people with connections, they're not going to be on the front lines. They can buy their way out, they can schmooze whoever they want to schmooze and do whatever. It's disproportionately the people from the ethnic republics who are being mobilized, and because they're poor, because they can't get out of it. And it has a double purpose in places specifically like Chechnya and Dagestan in particular, in that mobilization like this, because even though Ramazan Kadyrov has said that they aren't going to be mobilizing, they are. I follow Chechen Telegram very closely, and there lots of people have been kidnapped and thrown into mobilization in Dagestan. They're taking people from colleges, etc., from their classes, and mobilizing them. And it has a double purpose, in my opinion, to kill off those people who would be most likely to join an anti-Kadyrov, anti-Putin, whatever sort of rebellion. And just before the mobilization, one of the Chechen battalions in Ukraine, Sheikh Mansour, their spokesperson had made an announcement that the Caucasus will be mobilizing against Kadyrov, right, particularly in Chechnya, and against Putin. And so this has that double purpose, in my opinion, to try to prevent a military age group from being able to effectively mobilize inside, like Chechnya, inside Dagestan, etc. So we'll see what happens and what comes of this. There's a significant amount of protests that are trying to be formed in Chechnya, in Dagestan, etc. And we'll see what happens. But I know that at least in the case of Chechnya, that is an intent.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So who was next? It was Brian. It was Brian that was speaking. So Dawn, I believe you were next, and then we'll go. I'm not 100% sure who it was. I got a little sidetracked. Was it Gunter Prince Lunchtime or Lunchtime Gunter? I don't know. I'll leave you all to a gentleman's agreement to decide between you.
All right. Yeah, it was okay. You got let's see, Don, then Nancy, then Diego if he gets his hand up, and then Gunther, then Prince, and then Lunchtime.
Oh, go ahead, Don.
So yeah, so I appreciate Dr. Nick and Craig, both of your responses to my earlier question or comment. One thing that I don't think either of you had touched on was the fact that that in Kiev they are for the first time distributing potassium iodide. So I guess one question is there some new threshold? And I love the country I was born in. I think we have an obligation to each of the countries that we are born in. We have an obligation to democracy. In my opinion, I think it's worth fighting and dying for. But I would also argue that we have an obligation to the human race that supersedes our obligation to country, obligation to a form of to democracy. And I think it's I think Dr. Nick, your point around bending the knee to tyrants and appeasement, I think we've seen that play out very poorly in history. But when appeasement is taken, but at the same time, these sort of when you look at countries that have committed the most Germany committed the most terrible atrocity in the 20th century, and 20 years later they're 10 years later they're our allies again. And I think these things are more transient. The use of even like talking about they nuke this city, we nuke that city, as I think as sort of a like an accepted, like to me, like that there's some point at which our obligation to the continuity of the human race supersedes these specific concerns. And I guess so, to end with a question, and so I'm not really I'm super conflicted personally, but one thing maybe a saving grace, and the thing that I'm kind of putting my hope in this respect, in the worst, because I think Ukraine will end up humiliating Putin as he deserves to be. And I guess that maybe the thing that I put the saving grace in is there's probably a bunch of people more than Putin. So for Putin, this might be an existential war. He's killed if he's assassinated, or probably even worse than that, faces a war crimes trial for him. Even more embarrassed. So maybe I guess one question is how many people are involved in the decision on Russia? Do we have any sense for that? So I guess two questions.
It's very much like it is in the United States, where there are other generals involved. They have the ability to stop him, if he were to do something like that. And it would be their duty to, so that's something to think about. Additionally, the one thing I would say, I just want to correct you about Hitler and the atrocity, because I think a lot of people don't. I mean, some people do, and if you've been following the space for a long time, hopefully you do. Maybe you forgot, and I'll forgive you. But we can't forget the Holodomor that happened under the USSR by Stalin, which was the forced famine that killed anywhere from 5-6 million Ukrainians, let alone people in Kazakhstan, other areas of southern Russia. Forced famine, starved to death. That doesn't. It also those numbers, to a much smaller degree, include people who were summarily killed, right? For refusing to collectivize the farms in Ukraine. So it's important to keep that in mind as well, because we don't learn about it in school. A lot of us tend to forget about that Stalin was also a genocidal maniac, just as much as Hitler was, and maybe we don't talk about it because we had to become his ally accept him as an ally in World War II. And for us to admit that we allied with a homicidal maniac, might not look well for optics. So just keep that in mind.
And that's kind of my point, though, is like these terrible tyrants, like we say that they are, I mean, and they're the epitome of, the worst aspect of our, of who we are as humans, and then 10 years later, 15 years later, they're our allies.
Well, look, so in the case of, particularly in the case of Nazi Germany, we can understand that because Germany took a complete defeat. We had to completely defeat Hitler for this to end, to get them out of these. And it's in some ways, and I know some people don't like these comparisons, but in some ways, there was this irredentist war with Hitler as well, where he wanted to reclaim these territories that he saw as historically German. And that's exactly what Putin is doing it's a different context. Okay. Different person. So it's not ever going to be the same, but it rhymes. History is rhyming in this particular instance. So, we took the complete defeat of Hitler for that to end. And it's going to take, because the USSR never lived up to any of its atrocities during, World War II, before that with the Holodomor, they will have to, accept this and make full reparations and, fall on their swords, just like Germany has. They have become, for the most part, pretty good allies in the fight for democracy. And I think that this is the last thing I'm going to say, then we'll move on. That I get your point about humanity, and I feel it too. I consider myself a humanist, but I feel that the dangers in the long run outweigh that, because humanity is tied up with the notion of democracy, and if we're going to have a just world, and we're going to have humanity exist and be able to, have people pursue their dreams and their lives and their agency, you cannot do that with tyranny. And, this would only encourage more tyranny and be a negative impact on humanity in the long run. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. And it's, it's a conundrum for me. I don't, I'm super conflicted. As I said, I have a lot of family in Ukraine, and I have a lot of colleagues there. And I mean, it's a totally righteous war on Ukraine's part. There's nothing more righteous than fighting back against what's being perpetrated. But I'm also conflicted,
I understand that. That's understandable. Yeah. And just so you know, I mean, they've done I think some surveys on this, that no matter the cost, should Ukraine continue to fight, meaning from Ukrainians, surveying Ukrainians, and the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians say yes.
It's true. I mean, I talk with my colleagues, and they say, I was, sort of, afraid for them to be in the war. I think my wife's, my wife's family is, her brother is in the third wave. But it's tough when you have family members and then you have colleagues, and it's just this, anyway.
I understand. I
understand. I think,
a lot of us know people, and I don't have family personally, but some of us do. And, we get it. It is tough, but for the sake of Ukraine's future and humanity's future, I think that in my opinion, this is the right way. But anyway, who was next?
We got Nancy was going to be next. I just want to say one thing, Don, about those tablets, iodine tablets. That's more for it's standard practice around the areas around Zaporizhia because of the possibility of nuclear, of radiological waste. So it's not as big of a deal as it seems to us. I mean, as it would for them as it is to us. It's a common practice over there.
Right. I mean, you can buy it on you can buy it on the shelves even because of all of that kind of stuff. People are very, just mindful of these kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, it was in Kiev because anyway, but yeah, But thank
Yeah,
you. I appreciate
but
it.
you got to
Thank you.
remember they had the other way site north of them, and so that whole area north toward Belarus and
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, yes.
Privypat.
That area, that the use of the iodine tablets and having them available is common for that area because of Chernobyl.
Thank you.
All right, Nancy.
Hey, Daryl, thanks. Yeah, when it comes to, I kind of want to talk to Don's point and then a pattern that I've seen. I am not as vocal about it as somebody like Craig. I am a humanist and by nature a pacifist, but genocide is not something that you can negotiate with, and nor is terrorism. Both of them take away society's agency. And to me, that is so tightly tied with humanity that I can't think of what life would be without that. And is that really humanity if you don't have the chance to live life to your satisfaction? You know, it being of an ethical bent anyway. You know, psychopaths can go figure out their own path, you know, to hell with them. But I also look at it, I've grew up and still live in a Navy town, you know, within 20 miles from me, have always been 3 to 4 military bases, including, you know, we lost one naval air station and we gained a nuclear sub base. So I live in what in a world war, or if people wanted to really start crazy destruction, I live in what would be a key target area. And I know that, and I've known that since high school. I was not around for the Cuban Missile Crisis, but a lot of my teachers were, and it is something they would have us think about. You know, what are in the event of a world war, what are the threats around you? And when people go, oh well, you know, that's not going to happen in the United States. Well, again, right in the same area, German U-boats in World War II dropped spies off to try and survey the area. So it's happened. It is precedented. But that being said, and knowing I live conceptually in a higher risk area does not change my decision. And if I could, I would lay my life down for that cause of justice. And I would hope that humanity, some part of it, would exist and continue even if I didn't.
Hey,
Now
Nancy.
that being, yes,
Hey,
Daryl.
Nancy, you know what Kenny is? Bishop Kenny is?
Yes, I do.
That tells you where I'm from.
Yep. I knew there'd be at least 1 or 2 people on here that would probably know immediately what town I was talking about. So.
All right, go ahead. I just wanted to hit you with that.
Yep. You've probably had those same thoughts along the way as well too. But that being said, I do also believe that what we're facing is nuclear saber rattling. And again, there was a great article about that that I think was shared up in the Nest earlier today out of the Atlantic. And I believe that is true. The one thing that I have seen as a pattern, and I start to actively look for now, is when we start hearing an increase of the nuclear saber rattling or more threats coming from Moscow or that type of thing, the first thing that I'm looking for now, particularly over the last 3 months, is what else is going on in the overall situation. Is some huge loan that Russia's obligated to pay coming due in 2 days? Is some city that Ukraine is on the verge of liberating going to reveal new genocidal atrocities? What are they trying to distract me from? And more often than not, and I don't have good solid metrics, I wish somebody like Rosalie were here because she's the kind of person who would. But more often than not, when that saber rattling increases, it's because there's some other shift that's going on right behind it within a day or two afterwards. And that pattern has also given me some comfort that, you know, they're not doing it just because they're pissed, and, you know, he's not boxed into a corner he can't get out of, other than, of course, Putin has definitely boxed himself in corners and refused to take off ramps that have been provided to him. And I think he'll continue to take off ramps, because I do agree that for him personally, it may be an existential threat. But I also do believe that for Moscow and for Russia as a whole, they've got a lot of people that are not willing to give their lives up for what their single leader would want to. So I have faith in that as well, to an extent. But I wish we had somebody else who had more of a key on, you know, that pattern. But I think it is definitely worth looking for when you hear that saber rattling increase.
Rosalie, her and I are working on a NAFO data thing. I'll mention
Oh,
it.
great.
And we'll work on that together. Anyway, who was next?
Thanks.
No problem.
Go ahead, Gunther. Then lunchtime, Leonard, Jens, and Frank. And then
Oh shoot,
Blossom, you're next.
I had a question for Craig, but he dropped down. It looks like. Anyway, just sort of a noticing of the fact that there's been a lot of expectations that in the north that the Ukrainians would have to stop because of logistics, and it seems like they're just keeping, and maybe like sort of the overall arc seems to be to hold the Russians on the front in the east and then come in with like a left hook. And I guess since they are on interior lines, like maybe their supply lines really aren't that long, and maybe they can just keep on fighting and don't need to take much of a pause other than they need to take for their troops. Anyway, if anyone has thoughts on that, I'd be curious.
First,
wait a minute.
First, let me just say, I think we accidentally kicked somebody off this. I don't know if it was me or you, Daryl, that was requesting to speak.
Yeah, I
was
was getting ready, I was getting ready to add Craig, and I looked, and when I hit it, it was the X. His check mark wasn't there.
Yeah,
we don't
and
we don't have any more room.
I'm sorry, I forget your name, but I noticed you're a PhD student, I think from Columbia or something like that. I accidentally kicked you off, or I don't know if it was me or you, Daryl, or what, but I was just looking at the profile. There you are. Yeah, up to speaker. She's somebody's requesting here, and for some reason I can't seem to get them to come up. I might have accidentally kicked her, or it's
no. You talking about Craig?
Kicked him off. Yeah.
You talking about Craig? Yeah.
Craig.
Yeah, we don't have any space. We got.
Okay.
We got to get some hands moving. And
right. We see you, Craig.
We'll
get to you in a minute. And then Dan too. We see you. We'll get to you in a minute. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Who is next?
I think it was me, actually. So Dr. Nick, I just want to say, been really enjoying the discussion. Really, really interesting. I think particularly this discussion about the nuclear stuff, the dreaded N word on this space, which we, perhaps some say is over discussed. I would say this, that Putin must be aware that there will be a response, a strong response that's been communicated to him. Right, so he's aware of that. So his specialty is finding half measures, which are sort of in the grey area. And I think for a while I heard a concern raised that he would do something like have a nuclear test outside so on Russian soil at the Ukraine, say at Belgorod or something. Right, as a sort of like, how far can we push this? How far can we sort of wave our fingers in NATO's face in a sort of childish way, without allowing allowing NATO mechanisms to kick in, allowing sort of concerted sort of concerted pre-agreed responses to be triggered. You know, this thing with the pipeline, you know, it's all very little green men. I mean, it's all kind of hybrid stuff where you're caught, well, where the West is caught flat-footed because it's kind of something new. The DNC hack, for example, it was, you know, all of these things are kind of, that's his history, doing these weird, tricky, half-measury things. And I suppose, you know, there was at one point there was a rumor about a small amount of chemical weapons being used in Mariupol. I'm not sure if that was just rumor, but that was certainly I recall it being you know, being a concern. Another point, you know, there was much talk of phosphorus, white phosphorus being used, and thermobarics in Mariupol too. So you know, it's like. I doubt that he will do the thing that everyone's scared of, like everyone else is saying. But I do worry that there'll be some strange thing which is designed to further vandalize Ukraine or to, for PR purposes, really provoke NATO to almost the point of action. Because, you know, the MO is, look, they're weak because I can do all of this. I can do all of this, and they're weak because they won't deal with me. That's the big selling point, I think, in PR terms. Whereas the opposite is true, of course. I wonder what you think.
Lunchtime, just real quick on the Willie-Peter and the thermobaric. The Willie-Peter is not considered a chemical weapon, although it has a lot of it does a lot of things. It's not considered a chemical weapon. So it may raise the public ire, but as far as on the military side, it was just like us using, you know, the M30s or whatever that do a lot of damage, but are not considered something that is illegal by the standards that have the agreements that we have made. So it did a lot of public damage to rather than damage to what the military is thinking, if I can say it that way.
True, and so thermobarics, they're technically okay under international law, you know, and so that's why I had mentioned earlier that I feel like he doesn't really have to use nuclear weapons because the thermobarics have much of the same impact to human flesh, to buildings, everything that a nuclear weapon does, sans the radiation effects and the additional international ire.
Absolutely, but do you see what I mean about a hybrid measure?
Oh no, I do. Right.
Yeah.
So like he could, you know, I would not have any doubt that if he could find some sneaky way to use chemical weapons, he absolutely would, just like they did in Syria. You know, they did that in Chechnya. Right. Multiple times.
Although, am I right in thinking like chemical weapons is a sort of firm red line from the West, right?
It is. But that's why
yeah.
if it was going to get used, it would be done in a sneaky way so that they might be able to try to say some sort of plausible deniability, and it would take the war to be over for international, or not over, but at least for them to get out of that area, multiple international, you know, investigations and blah, blah, blah. And then by that time, he can just do as he always does, like he did with Syria, and say, we didn't do that.
Absolutely. And I'll just close by saying the reason the British are so hardcore with Putin is, you know, he did this stuff on our soil, right? There was polonium on our soil with Litvinenko. There was Novichok, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, in some other instance, and various other things.
That was
Thank you. That's right. Thank you. Exactly. So he was settling his scores on British soil, and people took a very, very dim view of that. And you know, and also the British diplomatic service were quite well aware of what Putin was like way, way back when, and it's just that everyone else wanted to play nice, and you know, we did too, to a certain extent. I remember Blair trying to sort of pal it up with him and so on. But God knows, we looked the other way long enough, and it really, really needs to end. Really, really, really needs to end, like yesterday. But there we go. Anyway, sorry, I don't have anything sensible to say. Fascinating discussion as always. Thanks so much for the space. I'll drop down as you're short of speaker slots. Cheers.
Thanks, Lunch.
I think it was me, Dr. Nick.
All right, sounds great. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick follow-up to what Lunchtime had said. And that's an excellent point with regard to chemical weapons. But it should probably be underscored that chemical weapons have never been used in war successfully, literally since the beginning. And the very first use of chemical weapons was against the 1st Canadian Division at the Second Battle of Ypres in Belgium, and by the Germans, of course, mustard gas. And the use of the gas did not break Canadian lines, and in fact, the Germans had the gas blew back into their trenches and caused more havoc on the perpetrators' end than it did on the British lines. So, and the story has pretty much duplicated itself ever since then for chemical weapons. So there's very little to be gained except even greater international notoriety if Putin were ever to deploy chemical weapons. So that's one point. Second point I wanted to just mention briefly to I think it was Mr. Green, the American gentleman, who was expressing a considerable amount of concern with regard to what the ultimate result may be if we're pushed back really hard on Putin. And he indicated he had family and some historical connections to Ukraine. And I would just ask him kind of a rhetorical question. I'm not Ukrainian, but I was raised in Western Canada with lots of Ukrainians or Ukrainian Canadians, literally from the sandbox level on up. And I learned the definition and the Ukrainian word holodomor when I was about 5 years old. And I'm just wondering if you have looked into that particular aspect of Ukrainian history or not, and considered the literally scores of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who have been killed by an excessive and ongoing application of Russian force. And the Holodomor started in 1933, and there's been just ample indications and evidence since then of Russian aggression and innumerable atrocities against Ukrainians. So I'm just wondering something perhaps just to answer or question yourself. At what level would you push back if it meant that your present day relatives in Ukraine were to be subjected to what would unfold with a Putin victory, or if Putin were ever let off the hook with regards to the present highness aggression? And you just need to look at the atrocities that are unfolding on a daily basis. And unfortunately, we heard some further ones today. So Irpin, Buchi, the list just goes on and doesn't even reach Mariupol yet. So I just wonder if your attitude would be the same if all of those kinds of visitations were worked upon the Ukrainians, say, tenfold in next year or the year after that or the next decade, if that would alter your thinking. And then a final point with reference to what I think Mr. Gunther had questioned with regard to the are the Ukrainians exceeding their internal lines? And a simple point to reflect on there is that at the peak of both Operation Barbarossa, where the German Panzer machine was garnering about 60, 70 kilometers a day in Russia, or even General Patton's launch towards Berlin, racing Montgomery of the British First Army towards Berlin, they were covering 50, 60 kilometers a day sometimes to achieve the objective. And to outrun the lines of supply is a legitimate question. But historically, when the enemy is on the run, which the Russians clearly seem to be right now, in various east and locations around Luhansk, Severodonetsk coming up next, and so on, and even Kherson today, that basically you don't put the foot on the brake when the enemy's on the run like that. So the lines of supply can catch up. And as long as the Russians are on the run, the proper military strategy would be not to be overly concerned about your supply lines. They will simply catch up. And specifically given their internal supply lines that are the advantage to the Ukraine army today in both Kherson and the Donbass. So thank you.
All right. Hey guys, just to let you know, the Jens, Frank, Dan, Blossom, just to let you guys know, we got Language Learner that's coming up in a couple of minutes. So I just want to make it quick so we can have that time slot opened up for him to come in and do his thing, and then we'll get back to the hands afterwards, okay? Craig, I'm going to add you as well. All right. So Craig, you're going to be the last one. Blossom, you're before Craig, all right? Okay, Frank, you're next.
All right. So many of you know that I have a family living with me from Ukraine, and one of the women, her husband's in the military over there, and he sent me a video of just some utterly mangled Russian soldiers, and that prompted a discussion between us about feeling any sense of sympathy for some of these guys, and his view, which would of course be totally reinforced by that picture of the box of golden teeth that came out through torture today, would just it sort of raised this interesting question of, like, do the Russians not know how totally self-defeating their tactics are, that they are making the entire country hate them and want to fight them till the last one of them dies. So Dima relayed to me that, yeah, I mean, he used to feel the same way. He used to feel a little bit of sympathy, but not anymore. After Bucha, after Izium, after so many other atrocities, the Ukrainians just do not have any desire to let up at all. And of course now it's now it's plainly obvious that any territory that the Russians are allowed to keep is only going to mean immense suffering for the Ukrainians that are left there. So now it's an existential requirement to kick them out. And so I'm just wondering, like, do the Russians, like, do they just feel so superior that they think that they have the right to behave this way? Is there just complete and utter lack of discipline within the ranks? Or the third alternative I can think of is, do they realize that they've lost and that they're just trying to basically inflict as much damage as they can before they lose?
You want a short answer or a long answer?
I guess depends if language is here or not yet. So
yeah, short answer. This is their culture. It is something that they have done for ages. And so it is not something that's just recent in their history. If you go and read about their history and their history in war, you would understand that these are tactics that they have been using for centuries. So that's the real short answer of it, is that it's ingrained in their whole process of how they do war, how they dominate, even within their own borders, how they dominate the ethnic groups within their country. They use fear, they use domination, they use murder, the disappearing, all of that. That is something they do to their own people, let alone people outside. So there's nothing that we can expect that was going to be any different. Coming from a kid of the Cold War, we knew that Russia was bad. We knew that they had done a lot of things, but it wasn't until the Iron Curtain fell that a lot of this stuff that had been going on in all these other places became very well known to the rest of the world. I mean, people that study history would know things, but for the general public, it wasn't as well known. If you understand what I'm saying, when the pictures come out to the public, now they see what they have done and how they exact war on others.
Thanks, Daryl.
All right. Language. Are you ready, or how much time you need, buddy? Let me get you up here. How much time you need there, buddy? And the poor doctor got poxed by Twitter. I'm getting it back up. Hey, language. How much time you need, buddy? You ready to go?
I just about, but since it's going to be a bit of a longer one because there's a lot of stuff that happened today, I think it's probably best if those with questions go first because I still need to upload the text so people can read it and share the map code. So I'm in no rush.
All right, copy that. All right, Jens, you're next.
Yeah, I'll try to make it short, but it's really something I would like to emphasize. Russia